So I would like to take a quick look at what we have planned in terms of content. We are going to start with 2 technical sessions about connection references and Fabric and its importance for Power Platform makers, developers, users. We will move on with 2 AI-related slots, one that regards our human bias in interacting with generative AI, and the other will be a broad panel discussion on AI's role in research, in industry, in the ethics of AI, and of course, our role in benefiting from it and using it properly and responsibly, most of all. The first big break will be at around 12:15 if we manage with timekeeping until 13:15, so 1 hour lunch break. And in the afternoon, we will be packed with 2 sessions on PowerAutomate, one regarding proper power fixing, let's say, in CanvasApps with named formulas, a session on custom connectors and best practices, how to build one and make it available to everybody. And of course, we will close the session on of the day by experiencing the creation of those things that we are hearing about everywhere. We are saying that 2025 will be the age of agents, agentic AIs. And of course, we are very happy to follow Gomolemo's session, who is going to build one in real time. And he promised it will be no marketing. So there are scheduled breaks, 5 minutes between the sessions and 10 minutes extra in the afternoon. You have to remember that your participation and of course questions are very welcome and are what make this community very enriching for all of us. I would say, why don't we start with a bit of love in the chat? How are you feeling today? Show us a bit about your excitement taking part in this event today. Feel free to interact and engage through the chat with each other and of course also with the speakers. We're going to share their handles in the chat. And now, without further ado, Diana, the stage is yours. Let's introduce our first speaker, Benedikt Bergmann.
Hello together. Hello from my side. I saw Benedikt in the chat, so I hope he can come online right away. So just a short introduction, because I think probably most of you know Benedikt. He is very active in the community. And actually, I kind of feel that we are somehow siblings, because we became MVPs in the same month. Well, he does a lot of events, organizing, speaking, and lately he even wrote a book. Congratulations, Benedikt.
Thank you. Yeah.
So I guess the topic you are presenting today, it's also related to something you wrote in the book. Very looking forward to hear about that.
Yes. Should I share my screen, or?
Yes, sure.
Yes. So let's do that. Yeah. Welcome to my session, and thanks for having me, and thanks for the nice introduction, Diana. So I will be talking a bit about connection references and how we should use them and what are the problems with them and so on, and give you a short demo of what I'm talking about as well. So, but if you have any questions, feel free to unmute yourself or write them in the chat. So I hope we have some discussion or interaction there in between. So without any further ado, let's go to the next slide. I want to introduce myself a bit. Benedikt Bergmann. I'm the CEO of CRM Consultana here in Germany. I've worked lived the last 7 years in Sweden and worked the last 4 years for CRM Consultana in Stockholm, and now we moved back to Germany and I'm starting up CRMK here. I'm coming from .NET development in the beginning, have added a bit Angular and React, and then was more or less thrown into Dynamics 365 on-prem 2011 project and stuck to it. Now I'm doing Power Platform and Dynamics only. There are also my contact information. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. I write a lot about ALM and so on my blog, and that's also the topic I wrote my book on. It's application lifecycle management on Power Platform. So if you need any more information about that, feel free to reach out. And then I have a link here to my bio link, where all this social media links and contact information are as well. So that's about me. let's go into the content. We will talk about connection references and connections, and what are the difference, and what are the problems with them, probably, and how we should work with both. We will learn a bit about how to clean them up, and then at the end a few tips and tricks. And there in between we will see some demos as well. So what are connection reference, and what's the difference to connections? So connection references are basically they are mapping a connection to a flow or an app. They are environment scoped and solution aware. So this means that you can transport them in your solution from one environment to the other, and they basically don't contain any actual credentials or so. They just know that it's a certain connector, and then they can be used in flows and so on. They are per environment, which means more or less everyone should have access to them if they have access to the environment in like the Maker portal. There might be some exceptions that you can't use them in your flow, but we will come to that. But you should be able to see them if you have like the system administrator or system configurator role. On the other hand, we have connections. Those contain the actual credentials to connect to a service. They are user scoped. Some of them can be shared, and they are not solution aware. So we can't move connections from one environment to the other. And the reason, because the can be shared is in parentheses. It's some of the connections can be shared. It depends on the connector you're using, and more specific on mostly on which authentication type the connector is using. So for example, if it's an OAuth, you normally can't share them. But if it's like an API key or username password, then you most probably are allowed to share them. There are still some exceptions to that, because Microsoft has another backend switch to allow or disallow sharing of connections of a certain connector, and they sometimes do that. For example, we cannot share connections to Dataverse, but we can share connections to SQL. And there is another exception to that. We can always share all connections to service principals. So the thing that we are not allowed to share connections is only to other named users, like colleagues or service users and so on. But to service principals, we always can share. Then we have I have a slight data model, and also will explain a bit of history here, how we came here. So basically what you see there is how it is looking like in the data. We have in the middle a connection reference, and this one has a connection to or can have one connection, but every connection can be referenced in several connection references. So that's here on the right side, and then we have a connector or custom connector on the left side, and every custom connector or connector can have one or many connections, and can be referenced in one or many connection references. And then we have the connection between connection reference and flows. So every flow can have several connection references, and every connection reference can be used in several flows. And before we had connection references, the flows were using the connections directly. So the middle stuff here, which is connection references, wasn't there, and there would have been a direct line from connection to flow. And if you remember, connections are not solution aware, and they are scoped to an environment, and we can't move them between environments, which meant whenever we move the flow, we had to, in the downstream environment, we had to reconnect them to the connections we have in that environment. And the flows were always deactivated, and we weren't able to just like deploy our stuff and everything works. We had to do something manual or with a script to reconnect them, which is the reason why we have the connection references today. And that is also now, if done correctly, works quite smooth to be able to deploy your flows without any let's say manual intervention there in between. Often the question is how do we do that? And we will take a look at that now. So how should we work with connection references then? So the idea is we should create them manually. So if you create your flow and you add a new step to a connector you haven't used before, it will, and there isn't any connection reference, it will automatically create a connection reference for you. The problem with that is that the schema name of that connection reference is like random generated, more or less random. It will get like your prefix and then the name of your solution you're working in, and then some random number combination, which isn't quite nice. And as you know, we can't change the schema name afterwards for most or for all of the components. And it's the same for connection references. So with that, we would end up with a lot of connection references with like not very user-friendly names, or no names that will actually tell us where they're used. So the idea is to create them manually before we use them, and then we can decide on the schema name ourselves. You should also set up a naming standard. For example, you can have connector and area. So what I tend to do is I have my prefix or my customer's prefix, and then I have the connector, for example, Dataverse, and then the area where this connection reference is used. We try, and that's the next point, we try to have as few connection references as possible. In the best case, only one connection reference per connector, but there could be exceptions to that. That could be that you have different people or different teams working on different areas. They might need different connection references. And one of the most common, or what I have seen, most common reasons to have different connection reference to the same connector would be if you have different connections you should use. So every connection reference can only use one connection. And there might be a reason that, for example, if you have several flows and they all do stuff in Dataverse, but you want to know which of your like flow or integrations or whatever you want to call it, like which of those has done a change. And then you would have maybe several service principals for the different areas, which you are, so that you can pinpoint, okay, this change came from this flow and this change came from another flow, or like a subset of the flows. Maybe there are several using the same connection. In that case, we need different connection references for those flow groups. One of the most common thing is if you have actually flows that integrate stuff, which is a discussion for itself, but you might have that. And then you have like a service principal per integration or per third party tool you're integrating to, and all the flows connecting to that or used in that integration, they're using the same service principal, whereas the next integration uses a different so on, and then you can pinpoint who has done changes and so on. In that case, we need different connection references. Otherwise, we should try to get it down as much as possible, and the reason for that is mainly maintainability, because when you move your connection references to the next environment, you have to, at least at the first time you move it, you have to say which connection in the target environment should be used. And if you have like one of my customers, they had like 150 connection references, and they only used like 4 or 5 different connectors. So there was like the database connector had like insane amount of connection references, 50 or 60 or so. And they were doing a lot of stuff manually still. So they had to go into whenever they deployed and like, okay, now I want to use this connection for all those 50, 60 connection references, and you have to click through them manually. So you don't want to end up there. We want to minimize manual work as much as possible. And yeah, so try to get it down, and that also we come to later how to clean it up if you end in the situation that you have several ones. Then the next one is we should use, where possible, a service account, and that is meant. What I mean with that is, in test and production, it's a good idea to use a service account to own all the connections. And the idea behind that is, if one person is deploying, depends on what your ALM strategy is and whether you use manual deployment, Azure DevOps pipelines, or pipelines in Power Platform. It might be that the person who is deploying needs access to the connections that all the flows are using. And if this person does not have access, either deployment won't work or the flow is turned off whenever when the deployment is done. So, and then another reason, and we don't want to have that. We want to be able to deploy without any interruption of our services and so on. And the second reason is if there is a problem with the flow in test or production, mainly production, and I don't have access to the connection, the underlying connection, since it's user scoped and might not be able to be shared with me, I can't activate the flow again, or I can't properly debug it. So therefore, it would be nice, it would be good to have one service account everyone is using in test and production for fixing stuff and creating stuff which is related to connections. And the third reason is, if I create connections with my user in test and production, and I will leave the project or the company, my user will be deactivated, which means my connections will be deactivated, which means the flows will be deactivated. So with that, we would create like a huge dependency on a certain person or this person's account, and we don't want to have that. So that's the reason why we want to have, or a recommendation at the moment, because of the limitations of the platform, is to have a service account owning all the connections in test and production. The next thing is, when working with connection reference, we should use settings files when we deploy with pipelines. And that I mean Azure DevOps pipelines or GitHub Actions. And I will go more into detail in the next slide. And then just for you to be aware of, if you want to create a connection to Dataverse using a service principal, there is a certain workaround. We can't create them directly, and I will show you in the demo. And the last one is, depending on which access you have to the environment and which roles you have, security roles and so on, you might not be able to see or use the connection references unless, and also the flows, unless the person who has created the flows has shared the flows with you. So I often am a sysadmin, or usually I'm sysadmin in the dev environment in the projects, or we are as the developers. So in that case, it's not a problem. But if you go to an organization which has adapted the citizen development or developer approach more, they usually don't give sysadmin to everyone, which is pretty good. And in that case, it could be that you open your solution and you know there are flows, but you can't see them because the creator of the flow hasn't shared it with you, which can lead to other problems, because if you then export the solution, the flows might not be exported as well, and like it's complicated. Yeah, so if you want to make sure that everyone sees the connection reference and the flows and can use them, you have to share the flows with them if they are not sysadmin or system configurator. Yeah. So I have mentioned settings files briefly, and the idea is that if you have like an automated deployment using pipelines, either actually also pipelines in Power Platform, but also full-blown Azure DevOps pipelines or GitHub Actions, or basically any import script, even in other like orchestration tools. You might have like Octopus deployment or so. In that case, you would use the pack CLI, and the import script can handle, or the import step can handle settings files as well. So whenever you have a solution, and what we want to achieve is that we don't have to do manual intervention when we deploy. And to achieve that, we create a settings file where we can set connection references and environment variables in an automated manner. This means that, as you can see down here, we have one array, which is connection references. And in that, we have a list of connection references. In that example, I only had one, just to give you an example, but it might be a longer list. And every connection reference contains the logical name, the connection ID, and the connector ID. What we would have to do is we create a settings file for every target environment where we put in the correct connection ID we want to set in this connection reference. This also means that before we deploy, we have to create the connections in downstream environments, get the ID, put it into the settings file, and then when we deploy, everything should work smoothly and your flows stay activated after deployments and so on. One more important thing is here, you have to share the connection with the user you're using to import. And there we are back to, we are not able to share all the connections to all the users. That's one of the reasons why I use service principals to deploy, because I can share all connections of any connector to service principals. So what we have is we have a service principal executing our import, and with that user or service principal, I share all the connections in test and production, and then the flows stay online on, and I can just deploy without having any manual work in regards to the flow, at least. Same as for environment variables here. Then how do we actually like work with connection references? Because there is usually a problem, and that's the thing that confuses a lot of people, and me included. It is like this one customer I mentioned, they ended up with like 50 or 60 connection references to Dataverse connector. And the question is, how did that happen? And the problem is, if you create a flow, I mean, or let's put it a different way. So let's say you have a flow and you want to change it, and it is using connection references. That's fine. You can change this flow and use the same connection references. The problem arises if you want to create new flows. And that's often like we have 2 or 3 developers or makers creating flows, and they use the same data sources in some of those flows. And at some point in time, the system or the platform will just create new connection references for them seemingly without any like pattern. It just creates new connection references every now and then. But there is actually a pattern. So if you change flows, everything should work. If you create new flows, and that's where like the problem might come. Because as you can see on those 2 screenshots here, on the left side, I have one screenshot, which is a connection reference, and I don't have access, or my user does not have access to the underlying connection. And that you can see because it shows like a weird ID. It just shows a shared common data service, which means it's to the database connector, and it shows the ID of the connection. This indicates that my user does not have access to this connection, this underlying connection. Whereas on the other hand, the same connection reference, but this time my user has access to the connection. So I see the actual name of the connection, the underlying connection. So if I try to create a new flow with that one, if the setup is like that, then it will not create a new connection reference. It will just use the connection reference I already have because I have access to the underlying connection. Whereas if I try to create a new flow and the setup looks like that, it will create a new connection reference because I don't have access to the underlying connection of the reference that we already have. And that is for, like, you have to basically, if you create a new flow and you want to add steps to a connector, you have to check that every time you create a flow or add a new connector to a flow. So changing a flow and only reusing the same connector that already have been used, that works fine. But creating new flows or adding a new connector to a flow, that might create new connection reference in the back end. And what we have to do is basically, before we create a new step to a connector we haven't used in the flow or create a new flow, we have to check on the connection reference we want to use whether we have access to the connector, to the connection. And that, like, let's say I'm creating a flow, create a connection reference, and my colleague wants to create a new flow. They have to go into connection reference, change the underlying connection to one of theirs, then they can create a new flow without a new connection reference being created. If I want to create a third flow, I have to do the same thing again. I have to go into the connection reference and change it to a connection of mine, and then I can create a flow. With that, we can make sure that we only use the connection references we have created in forehand, and the system don't create new ones for us. It's a bit hideous work, and it is a workaround because of the limitations to the platform we have at the moment. And some of my customers went the way and did an approach that they also have one service account that every maker is using to create all the flows. So they log into the same account to create the flows in development, because then you don't have that problem. Because if everyone uses the same account, this account always has access to all the underlying connections of all the connection references. That might be one approach. Yeah, but let's go into the demo. I will show you what I just mentioned. Let me just open the correct browser tab. Here we are. So now we are in one of my developer environments. I have a solution which is called Connection or ConRef Demo. I have created a connection reference. As you can see here, I have created them in forehand because it's not a weird random name. I've named it also random or weird, but I've named it myself. And then I have also a flow. And then let's go into a second tab or a second browser. There was a question. I will come to that in a minute after my demo. So now I'm in the same environment. As you can see, it's my development environment or one of my development environments. And I'm in the same solution, but this time I'm in here with my test user. So here it's CMK test, and here it's my account. Okay, so I can, the test user also is sysadmin in this environment, as I am. So I can see the solution, I can see the flow, I can see the connection reference. If I open the connection reference, you can see here that this test user does not have access to the underlying connection. Whereas if I open it with my user, I can see I have access to the connection. I see the name of the connection, and everything works. So let's go into the flow and try to change it with my test user. And remember, the test user does not have access to the underlying connection. So we open that. When it comes up, and I go to edit, and I just add a new Dataverse step, just to show that it will not create an underlying new connection reference, even so I don't have access to the underlying connection. So let's just add a new step, Dataverse, and let's add a new row. It's fine. We take account. It's the first one. And also account name, we have to test one, probably. So, and if I click on those three, I can already see that I am using the connection reference Dataverse demo CMK. So that's the one we had in our solution. Even so, I don't have access to the underlying connection. It's the same one I'm using up here. So I can save that, and it works. It uses the same connection references. There is no new connection references created in the environment. Yeah, I get some warnings. So as you can see here, everything is still as it was and as it should be. Now let's see exactly like this little indication of which connection reference we are using, but from my user's perspective. Let's edit that. And if I click from my user on those three little dots there, it will already show a bit of difference. So here I'm seeing not only the name of the connection reference, but also the name of the connection. So just an indication for you that if you see something like that, you have access to the underlying connection. If you don't see the connection name underneath, or the connection name underneath the connection reference name, then you are just using a connection reference, even so you don't have access to the connection. So let's try to create a new flow. Automation, cloud flow, just take an instant one, doesn't matter. Let's take bootcamp demo 1, manual trigger, and we just add, a Dataverse, and we add a new row. We do exactly the same. And now you see it tries to create a new connection already. So what it does, it creates a new connection, and we will see that later. It's also creating a new connection reference. So let me, there's 2. Saved. So if I go back and we wait a few seconds, now you can see we have 2 flows, but we also have 2 connection references, because the user I'm now using does not have access to the underlying connection. Therefore, when I create a new flow, it will create a new connection reference, which we don't want to have. And you also can see that it now, like, the display name is some random stuff, and also the schema name is random. It's the connector name and then a random, like the same random number as we have here. And for the display name, it's the connector name and then the solution I'm in, and then this random number combination. We can change the display name, but we can't change the schema name. So it doesn't say anything. And since we use the schema name in settings files, it will be like we just have like 10 different or 5 different connection references with the same weird, or it's not the same schema name for sure, but it's not saying where we will use it. So if we create it ourselves, then we can say, okay, desktop Dataverse, and we will use it in our area, which is like sales or I don't know, integration name or whatever you have. So that's the thing. Let's delete those. I have to delete them after each other. So let's and try to do the same thing, but change the connection before we create the flow. So remove. So what we do now is in the connection reference, we change the underlying connection to one of my own. I have to clean up my connection, I just saw. Save changes. So now, if I open this one, I have a connection, like indeed my test user can access the connection. Whereas if I go to my user and open the same connection reference, now my user doesn't have access to it any longer, because it's now like a weird ID on my user side. But the test user, if I create a new flow now, instant, there we are, and we take bootcamp demo 2, manual, create, and we add a new step, exactly same step, add a new row, and we and now you can see it hasn't shown the like create the connection thing. And if I go to the 3 dots, we can see it is using the connection reference we have created in beforehand. And it also shows that this connection reference is using my connection because it shows the name down here. So this is working for new flows then. And yeah, I mean, that's basically how we can do that for how we can make sure that we only use that we don't automatically let the system create new connection references. Let's put it like that. And then I promised you to show you how to create service principal connections for Dataverse, because they are a bit, yeah, let's say weird as well. So if we go to the maker portal and we go to connections and we create a new connection and we select Dataverse, that's also why I have so many, create, it will just pop up and say, okay, which user do we want to use? We change user, and it creates a connection. But what we want to do is we want to create a service principal connection, which isn't possible that way. So what we have to do in the downstream environments, which is like in test production, UAT, performance test, whatever downstream environment you have, what we have to do is actually we have to either we create them through the pack CLI, so that we can do. But if you want to do it through the UI, we have to go to flows. Where is it? There. And we have to create a temporary flow. We don't have to save it. We just have to create it. So we create a new flow. Doesn't matter what it is. Temp flow. Create. And we add Dataverse to it. And then we go here and say add new connection. And then this pop-up comes up and we can select the connected service principal here. Like this little text down here, you can see this one. And if you select this one, then we can create like the service principal connection. So we can enter the name and we can client ID, client secret, tenant, and we can create. And then we can use this connection in connection references. And as I mentioned, like this flow isn't saved, so I can just go back without saving. It is just to create the connection to connection for Dataverse, which is a bit weird that we don't have basically any other option to do that. So let's go back to the slides. So there was a question. Let me see. So there was a question, how about the account runs out of limits in case of crazy amounts of flows? You just create another one to split it or ask Microsoft to ramp the limits up. Microsoft won't ramp the limits up. I mean, we have two different limits. We have the service protection limits, which is a rolling window of 5 minutes, and flows run like into those as well. And then we have the daily limits of like 24 hours window. And yes, for sure, you could run in both of them. The daily limits aren't enforced yet. The running like 5 minute rolling window they are. You will just be shut down, and you have to wait like 4 minutes 59 seconds to be able to run again. But the platform like PowerAutomate will handle that for you, or should handle that for you. But yeah, I mean, there's another thing if you deploy all your flows with a service principal, and Microsoft hasn't enforced it either yet, and isn't 100% sure how they do it. But flows that are not related to Dynamics 365 would need a process license, like PowerAutomate process license, which is $150 per month per flow or per process. A process could be several flows. So and then you get a lot more limits. Like for those, if you have a flow which has like one of those licenses, they are nearly limitless in amount of requests to the API and so on. Yeah, I hope that answers the question. That was meant for service account. I mean, the service account is only, the idea of the service account is only meant for owning the connection. It doesn't mean that we have to use the service account in the connection. So we don't have to log into the services with our service account. It's just that the service account owns the connection, but we can use different other accounts inside of the connections, if that makes sense. And then they don't run into limits because they won't be the owner of the flows. They won't be used in the connection. They are just used to own the connection so that everyone has access to the connections. And the next question was using a service principal connection is not supported by our connectors. That's right. There are a lot of connectors that can use service principal. That's, for example, Teams or SharePoint. They don't support service principals. For that, you would need a named user, like a service account. And in that case, this service account you have will then be used in the connection. But the service account I mentioned earlier, that's, as mentioned, the idea is not to use it in the connection. It's to own the connection only. Because it could be two things. You can have, like, I can create a connection which I own, but I use a different user in the connection to connect. As you have seen, when I created the connection, I could, like, it popped up the user picker. I picked my own user because it was the only one on the list, but I could add another user. So, and then I would be the owner, but the other user I've selected is like like the credentials of the other users are used in the connection, in the actual connection, if that makes any sense. So let's talk a bit about how to clean this mess up. So if you end up with like several different connection references, which is completely normal, and that's like I spent a good amount of my time cleaning up stuff for myself and for customers, so that's not a problem, but you should clean it up. And I have a spelling mistake here, but you should clean it up. And how we do that is, first of all, we have to identify the correct connection reference. So we have to identify, okay, this is the connection reference we want to use. Then we have to identify the usage. We have to identify the incorrect one. And we have to identify the usage of it. And then we have to change it to the correct one. And then we can delete the old one or the incorrect one. So let's take a look at it, how we can do that. So now we have two flows. Let me delete this one. Where are we? Remove, delete. So, and let me go to my user. So because if I create a flow now, I will create a new connection reference. So let me just do exactly that. So we take bootcamp demo, what is it, 3 or so? It's created, and we add a new connection or new step to Database, which will create a new connection reference. I have another connection reference which I can use, but let me create a new one. And here I meant like now I'm creating a new connection, and it popped up the user picker, so I could select or add another user, but I would still be the owner. So I would be the owner, but the user I select here will be used in the connection. So I will use my own. So now it has created a new connection reference, and let me finish that one so that I can actually save it. Let's say 4. So if I go back, we will have 2 flows and 2 connection references. And so if we end up in that situation, we usually want to fix that and clean it up. So what I would do is I would identify both the connection reference I don't want to have, which is this one, and also the connection reference which I want to have, which is this one. Next step would be to identify where this connection reference is used. So you can go to like those 3 dots, advanced, and then you have the show dependencies. Yeah, and there it is. And it shows you that in that case, this one is used by a flow, it's called process, but it's a flow, which is called Bootcamp Demo 3. And yeah, I can even open it directly from here, or I can go back and see, okay, that's this one. So I go into this one and edit it, and forgot something. Let's go back. Because I want to use this connection reference here. Like that's the one I want to use. So I have to make sure that I can use it and the connection is like one of mine. So I will do that pretty quick here, save it to one of my connections. And then I open the flow and edit it. And now I can change it to, I have to click on those 3 dots, and then I can change it to the connection reference I want to use. In our case, that's this one. So I change it, and now if I save it, the incorrect connection reference does not have any dependency, and I can delete it. The problem is if I have a huge flow, or if I have a flow, I usually don't have only one step to this connection reference. I have to do that, like changing the connection reference for every step in the flow. Otherwise, my flow will use different connection references, which also can be like a use case. Having different users doing different stuff in the same in the same data source, in the same flow. But yeah, if I want to get rid of a connection reference, I have to go through the whole flow and change on every step to this connector that it should use the different connection reference. And now I've saved, and we can take a look at the dependencies of this one. It does not have any dependencies any longer, so now I can delete it. And that can also be a hideous job to do and can take quite some time if you have huge flows and someone build the flow like at the beginning incorrectly, and now you have to go through all the steps and change it to the correct connection reference. So that's also why it's important to try to do that from the beginning. Like try to clean up your connection references when you create the flow, because then you don't have all the extra work at the later on to clean it up. So there was another question. Let me see. So if I understand that correctly, it's not counting the actions of flow API calls towards the connection account owner, but it counts to the owner of the actual flow. That is correct. It's both. It counts against the actual flow owner, but also the connection, like the user used in the connection, but not the user owning the connection. So there could be three different stuff. You have an owner of the flow, you have an owner of the connection, and then you have the user that is used in the connection. It could be three different. Most of the time it's like one or two, but the owner of the connection won't be charged. It's like the owner of the flow and the user used in the connection. It would be nice to have a Copilot cleaning up connection references. Yes, that would be nice. That's true. So let's go to the last part of my presentation, and that's like tips and tricks. And it's based
running out of time.
Oh, so, yeah, I thought it was until 55. Sorry. Oh, yeah, then yeah, it's basically the same as I mentioned before. Yeah. Then, yeah, please fill out the survey. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very, very much, Benedikt. I've learned a lot, and I think it was a lot learned from painful experience, as I understand.
Yeah.
It's very nice to know about that. I think you can still get questions in the chat. I think you'll be able to answer there.
Sure.
But well, I think it's already the time to go to the next session. Claire, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, thank you. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome. Very nice to see you here. So Claire will have the next session. If I saw right, you're actually the platform guardian. I saw that you have blogs on that name. And you talk a lot about governance, security, and today we're going to be something about Fabric.
It is indeed, and I'm going to apologize. I haven't managed to get them into the right slide deck yet, so I haven't got the feedback slide at the end, but I'll make sure that's out afterwards.
Not a problem.
A bit busy traveling this week, so let me try and take over and share my screen. And let's see how kind the demo gods are today or not. See if we can persuade this to play. There we go. Tell me if you can see my screen.
We can see your screen.
Perfect. So, Fabric and why should Power Platform care? We're asked this a lot because when we think about Power Platform and Dynamics, we get lost in our own little happy Dataverse SharePoint bubble. And what we often see is the Power BI teams are bugging us for reports, or we're being asked to export data, and nobody really knows how to do it. And to be honest, even Microsoft didn't really know how to do with it, because Dataverse is a very strange thing. So let me walk you through a little bit about what we've got. So first of all, if my slides are a little very quick about me, this will be in the deck. I'm not going to go through everything. I'm work with Capgemini. I'm the European Microsoft CX CTO, which means I look after everything Power Platform Biz Apps across everything in Capgemini. Fast track recognized architect for over 5 years, and I'm an enterprise architect. And to Diana's thing, I specialize in security. So I'm the mean person that says no to everything. And the reason I'm called the Platform Guardian is over the years of the different platforms I look at, I'm the mean nasty that says, no, don't do that, that's stupid. And I regularly fight with Microsoft over it. So I'm the one that raises your problems to Microsoft. So let's talk about Fabric first, because not everybody really understands what Fabric is. It's a bit like saying Copilot. What does Copilot mean? We know there's hundreds of those. So what does Fabric actually mean? Fabric isn't a single thing. This is a misnomer if I put it in English terms. It means a group of things. It's like saying Azure. It's a bit like saying Power Platform. We've got lots of bits. So what is actually in Fabric today? Fabric came from the need to pull all of the data things together and make them connect, because you've got to remember our Microsoft data journey. We had SQL on premise, which then bred into the fun that SharePoint used it for. We had F&O doing its own thing. And then once SQL got kind of mature enough, they then decided to create Synapse. And then they tried to create bits of Synapse to compete with Snowflake, and stuff appeared everywhere. And Power BI was doing its thing. And they realized they needed to pull it together into a platform play. So Fabric today is made up of these key things on this slide. Azure Data Factory has been around some time. It had a nice big reface when Fabric was announced to make it much more friendly and easy to use. So Azure Data Factory, for any of you that don't know, it's how we manipulate data. We get it from one place to another. It's one of the most effective ways to get large volumes of data if you need to do your imports, say into Dynamics or Power Platform. The Synapse family, which is still SQL, but with lots of clever tools on top, has been split into several pieces. Data engineering to allow our clever data scientists to do all their magic, which gives them then the data science area with even more cool tools for them to analyze it and make our data beautiful, ready for our AI. Data warehousing has been around forever. They've just made it in a more simple way to get to, and better and faster ways to do the old analysis that SQL analysis services did. And then we've got real-time analytics. So that's tying into the IoT data that we might be getting from energy, telcos, purchasing, point of sale in shops. And you're all sitting there thinking, oh, what do I care? That's not Power Platform. You do care, because you will eventually get jobs where you're asked to get in touch with this kind of data. If you were ever told to go and connect directly to Azure IoT data, your answer should be no, because that's millions and millions of rows, and Dataverse isn't good at that. Where do we get the summaries? Where do we get the nicely clean, prepared data for our applications? It will be from one of these four. And as we move forward into Power Platform analytics getting more intelligent and easier to access, and those of you who do admin work will know why I'm laughing, is getting analytics of our platforms has always been fun. We can tap into the real-time analytics in Synapse to be able to push our platform analytics. How well is my Dataverse working? What's the health of SharePoint? Where's Azure? All those analytics we can read as well. Power BI, been around for a long time. It's the oldest in the Power Platform family. Obviously, it's its own thing. It also had a major update. It has workspaces, as it always did. But there's something new and magical, which is where we're going to spend our time today. In those workspaces, we can now create baby lakehouses. You've probably heard of data lakes, which we've had in Azure some time. But now we can make little mini versions within a workspace. And I'll explain why that's important in a moment. But I want to not forget the end one on this list, Data Activator. It's the newest to the Fabric family. And it is probably the one you're going to see the most, other than Power BI, from a Power Platform point of view. Why? If you think of how PowerAutomate works, it gets data that does a trigger, that does a thing, and you make PowerAutomate send data or call something somewhere. What if PowerAutomate was able to look at trends, to look at data? Let's give an example. Imagine I'm running a factory and I want to know if the temperature changes inside a machine. If it gets over a certain temperature, the things I'm making might not be formed correctly, or the machine may break. But I only know that because I've looked at the data over time. So Data Activator is something that works a little like PowerAutomate and is also joined with PowerAutomate. But Data Activator can analyze data over time. In Power Platform world, it could be analyzing when we're running out of capacity. It could be analysing when Dynamics teams have built audit logs that are taking up all our space and go and shout at them for us. So Data Activator is going to become more of Power Platform. And that's definitely something, if you've never heard of it before, to go and read up after this session, because we are already seeing good use cases. And I'll take a complete step out of basic Power Platform, CopilotStudio and Copilots. Imagine I was looking at the price of steel every day because I want to know when to buy it. When is it cheapest? I don't want a human to look at it every day. I could collect that data and let Data Activator know, let it know when to come and shout at me. It can use PowerAutomate or Teams and go, oi, your steel's cheap enough. Imagine this now turning into an application, a solution where I could look and monitor data off multiple websites using Copilot and PowerAutomate and Power Platform and Activator. So this is an extra piece in our family. So a little bit about some of the wording on this slide. Some of this naming is changing slightly as Fabric matures, just like Power Platform changed its name 30 times. But the things I wanted you to be understanding here is everything in the Fabric family is mostly connected with AI. I say mostly because there are some historic parts in there like SQL that are still trying to resist the joy of AI. But workspaces, when we start to look at those in a moment, Power BI people have always been able to share them, which is great, a bit like us environment. So a workspace is very much like a Power Platform environment. And I'm going to talk about the pros and cons with that. But you're going to hear things about OneLake everywhere. That's Microsoft's data answer to OneDrive. What does it mean? What Microsoft have tried to do is to consolidate data from 50,000 places and kind of put it in one place. It's a bit like trying to go low code with Power Platform. Is it really working? It's a slow piece to try and change the data world. They are one of the oldest in the workforce in ways of working. So trying to tell them to coordinate all their data is a little harder. Something that will impact us in Power Platform is this one security. And that's because this is all tied into Copilot for security and Purview. And those of you who've heard me speak before, I do a lot on Purview and how that's used to protect the data. So one security that was born in Fabric is effectively part of what we're going to do with Purview that already monitors Dataverse and Copilot and M365 Copilot. And it's starting to bring us together better. Now, when I say we're coming together, there are still obvious things that don't match. Because if you've ever worked with SharePoint and Dataverse, you know, data roles don't match. And Power BI and Power Platform data roles don't quite match. There is some move to change that. So that's another thing that we'll look at how we're changing. Got a couple more Fabric slides to help you understand this a little bit. Same things at the top. OneLake is this virtual data layer. If you think how Power Platform is one thing with many tools, think of the same concept. Virtual layer is how all the controls work, how we integrate that virtual networking that's happening when you want this workspace, that database, that data lake. How that is handled to make it faster is being handled by OneLake. Everything we're talking about here is largely sitting on the Azure Data Lake storage. So those of you who come from Dynamics or worked with things like customer insights, or you use data lakes today in your Power Apps and Power Automate, it's using the same technology. What it's doing is making it simpler to consume, low code, but it's also making the interactions, the way it networks to get it, much, much faster. And that's one of the benefits. And the Power BI, we used to call them data sets. They're now called semantic models. But the data set that we look at in those workspaces is underneath the Azure data storage. So why am I telling you all this boring stuff about data? you need to understand some of this to understand why we might use Fabric. And as always, I'm always talking about Purview. If you don't know what Purview is, it's the Microsoft tool that looks at everything from SharePoint to SQL to Dataverse to your connectors and to your copilots to see what data you're using, what the audience is it incorrect, should that be flagged, should it stop you, but also to monitor where data is moving. So when we use data in our apps and automates, it can tell that that came from SharePoint, that came from SQL, that came from SAP. So that's the family of Fabric. And whilst some of the naming on this slide is ever so slightly out of date, I want to start to explain the relationship between workspaces and our environments. So Microsoft has listened to us that Dataverse is an incredibly expensive storage, probably the most expensive storage there is. We're even more expensive than Salesforce. And when we want to do solutions that include very large amounts of data or fast changing data, we know that Dataverse isn't really built for this. Now, we could put hundreds of terabytes of data in Dataverse, but what would the cost be? Microsoft listened to enterprises and realized that this was not a good idea. They could make millions making us put it in Dataverse, but big businesses just wouldn't. So they looked at ways to make this easier and faster. So what we can do with Dataverse, and I'm going to look at this to start with from an analytics point of view. We get asked by Power BI people, they want to have access to our data to do reports on Dynamics, Power Platform, Power Automate, Power Pages. What this link to Fabric can do for us is it gives a live link, not a copy, into a workspace, a Power BI workspace and an environment. Now, Microsoft are building it to the point where every workspace will end up with an environment and vice versa. So from Power Platform point of view, you building your solutions, every environment we have will end up with a Power BI workspace. And you're like, okay, why? Because Microsoft have found this is one of the best ways to be able to share the data. They've created an incredibly fast live link. Think like a virtual table where all our Dataverse tables are shared with that workspace. And I'll show you a little bit more of it live in a minute. But what it does when we create this link between an environment and a workspace, it shares all our tables. Now, I can hear you screaming, but I don't want to share all my tables. There are some gotchas in here that we are working with Microsoft, but for today, they're looking at it as a way to share that data. They found it quicker to share everything first and get us to say, no, I don't want those tables. By sharing that data, it's not an actual copy. It's not a backup. It is a live version. So as you're adding things into Dynamics and your Power App and your Dataverse tables, within parts of a second, it is visible to the Power BI people. And again, why do I care? The Power BI people used to have to schedule to keep changing it and looking at it and pull the data every 3 hours. They are now getting the data near live. It's the fastest connection we have ever had. It is faster than any of the APIs. And we all know Dataverse is a very slow beast because it's a soft layer on top of Cosmos DB and there's so much networking going on. And so how is Fabric so fast? Fabric is connected underneath what we see as Power Platform, between Power Platform and the Cosmos DB. So it is actually able to read as we're reading and writing to the Cosmos DB in our tables. So the Power BI people get an absolute, almost live version of us. So let me explain what this picture's trying to show. It says Azure Synapse link on here. That's now been renamed for this part to OneLake. But what it's doing is the same as the picture. So every table gets recorded once, just like we did in Azure Synapse links in the past. And then it takes copies and it checks it. But whereas Synapse Link used to do it once a day, maybe twice a day, what's the difference? What's the delta? This is doing it near live, literally parts of seconds. It is checking what's changed. And you can see in the Fabric Lakehouse box here, it's got something called a bronze delta and a silver delta. It does a first check to see what has changed incredibly fast. And it looks and goes, has anything changed? Yes or no? And then it checks itself again and checks itself again. And once it's happy, it's definitely got the change or not, it then tells the silver. Now, these silver and bronze names will be familiar to SQL people. This is how Synapse, from a data perspective in Synapse data lakes, works, silvers and deltas. What does this mean to you guys from a developer and solution architect point of view? It means that our data is being shared near live into a workspace. Why do I care? We care from a solution point of view because we no longer need to give Power BI people or Synapse people doing analysis or even Snowflake people access to our environment anymore because our data is being live shared into a Power BI workspace. Why do I care in a solution? It means that the analytics, when we're being asked to do reporting, that we may want to have embedded in my app, whether that's a Canvas or a model-driven app, can be near live. Now, there's some gotchas in this, and I'll come to the governance part of it in a minute, but I wanted to get your brains thinking. So when we talk about this link between Fabric and Power Platform, what it effectively is your whole environment in a workspace, a Power BI workspace. But it's not just loose in that Power BI workspace, it's in a tiny baby data lake called a lakehouse. And I'll show you some of this in a second. But this is the way it's going to be controlled. Now, what I'm listening to from Microsoft, because I sit on both the Fabric and the Power Platform side, is this is going to become a standard. This will be the way everything is rolled out. Those of you who live in the Dynamics world, Dynamics will be expected to have at least one workspace with a lakehouse. Enterprise Power Platform solutions, to be fully supported by Microsoft, will end up needing a lakehouse in a workspace in Power BI. So let me tell you more of the story, because I can hear the panic alarms going of what the hell's this for? So let me take you, if it'll let me, out to my demo, and let me move this across. Please tell me if you're able to see what looks like a Power BI screen.
We can see it.
Perfect. Right, let's start at the beginning. Power Platform, the place you're all happy. So within this, how do I find Fabric? Where's this weird little connection hiding? So if I come into tables, and it's a really bizarre place that Microsoft have put this, completely unintuitive. Remember, I'm telling you this is an environment to a workspace. Why we come into tables? It's a historical thing. So you'd think it'd be under export. No, it's not there. It's hiding under analysis here. So you've got linked to Azure Synapse, something we've had for a long time that puts our data in data lakes. But now we have linked to Fabric. Now, I know that this takes a few minutes to run, and we've got time. So I've already made one. I've just pressed the button a few minutes earlier because I know it can take 5 minutes to go and find itself. So what is this doing? It's connecting our PowerApps environment using my credentials to a Fabric workspace. Okay, you're like, what does that do? Let me take you the other way. So if I can get rid of this little button, I'm going to have to come down slightly, sorry, so I can actually reach my Power BI. So Power BI. Did you know Power Platform admins are now Power BI admins? And we're really upsetting Power BI admins because every time you start making connections, you make workspaces and they're no longer in control. Side story. For us to connect a Power Apps environment to Power BI, we have to do a connection, and which makes sense because this is how we've always worked in Power Platform. And those of you who've ever used the admin part in Power Apps and the admin center, you'll have probably seen this kind of screen where it looks at the gateways. So connectors, how do I make a connection to my environment? We've got the ability here, we can go and make Dataverse connectors. I'm not going to go through the whole piece. If anybody really wants to know, you can go and look up my blog. There is one key thing when we make this connector that totally Microsoft unintuitive here is the key thing to make this connection work is connection name cannot be whatever you feel it should be. It actually has to be your environment name. It's not obvious, but what we do is we give the connection name and then you have to give the domain name again. So something like this, if I copy this. So this connection has to be made looking like this. It's been bizarre since the start, but once you know that that's the trick, easy to get around. We have a couple of authentication methods, just like our API connectors. Most of you will probably use OAuth 2, but if you're in a business that needs service principals, they work great too. We have to edit the credentials and log ourselves in with whichever account that's needed. Now, there's a couple of extra questions in here, like, do you need this for direct queries? It's purely up to you. There are types of encryptions, but please, please, please do not select no encryption because you will be so unpopular with your security teams. And privacy levels, this will be dictated by your business. If you don't know any better, leave it as an organization. And then little detail here is, do I want to know the relationships between the tables? Well, probably we do, because we want our report people to understand the difference. So I can click this and it can go off and make that. Now, what does that do? I've made this connection, and if I come back to here where I've said, yes, I'm ready to connect. I've chosen which workspace from what I've just made. So this environment is about to be connected to a workspace. What does it look like? So in Power BI, we get it beautifully named as Dataverse, and always makes me laugh. It takes the name of your environment. So my environment here was the COE kit because I do governance. And it always puts CDS2 because Microsoft haven't lost the name behind. Where we call it Dataverse now, it used to be called CDS. And then when it got renamed 2 or 3 times, it was nicknamed CDS2. So Power BI people see us as CDS2. So if you see this naming, that's what it means. It's got a weird little icon here, which is called a lakehouse. So Azure data lakes are a huge space where we put unstructured data. This is a teeny tiny baby lake called a lakehouse where we do exactly the same. Now, you're instantly saying, my Dataverse is structured, don't be rude. Dataverse isn't really structured. It's a bunches of tables with some relationships, but it's not highly structured. If you talk to a SQL person or an Oracle person, Dataverse isn't really relational databases. It's groups of tables. So we're not being rude. It sees it as unstructured. Now, again, what's this stuff? What are these weird names? Those of you who've played with Power BI in the past, it used to be called data sets. It's now called semantic models. Why have a lot of these names changed? Well, interestingly, Oracle joined with Microsoft to create OneLake. Oracle wanted to work closer with Microsoft and hence SAP. And the only way they could do that is if they could create data lakes that could read and write Oracle and SQL, and obviously the rest of us. So some of the naming has been changed slightly in what we knew in Power BI and SQL to make the Oracle family more at home so they understand us. So let's go look at this semantic model. What is this stuff? And it's the data set for Power BI that we've always had. Nothing particularly scary. You can see, if anybody's played with the COE kit, there's all my COE kit tables with all the flows and all the apps and all the audit logs I found out of my environments. But we've got something else that's weird here. I don't know whether it'll let me show you. We've got something called a SQL endpoint. Okay, why do I need an endpoint? Well, at the moment, if you want to be able to use a direct app or automate, or you want to use logic apps or anything else to this little teeny lakehouse, you actually need to use the SQL API to get to it. There is some changes. We've just got the Fabric connector about to be launched for apps and automate, but this is how we've been using this to date. So when somebody wants a SQL endpoint, it's here. It's very easy to find. And what does this actually look like if I want to look at my tables? Now, this is at the COE kit. This is not exciting data, but it's actually going to show my live data. And from here, I can build apps, I can build other things off this data. Now, one of the things with the lakehouse, just like a Power BI workspace is, once it's got our live copy, we can't write to the Power BI workspace separately. We cannot alter this data. This is read only. But remember, it's a live link. It's literally looking through a window at our Dataverse. So as our Dataverse updates, this is updating near live. So when people go, yeah, but I want to update it from a different app, why? Update the Dataverse and it will feed it through. But please remember that you can't create apps and automates to change this. You're thinking about it wrong. If you think about virtual tables, yes, we can read and write. This doesn't work this way. This is a window into our world. It does let Power BI then pass this on, and Synapse or Oracle or SAP can read from here. So you're all going, okay, and why? And part of this is, imagine that you're having to do API calls to push your Dataverse data out to Synapse or back to SAP or to Salesforce or to somewhere else that your data needs consuming. How slow is that? And how many permissions do you need to do that? So this is a way, if there's lots of quickly changing data that need to be passed to other systems, this live link in Fabric to your Dataverse can be the way that that data is passed. Fabric is far better at talking to other systems and much faster than Dataverse is. Remember, Dataverse is made up of multiple data layers. If we had our data go into the workspace, then it can be used with Azure Data Factory. SAP HANA can read it directly if we needed it to. We often think that Power Platform has to push to everybody. actually not very good at it because our APIs are very slow. Imagine SAP's coming to get it from us instead. And because the Dataverse API is slow, SAP could be reading it from Fabric much, much faster and doing it more often without impacting our Dataverse. So we've got to think about how we resolution now. If it was one change a day, it doesn't matter. But if you've got lots and lots of fast changing data, think about how we can pass off all that data push or other systems needing to read our data. It's a great way to pass that speed and responsibility and the impact on Dataverse out of our control. So let's go and look at a few more things. And let's flip it the other way. If I now think, okay, all my tables are going out, great. But what if I don't want all my tables shared? Because there may be data that I don't want shared with this particular piece. Maybe there's some tables in there that I'm not comfortable with the Power BI people having. Once this is created, we have a sign-ups link. It's still called sign-ups link, but if you saw it, it was called Microsoft OneLake at the top. And I can go in and I can manage the tables. I can actually start to choose which tables are actually created or not. There is a downside to this with the security teams because they will initially see everything's been created and they don't like that. But understanding that that's Microsoft default is to copy, well, link everything. We can come in and we can change these and we can choose to unsync them. And once they've been unsynced, we can delete them in the baby lakehouse. But it lets us see how many times it's done, what's data, is it created, what's working, what's not. And we can still see this as the maker, as the solution builder. I am in full control of what's here. Now, there is some responsibility here. You have to remember you are not the only maker in this environment. If you will have multiple projects in one environment, making changes here is the whole environment. It isn't your solution. This is environment level. And there's been lots of arguments. Should this be admins? Should this be? So only the system admins can do this out of the box because lots of makers were deleting each other's things. But you can be given permission to this if you are a trusted maker, or you can use your system admin in your solution. If you're in a developer environment, you are the system admin. But please remember this is the environment and not your little bitty solution. So what else can I do? Let's flip it the other way. Let's say SAP has got tons of data and I need to read that data into my Power App. Let's say it's products or sales that are coming in every day. How many of you have had to write APIs to read from another system, to read huge amounts of data? You're having to deal with delegation and all the joy that that brings, and also how slow it is, particularly live in an app, to read through an API to something that's got hundreds of thousands of rows. It's horrid. It's a horrid user experience. So some people have used virtual tables. It's okay, but you're still reliant on that API, and that API isn't fast. So another way to think about that solution is if that SAP data came into your baby lakehouse in the Power BI workspace and was dumped there every day, we could virtual table into Fabric. Remember, this Fabric link is incredibly fast. There is nothing Microsoft's got that's as fast read and write as this, because it's actually in part of Power Platform. Fabric's already part of us. It's in that link between this screen and Cosmos DB. So it can push up and down to us faster than any API is going to read and write. So let's look at it from that perspective. if I go to tables and I go to new tables and create a virtual table, actually I'm going to jump to this one so I get the right one. New table, virtual table. You can see we actually have a new connector called Fabric. Now this is in GA for virtual tables. It isn't a connector that's ready for apps and automate yet. Sadly, it's taken a long time to get working because of all the permissions. It's in private preview. If you're interested in playing with the private preview, reach out to me and I'll connect you to Microsoft. But this screen here lets me create a virtual table. Now I'm connecting to that Fabric workspace and it lets me choose which lakehouse. Remember our little baby data lakes? It'll probably come up with an error in a minute. But just as virtual tables work for everything else, any table in that workspace I can see. Now remember, these were my COE kit tables, so they're nothing super exciting. But I can actually choose to pick them up. And it's got a cute little wizard. If you've not played with virtual tables in recent 6 months, there's a nice wizard. We don't need to know everything anymore. So it takes a good guess at what all the fields are. Now it's easy because this was a Dataverse data table in the past. But if this was an Oracle table or this was an AWS data field, you can easily edit these, but it's pre-guessed everything for me. And it just tells me it's going to give me this virtual table between the two. And off it goes. And it'll take a few minutes to create this. So what does this change in the way we think about our solutions? We no longer have to put huge, ridiculous volumes of data into our Dataverse. So things that are coming from other systems, even from F&O, this is quite a nice way if you're struggling with the joy of dual write, or if you've got bespoke tables in F&O that are really slow to read, they can go into the workspace. You have to remember, though, that this is one way. I am reading. These baby lake houses do not let us write back into that virtual table. It's the one difference to everything else we know about virtual tables is we can't write back to these. But interestingly for us is those of you who've played with virtual tables, they've been allowing more filtering, because one of the things that used to drive us crazy is it gave us everything. I don't want everything. I want this. The filtering being built for virtual tables is being built here. So the virtual tables Fabric are the guinea pig for all the filtering. And if you've got ideas and things you want it to do, then this is where Microsoft is experimenting with it. We've successfully delivered several really huge projects, particularly around SAP, Salesforce, ServiceNow, where instead of having to use the APIs to call it in and you waiting for your drop down to populate in your poor little app, this is so much faster. So again, thinking of where this data should be. I'm going to come out of the demo and nip back to my slides. And Diana, keep me true to time because I talk too much.
You actually have about 3 minutes left.
Yeah, so I'm going to jump because I know I talk way too much. There's some slides here which explain some of what we've done. There's a quick slide that people ask the differences between the traditional Azure Synapse link and the link to Fabric. So it's about what you're doing. It's understanding that when we use Azure Synapse, the data lake puts it in a storage that is shared with whoever the data lake is. Lakehouses is a much more small project-based piece, but also it's deciding which tables can go where. If your security will not allow all tables to go into that workspace, you're stuck with Azure Synapse. So there's some key things, and you can read them or read the links. There's one really major thing I want to get through, is that whilst we need to have some fabric capacity, which most people will understand, the one thing we have to understand that makes this super fast link is that the cost is the storage on Dataverse. For your entire environment, 10% of that data storage, so if you've got a 1 gig environment, 10% of that will be taken up by this little baby data lake link. So if you've got 100 gig, 10% of that will be added to the environment to create the data link. But that gives you this amazing speed. And I promise to shut up now so we can do questions.
Thanks a lot. It was amazing. The way you explained, I really got to understand stuff which I knew. I think it's a very inspiring session. There is a question in the chat. I don't know if you can read it or you want me to read it.
Which one? Which I can see lots of
I think the last
funny
one.
Faces. The last one.
Okay.
We're using data flows to import data from SAP to Dataverse to feed the people. Yes, I am saying, well, let me be clear. There's still some limitations on virtual tables. You would need to experiment with it. It depends on your SAP data, whether you've got multiple relationships in that data. If you've got something where you've got account, contacts, thingies, tables, and you're using your API to pull down multiple SAP tables, virtual tables isn't great at that. It can only typically do one relationship deep. But if you're pulling product codes, simple tables, when I say simple, they might be hundreds of thousands or millions of rows deep. This is much, much faster for your apps and automate. You certainly look at your data structure in SAP. The cost of fabric storage is less than 2% of the cost of Dataverse. So again, where you're pulling all that data from SAP into Dataverse and you're probably using it once or twice, put it in Fabric, because then it can refresh. And the way most of us do it with SAP is that SAP, depending on the table, it could update 100 times a day. It could update once a day, once a week. It's definitely something to think about and to reduce the cost of the Dataverse storage. And it's incredibly fast. You just need to look at what your data's doing to know whether virtual table limitations are a problem. But feel free to ping me on LinkedIn with a question if you want to look at it deeper. What was the rest of it? So assign rows to business units within a virtual table. So yeah, the problem with virtual tables is that being able to do the row level security, it's not good at it. There is some pieces coming with Fabric very soon in the baby lake houses that will allow us to do the data row security that we experience in Dataverse. It's not there today. Power BI people can do it in normal workspaces. So there's some work coming that when we do that in Power BI in the workspace, so you bring that SAP data in to do that row level security to say, you're in France, you're in America, you're in the sales team, you're in HR. That is coming very soon. It's in early preview, but I'm expecting that we'll start to see that coming through later this year. So again, what do you want your data to do? How some clients have done this with the SAP data is they've actually brought it in as different extracts for different teams. So they've actually done the dump into the lakehouse as different tables, and you can then use the virtual table to pull the right one. But it really depends on the complexity of your solution. Perfect. I think we're about time.
Yes, perfectly. Perfectly. Thanks a lot. it was really amazing, and I loved a lot. And actually, now I understand why you are. I just saw on Visionaries you were one of the most active speakers, and totally understand it. I get sure to watch your other sessions too when I have the chance. So thank you very much. I think we're gonna make about 2 minutes break and then we go to the next session. Thanks a lot, Claire.
Thank you, everyone. Have a lovely day.
Matt, are you in the call?
I am not just in the call, I'm super ready.
Great, the perfect and the right energy. So Matt is a coding architect at Xavier. I hope I have pronounced the name of the company right. He is a Microsoft MVP and his specialty is in Azure and AI. He helps teams worldwide build great code, strong collaborations, and effective remote work environments. His session today is one of my favorite, the highlights of the day. Of course, everything was great so far, but I really want to see a non-tech session on the psychology of automation bias in generative AI. How do we interact with generative AI? What does that mean? Are there risks? What do we need to take into account? We often assume that AI-generated content is accurate, objective, or even superior, but is it really? I can't wait for you, Matt, to show a bit more about this in your session. So the stage is yours, and I hope you can share.
Absolutely. Here we go. So normally I start with an intro, but that was done now for me. So I'm sort of searching for where to start, but I'm at a Power Platform Bootcamp, and I'm talking about psychology. I am going to show you bits of code somewhere, but whether you build with Power Platform or whether you go code first, all of this applies. I'm going to focus on some points for generative AI specifically, but we're also going to just talk about automation in general. And there's just a lot to talk about, so let me just get started. So before I dive into what automation bias is and what it is, why we are so vulnerable to it, I have a bunch of examples that I got from research. We are eventually going to talk about how you can defend yourself against this, right? That's the main part of this. So there will be some doom and gloom before we get started with the mitigation part of it. But before we go into what it is, let me tell you a little story about how I really figured out what automation bias was last year when it absolutely bit me. So I'm speaking here today, and I get to do that in some other places. Usually how that starts, if you're not a speaker, it starts by answering what's called a CFP. It's a call for papers. So the organization will put that out, and hundreds or thousands of people submit what is called an abstract. The abstract, very simply, is just what you see in the agenda of any conference, and that is exactly what we write to see if we get picked for a conference. I can write a multi-page article without generative AI, maybe for some grammatical checks, no problem. I can write a pretty good email, but I am very, very bad at short form text. I can't write a tweet for the life of me. And the same thing goes for an abstract, because it has to say what you're going to talk about, what you're going to learn. It has to be engaging, can't be too informal, can't be too formal. It has to hit that right tone. And I'm just not very good at it. But I thought, I do a lot of stuff with generative AI. Let me just use ChatGPT for it. Some of you will be rolling your eyes, but your cameras are up, so I don't know. But I thought, I'm going to do it differently. I'm not going to fall for the same trap as other people do. Instead of just asking, give me an abstract about this session, I said, here's 3 abstracts that I really like, that I painstakingly wrote by hand. Now ask me questions, dear ChatGPT. And then when you have the answers to those questions, go ahead and roll out an abstract. I thought that was really clever, which is a bit of foreshadowing, I guess. What happened is I saw an abstract that I liked. I thought, yeah, it has all the right words in it. I even sent it to my co-speaker, who immediately said, oh yeah, no, looks great. Let's submit it. And that's what we did. And that's how last year we were accepted to NDC Oslo, which is a pretty big conference that I was very excited for. So we make our presentation, we fly there. And the evening before the event, we sit down at a table at a community event. I would say community event because it really was just hanging out at the bar with a bunch of other nerds. And next to me sits a gentleman who says, hey, I'm in the organization. Who are you? What are you doing here? And I say, well, I'm going to be speaking tomorrow. And he asks, what about? And I say, well, my session is about generating a self-guided meditation. And he said, stop. I know what you're talking about. I know who you are. And that is a red flag, people, because usually maybe people will know who you are after the talk. For me, it doesn't usually happen that somebody says beforehand, like, oh yeah, I know exactly who you are. So he continues, yeah, because the whole organization has been talking about your session in Slack. Again, that is not a compliment. That is a red flag. So I ask him why, and he says, because your presentation was, the abstract for it was so clearly written by ChatGPT that I don't know how it got selected. And he was joking, but also like it touched a part inside of me that I didn't know I had. I was like, oh no, something's bad here. And he starts reading it to the entire table. And that's when I, for the first time, after a long time, heard the thing that I had created. So why? And I will tell you the first paragraph. Just think about how this sounds to you. In an era where technology and mindfulness intersect, the power of AI is reshaping how we approach app development. This session delves into the fascinating world of using artificial intelligence to expedite and streamline the development process of a mobile meditation app. The words here in yellow are the ones that stand out to me. If you ever see this kind of stuff, you can be pretty sure it was written by a GPT model, because these are the things that GPT thinks are related to technical sessions. So if you see in an era, in a world, that's a good first hint. If you ever see the word delve, that's a dead giveaway. That has been written with GPT. Things like reshaping, fascinating world, expedite, streamline, they're too hype. They're too big. It's just the presentation. So yeah, I read this and I thought, uh-oh, I have to rethink how I do this, because this is not how I want to be known at conferences. It led me actually to give this session, because it's sort of me trying to turn a failure into a success. So let me know what you think afterwards. But what happens here is my automation bias got the best of me. And automation bias is actually one of very, very many cognitive biases. Cognitive biases, they are just the way that our brain gets information and then processes it based on things we may have seen before, on things we believe, or just how we're hardwired. There are many different cognitive biases. These are not even them. These are the categories that they fall into. So just a few of my favorites here. Confirmation bias. That's where we search for something, we see information, and we agree with it because we actually already believed it. We do this all the time. It's my favorite bias. Logical fallacy. In that category, you'll find the gambler's fallacy. That's when, for instance, if I flip a coin 5 times and it's always heads, that now I must get tails, and I'm willing to put some money on that. And maybe something that a lot of you are familiar with within the self-assessment category, we have the imposter syndrome, which I think needs no further explanation. Automation bias, however, is in the false priors category, where information and initial beliefs interfere with unbiased evaluation of evidence that we're met with, especially when it's generated by machines. So the shortest definition for automation bias is this one: overly relying on machine-generated decisions or proposals. So we're talking about any kind of automation that gives you something that you then have to make a decision on. Can be as simple as the traffic light turning green, or could be as finicky as spell check. There is a better definition for it, and I will give that to you. This was from one of the research papers I used. And they say it is the human inclination to give undue weight to recommendations or decisions generated by automated systems, even in situations where the information provided is incorrect or a human judgment would be more accurate. So these 4 things really just sum it up very well. It's a human inclination. There's very little that you can do about it, although I'll give some tips at the end. And it is leading us to give undue weight to something a machine is telling us, even when a human says, hey, is that right? That doesn't seem like it should be right. So when we talk about AI and we use the word bias, something you will very often hear is the word model bias. So I just wanted to dip into that a little bit before we jump in straight into the other bias. I'm getting some noise from some microphone. And it's gone. There we go. So what about model bias? That is the thing you keep hearing about, especially when we talk about AI and generative AI. And model bias is not a trick of our brain. It's actually just a technical issue. For instance, if you ask DALL-E to make a picture of somebody writing with their left hand, you are likely to get something like this, which, if you can tell left from right, is wrong. If you ask DALL-E also to generate an image of a clock, an analog wristwatch showing anything other than 10 past 10, for instance, 7:15, you will likely, oh, whoa, hello. we will likely get something like this. Here we go. And now I'm like, why did I make so many slides? Here, this is what you get. The reason for this is very simple. The training data for DALL-E and all of these other image generation models, it has seen so many more examples of somebody writing with their right hand. It is hard to get a picture of somebody with their left hand. You can go ahead and try. You will eventually get it right, but it is more likely to do that. The same thing goes for the wristwatch example, because that actually is how people market wristwatches. It's like a little man going, yay. That's why you see so many more pictures of that online, which means the model is very biased towards outputting that. Now, I'm going to give you an example of where model bias and automation bias intersect. And it's not a nice one. We're going to talk specifically about the AMS algorithm. If you're from Austria, this will have been in the news, and it'll probably have been in the news since 2018. The AMS algorithm was used, or was going to be used, by Austria's Public Employment Service. They started building it in 2018, and eventually it was cancelled after a delay with COVID. But the real reason why it should be cancelled is because it was extremely biased, to the point of downright discriminatory. But a caseworker from the government would use this and get a job seeker to their office, and maybe in 15 minutes have to decide, are you getting the expensive training? Are you getting no training or a cheap training, based on the recommendation of a machine? Now, this is the way that those recommendations happened. This is the model that was output after all of the training. Some of you read German. I don't, so let me just translate the most important bits for you. So if you enter this room and you go and sit across this caseworker, if you are a woman, you are now 14 points deducted for the sake of being a woman. If you are older than 30 or older than 50, points deducted. If you are from the EU, actually that's more points. Doesn't matter if you're an immigrant or not, as long as you're from the EU, that's fine. Of course, if you're an immigrant not from the EU, points deducted. If you take care of a kid or a sick aunt, points deducted. And God forbid you're impaired. That's just the end of it. 67 points deducted. So no matter how you look at this model, it is extremely biased to some groups that might actually need to be better represented in the job-seeking world. So that is the model bias at play. Of course, what happens then is this caseworker has about 15 minutes to decide, are you getting the expensive training or are we doing something else? And in 15 minutes, you can't do a complete scan of this person. So they are very likely to accept the input from this machine. The developers of the model said, yeah, but it's an assistant, you are still in charge. Sounds very much like a Copilot to me, by the way. And humans are just very, very bad at doing this. Luckily, this thing never made it to production. But if I look for an example that's closer to home, that is here in the Netherlands, it is our childcare fraud assessment. So if you have kids in the Netherlands, there is a chance that you are eligible for money from the government. So a lot of people ask for that money. Some of them do commit fraud. But unfortunately, our government thought it would be cool to have some automation in place that could automatically detect when fraud has been committed. And they did just that. And it was released. It did go to production. Problem was, of course, it was very, very biased towards some groups. And all the humans involved kept saying, yeah, but the automation says so. So we're going to start legal proceedings against these people. So families were thrown into debt, even though they had done nothing wrong. Children were just removed from their families. Just think about that. And eventually this became one of the big issues that made our entire government collapse. So model bias, automation bias, they do go hand in hand. We have to be careful with this. At the end, I will talk more about that. But most importantly, the errors that we make through our automation bias usually come in two different categories, and I'll mark the next examples when that happens. So usually it's an error of commission. This means that the automation has shown you everything, every bit of information, left nothing out, but shows it in a way that you are likely to now make a mistake. You make a mistake even though all the information was there based on how it was presented. And an error of omission is where the machine didn't give you all the information or made a conclusion and left some stuff out, and you are likely to accept that and therefore make that error. Let's talk with a simple example. Start here. Spell check. I labeled everything, by the way, as practical use case when it's something that we know about, this is happening, and everything that is marked otherwise comes straight from research. But spell check leads to a really nice error of omission, because I can't write a text without it. Again, I can't even write a tweet. So it keeps trying to correct what I'm saying. And usually it gets it right. Like 90% of the time, it definitely gets it right. But a lot of words look very similar, so it might get that wrong. You are open for an error of omission. Actually, with spell check, you also get errors of commission when we talk about tools like Grammarly. They don't just do a little word replacement. They say, well, this text is too informal. It doesn't match the style that you've set, so you should be saying this. Even if you're writing a text to your mother, it is opening up for an error of commission where you're just very likely to say, okay, yeah, just fix it, let's go. Spell check, not a lot happening there. It's fine. When something goes wrong, you will likely not get fired or nobody will die, right? At the most, you might send a crazy text to your mother. Simple example. When it gets a little bit more serious, is something that's been happening a lot, actually, is when people start driving into bodies of water because their GPS told them so. So automation bias here is very simple. You have all the information available. You have the map and the machine says turn right here, and people keep turning right. So here, restaurant staff rescues couple who drove into water after getting confused by GPS directions. And that's not the only one. Here's a person in Hawaii. This place, apparently this happens a lot, where somebody drove into the sea because it was connected to a harbor and they saw a boat that resembled a car. So they thought it's just a big puddle. It's beautiful. There's more. Driver ends up in deep water after following navigation app. Driver claims GPS navigation sent him in a lake, so he obeyed. And this is my favorite. This is just very clearly showing, well, the automation said so. If that is not overly relying on automation, I do not know what is. These are just 4 examples of many dozens of examples that I found for this. A lot of them happening in the US for some reason. But then again, that country is sort of known for taking a sudden right turn. What happened to me, though, is I looked at this and I thought, there is no way that I would ever drive into a body of water based on GPS. And then I remembered that years ago, I was driving back from Belgium to the Netherlands, unfamiliar road, and I kept following GPS while the roads were getting more narrow and more narrow and more narrow. Eventually, I look out of the window, and this is where we are. Oops. So I've definitely been here. I did not drive into a body of water, but I did end up in a farm field where the only person to ask directions of was this friendly face. Now let's move into tech, where we see our own automation bias happen a lot. And I'm going to focus a little bit on GitHub Copilot, but this really goes for any kind of Copilot that you might use, where the Copilot says, here's all the information you need, and it seems to be correct. You accept it, and you go wrong. I'm going to show some code, but it's I think the simplest example I can give, where simply we say, I have a piece of text. Let's print that out to the user. I'm going to let Copilot do that. And then what I want to do is I want to sort this text. Now, sorting text is a solved problem. But if I fool Copilot a little bit by saying, I'm going to write a function for it myself, Copilot is now very likely to just go ahead and give me the information for that. Now, what you see on the screen right there is a suggestion from Copilot that might look like it's good. It will actually sort that string. It will. However, this is a thing that's called bubble sort. And bubble sort, its only practical use case is to teach people how to write sorting algorithms. Every time you have somebody write bubble sort, you should follow that up immediately with never do that again, because this should never be inside a production app. It's used for education only. It is very inefficient. But all these lovely copilots, there are a lot of things that we need to be careful for when we look at them. A very serious example then, and this one is very well documented, very well researched, because finally people got a chance to say like, whoa, this went so very wrong. Let's use this as an example of automation bias. And this is the case of Pablo Garcia. This was in the US years ago, but Pablo Garcia was a young boy who lives with a very rare condition where he gets recurrent infections through bacteria. Now, he was scheduled for a routine colonoscopy. And I don't think those 2 words, routine and colonoscopy, should ever be used together, but apparently that's what they called it. But unfortunately, something very, very tragic happened. In this case, the doctor described a medication that would suppress the infection. The doctor, knowing how much would be needed, said, I need 160 milligrams. The pharmacist then enters that into the system. So far, all good. Humans being humans. The problem with the system is it didn't really show this correctly, but there was a default setting that wasn't milligrams, but it was milligrams per kilogram of body weight. Pablo Garcia weighs 38.5 kilo. Of course, you will think that nobody's going to take 38.5 pills out of that pharmacy, but that was done by a robot who only had the instruction go and fetch. What happened then, you still think, so a human will bring that to Pablo, and that was true. However, the nurse was a float nurse, meaning that they were just providing backup to that ward, didn't know Pablo, didn't know the case, didn't know the medication. You might think Pablo is never going to swallow 38.5 pills, but his mother told him before they went, you might need a lot of pills, sweetie, because just trying to be nice to the kid. So Pablo takes 38.5 pills, goes into massive shock, eventually is stabilized and survived. But this is where we see one clear pattern of automation bias coming in. We'll go into that where we talk about how does this happen, but just look at the sheer amount of people and processes involved in doing this, a thing that used to be done just by humans. And of course, the automation thought it was all good. No, nothing to see here. Let's jump a little bit into the errors of omission world. So the first thing I'm going to show you are some Google results. Google is great because first thing, it's not all automation bias. The first thing is actually confirmation bias. Remember, that's the thing where we believe in something and then we see it as information and we think, yeah, no, that's the truth. It's also called, there's also an anchoring bias which does the same. So if you've ever been in an argument with a friend or colleague and after an hour that phone just starts burning in your pocket and you're like, oh, I'm just going to look this up. You will look it up and it turns out you're right. So you show them, I'm right. See, hour of argument out of the way. Then your friend does the same and also finds, well, actually, I looked it up. Turns out I'm right. That is confirmation bias at work. But there is an error of omission in Google that I'll show. So if you search for anything, we know the top results are always on page 1, right? That's where we look. That's where we look for our answers. If you are a person and you know that this week you looked at page 2 or further on Google, please put that in the chat. I expect maybe one message because last time I asked this question to an audience, 2 hands went up, 1 hand in the audience and 1 was mine because I had to make this example because the first page is not always the best page of results. I do see 1 person that apparently is very good at going to the second page of Google. So we know this, but we don't do this often. We don't go to that page to find the truth. The problem, of course, is that Google doesn't rank results based on how true they are. Some popularity is involved, but also how close does the result match the user's question semantically? Somebody goes to the 3rd page? That is ridiculous, but good for you. So this is something that happens with Google all the time, and this is an error of omission, where all the results being shown are not the right result, and you now have to go further, which you don't. You don't have the time for it. A second error that you see with Google a lot, this is an error of commission. And I think a lot of you don't suffer from this one because you have an ad blocker on, like I also do. I had to switch it off for this example. You search for something and you are flooded with sponsored results. Not the best results, not the right results, but the results that were paid for by companies. You don't fall for this. Your parents might. Your grandparents might. This is also automation bias. Trusting Google. Now, this goes back to the world of tech then. And I think, and I know that I definitely get fooled by my own test suite a lot. But let's say you build a ton of different UI tests, unit tests, integration tests. Everything is green. So you just deploy to production. You're happy. It's all working. A user says, well, actually, everything is taking 10 seconds to load. And you're like, no, it's not. All the tests are green. QA engineer comes in, says the same. You're like, oh, shit. You look at it. Turns out production is completely broken because no page is being loaded. The thing that you didn't test for is not there. So you are both actually in commission and omission, but because you built the tests, you might rely on them a little bit too much. And I suffer from this probably daily when I write my tests for my software because I'm a good boy and then believe that everything is fine, knowing that I probably shouldn't do that. There is a very interesting one, or at least I think it's very interesting because I wanted to show you a generative AI example that shows an error of omission. The thing is, generative AI is really good in generating things. It's usually, if you use ChatGPT or the GPT models just on Azure, you know that they are very chatty. They will give you probably more than what you asked for rather than less. But then I thought, in the year that I've been giving GitHub trainings, like every week, I always show one example where GitHub Copilot gets it completely wrong and it's through an error of omission. So I'm going to ask you to remember a time where you weren't as good in your job as you are now. Let's go back and let's say I'm an intern. I go back to join my first company ever. I'm surrounded by very smart people. I'm ready to learn, but this is very much my first project. An issue comes in. Issue from customer service. It says the website just crashes when I click on the button. Super weird, just takes forever. And this, honestly, for a lot of times is sort of the detail level that customer service will give you. But luckily, our super senior team lead went in and found the error. Great. They said, yeah, it looks like a mistake in the do stuff method. We'll get right on it. Intern, this is a super obvious error. Have at it. And of course, I will say, good. Because I know now it's a super obvious error. I know where the method is. And I have GitHub Copilot. So let's say this is the do stuff method. And this is a real world example. I just changed the name because I can't use the real name. This is the do stuff method. And if you have coding experience, you will probably see what's going on here. But as the intern, you might not. If like I used to probably not see this, but this is called infinite recursion. Do stuff calls do stuff calls do stuff calls do stuff calls do stuff. And if I say this for 20 more minutes, you will all leave. And that is a Stack Overflow exception. That's what's going on there. However, if I then ask Copilot to fix it, because there is a super obvious error there apparently, I select the whole thing, open the chat window and say, can you fix the obvious error? Copilot has to think about that and then says, well, you know what the error is here? Do stuff should be spelled with a capital D. And if you write code for a living, you know that that will change absolutely nothing. It has fixed nothing. It's the same issue has now appeared, but Copilot just said, this is it. What should have happened, and it never does, is Copilot should have said, hey, look, you've got infinite recursion going on here. Oh, by the way, you also have a naming issue. Which one should we fix first? That would be the proper response. But instead, it just says, no, yeah, it's fixed. Good job. Let's go. My super technical team lead will probably not like it when they see my pull request. Now, with all of those examples, let's talk a little bit about why do we suffer from automation bias. And the first one is a very big one. This is all the research seems to agree on this, and it has a lot to do with social aspects and accountability. And especially with accountability in the modern world, we like to diffuse that. We really like to not make anybody really accountable for a specific thing. Everybody is sort of involved, but who really is accountable for the product that you put out? Maybe in the end, it will be the legal department. But look at the Pablo Garcia case. Like, who was responsible there? Was it the doctor because they described the right medication? Could have been the pharmacist. Maybe they didn't have the right training for the system. It could be the person who designed that system, or the system should have had some kind of guardrail. But nobody there would feel accountable. They were all doing their job correctly. The nurse as well. Even Pablo was definitely not to blame, did their job correctly. And you might work in a company that structures itself like this. A lot of software teams or product teams are like this, where everybody has a part to play, but nobody feels especially accountable for that. These are those social aspects that we see at work or just in living your life as a human. Who is responsible for what? And how do we tackle that? Get back to that later. Another very big one is task complexity and time. So as a task becomes more complex, it gives us a higher cognitive load, which means we are now worse at making a decision. So we are more likely to accept help from the 100 copilots that we have, or from any other automation that tells us this is what you should do. The same thing goes for time. If you decrease time, you get pressured. And when you are under pressure, same thing happens. You are less likely to make good decisions. This is a very big part of automation bias. There is a bit of a catch-22 here. Because when you think about it, what do we like to automate just as a IT sector? We like to automate things that are very complex or take a lot of time so that we can do them in less time. We are actually making the problem worse because what we're trying to do is not like Industrial Revolution hit and we said automation will save us so much time. It will take jobs away from humans and we can just all go chill on an island somewhere. I am still working 40 hours a week. GitHub Copilot, for instance, has made me do more, but definitely did not give me more time to do it. So this is a bit of a problem. The things we automate are exactly the things that are causing our automation bias. Now, a smaller example that I wanted to give, because I just really like this, is your personality can affect your automation bias. And 2 examples I want to give. If you suffer from neuroticism, it's not great. You might suffer from emotional instability, irritability, anxiety, depression, self-doubt, all of the bad stuff. Here is one good thing if you do suffer from it. You are now less likely to fall for automation bias because for whatever reason, some of these traits make you think more critically of life, but also just of the output of all this information. So this guards you a little bit more against automation bias. A second part of this, and this one I really like, is if you are an extrovert, if you like hanging out with people and it gives you energy, if you like being at a party, it makes you more susceptible to automation bias. I like this because even though I'm speaking to you here now, I'm an introvert at heart, so at least I don't have that to deal with. Then, mitigation. More happy thoughts, people. We're gonna go into how we can solve this. There are 3 main ways that people have said this is how we can mitigate our automation bias. And they are, I like to say obvious. That's not because I think I'm smart, but because these are the things that I would have come up with. One is keeping a human in the loop. And this is something that you hear everywhere, right? Every time there's a Copilot and we question its behavior, we say, yeah, but don't worry. There is a human in the loop. The same thing goes for higher system accuracy. We just say, yeah, but let's just make the automation better. Now, that will surely overcome our automation bias. And the third one, and this is the most common solution, is let's just train people to use the system. All of these seem obvious. All of them were researched. All of them are wrong. So I'm sorry. I promised happy thoughts. We're going to go into this first. Why are they wrong? So the human in the loop ID is really interesting. We make a human responsible for the output of the machine. That doesn't solve automation bias. All this solves is legal policies. It now makes you responsible, it now makes you accountable even, but it doesn't solve the problem. All of the Copilots say, check the work, you're in command, you're in control, but we are not equipped to be in control. That is the problem with automation bias. For a while, this made it into a version of the European AI Act, but they luckily changed it to something a lot more positive, and we'll talk about that with the real mitigations. And it's also not in there now, just making sure you're not, if you're not aware. Higher system accuracy, this is like every developer's dream, right? Or I can hear my product owner saying this, like, let's just make the system better. Then we have less errors, but it doesn't solve automation bias. The decisions of the automation might become better, and it might reduce the amount of errors being made, but you as a human are still not equipped to deal with the information you get from the automation. This does not solve it. And I see somebody giving the example of GPT-3, 3.5, and 4. Exactly. The accuracy goes up, but that doesn't mean the output can now be trusted. But this one, training, I found really interesting because I thought certainly this will help. So dug into all the research done by people smarter than me, and this is what they found. Like they found at first, yes, training did not make it worse. And then later the research shifted to it does not make it better. Actually, it does make it worse. When you train people on a system, when you train people to use software, what happens is they become more confident. Even if you tell them this system is so likely to be wrong, they now believe they understand it. And with that understanding, they become more susceptible to automation bias. I'm going to share with you one more tidbit of information I found in the research, which applies to all of you here today. It turns out that if you spend time telling people about automation bias, regardless of the system, how it works, examples of it, how you can mitigate it, it makes people more susceptible to automation bias. So I just want to, my sincere apologies to you. I have now made you worse humans. I will do my best, though, to now go into the real mitigation steps that hopefully get you on top again. But yes, explaining automation bias makes people suffer more from automation bias. So what does work? The very first thing, and this one is hard to do, but it has been shown in different research that it does work. You need to show the user metrics and not a little metric somewhere in the corner, big red letters saying this recommendation is 10% likely to be wrong. That works. That makes people think. That triggers that critical thinking part of our brain that goes, wait, sorry, I need to do my job with that. Problem with this, especially with generative AI, is we can't say a lot of useful things about a single response. We can do that on a model base. There's a screenshot of the Azure AI Foundry that has all kinds of metrics from every LLM that it has available. And it can show you accuracy, quality, all that good stuff, but only on a model basis. So we can't say this response is likely to be wrong. But what I find very difficult is that the big producers of all of these assistants, copilots, whatever, they don't do it right. This is the chat box from ChatGPT. And I didn't even notice this, but here, this is it. This is what they give. ChatGPT can make mistakes. Check important info. That is not a replacement for metrics. Also, I did not notice this thing until I started looking for it. This is not a replacement of a good warning saying, please don't use this for your legal documents, or please don't use this even for a letter to your mom. This is not enough. Same thing for GitHub Copilot. Here we go. Copilot is powered by AI, so mistakes are possible. Review output carefully before use. This does not mitigate automation bias. What this does is it says you are responsible legally for the output of the machine that we offer you and have you pay for. So this is no slide to GitHub, Microsoft, OpenAI. This is a slide to the industry. Like, we need to do better, and metrics really do matter. Then, the 4 eyes principle. This is one that really works. There are 2 scenarios in which it works, and the first scenario I'll cover now. If you are writing code for a living, or if you build software in any other way, you will likely have either a pull request review or have somebody review your work. This mitigates, for a large part, your automation bias, under the assumption that that person, this other human, is somebody you know, and that you know you're going to get feedback not just on that thing that you produce, but also on you. If I know my teammate is going to check my work, I will be much more likely to check again to make sure that it's good. If I have an app or a pull request and I send it to some review board where I don't know people and people don't know me, I'm much more likely to fall for that automation bias. I'm much more likely to make errors. Now, I talked a little bit about the European AI Act before and the human in the loop. There's one really good thing that is happening there, and that is that for critical systems, 2 humans need to review the output of the AI. So it is still human in the loop, but it is applied from 2 people on the work that AI did, and it is for critical systems. Critical systems, you might think, yeah, okay, so energy and infrastructure, that kind of stuff. No, there's way more. One of them, for instance, under education and vocational training, there's a specific system mentioned, and that's AI systems intended to be used for the purpose of assessing the appropriate level of education that an individual will receive or will be able to access. That is the AMS algorithm, right? This covers that. That means that now there's no way that will go to production because now 2 people would need to be involved in checking the output. So there's a lot of these things like access to healthcare, access to schools. It's not just critical infrastructure. They did a really good job to look at where do humans need to be protected against themselves, really. Now, one thing you might think, hey, 4 eyes principle, you sent this to your colleague and then he said it was fine. Yes. What happened there is that he knew what I was writing about. That is confirmation bias. Again, he knew that what I was going to write had those words in it. He looked at it and thought, yeah, looks good to me. So it still needs a little bit of work. Now, the biggest thing that helps, and all the research shows it, self-criticism. And this is hard to teach. This is hard to do, just activate. But self-criticism is one of the best ways to dig a little deeper, engage that critical thinking part of your brain and say, oh, should I believe this Copilot? This is something that only you can do. Or maybe that you could teach your kids, because this is not something that we teach in schools. Another really good one, and this is something I ended up implementing, I'll show you later, is machines should offer information instead of recommendation. It shouldn't recommend anything. It should also not try to explain the information. It should just give information, leaving the human in charge of the decision. But that then again, of course, leads into another mitigation. We need more time. And I can't tell your manager to do that. That's something you have to do. But if you get pressured, you're not going to make great decisions and you're still very vulnerable. But critical thinking with having more time is really a good way to get over your information or automation bias. Another thing, and this is related back to the AI Act, you can't do human in the loop. You can't do human review unless you combine it with the 4 eyes principle, but you could use human oversight, whereas a human is in charge of the entire working of the application, can navigate through the entire recommendation system and do it that way, instead of doing it on a case-by-case basis, which doesn't use because you're not going to get the time for it. Now, Another thing science shows is that you need to improve the work culture. They unfortunately did not tell me how I should do that, but having a better work culture where you can hold each other accountable has been proven to reduce the automation bias. So for me then, what have I learned? I went back to that abstract generator idea that I had because I thought it can be done. I'm going to show you what I made. So all of you should be looking at a GitHub repository. We are not going to go into the code because that's not the discussion right now. I made a thing where I can now just generate abstracts on the fly. And I base it on the idea that I should decide what I put in there. So every time I make a new abstract, the first thing I do is who I think this talk is for. What do you think that people will learn from this talk? What will they be able to do right away when they get out of the door? And what is the 2-sentence summary of the talk? This does not have to be good. Could be anything. Could just you be talking 2 sentences to your computer and using that as input. What rolls out, though, is now pretty good. And you will maybe see this looks very familiar. This actually contains the abstract of the talk that I'm giving right now. But I'm going to show you the version that I ended up with, because that also includes all of the fixes, or a lot of the fixes that I try to do now. When I open an issue, you can see here, I have the answers to those questions. The first thing that happens is a pipeline will start running. That pipeline calls an LLM. You could use whatever technology you want. You could build this in a Power App, but it does one thing, and it makes that abstract. I have a lot of stuff in that prompt about the style, about words I don't want it to use or do want it to use, but I let it just do the thing. This fixes like 80% of my abstract generation problem. It doesn't fix my automation bias. So there's a second task that then runs. This task is tasked with only one thing. Check if the answers to the question made it into the abstract. Don't give advice on how to fix it. Don't offer a recommendation. Just show me if it's in there. This will allow me to go back in and make an edit. More importantly, this one will check if any of the words that GPT likes to use, like delve or in a world, are filtered out, or not filtered out, they are marked. All it does is it says, these words you didn't want there, you now have to fix it. It doesn't show you any kind of opinion. I used to have this task say, oh, it's a great abstract, and this task would say, oh, great job. Oh, actually still does a great job. I need to filter that out, because that makes me suffer from automation bias more. But the most important thing I added to it at the end was this very big warning. And every time I make an abstract, I now get this to protect myself and to protect others. It says, hey, this uses GPT-4o. And again, I can't say anything about this result, but I can say something about the complete results. And you can go and figure out more. There is more information available to this. I don't read it every single time. For me, it's this warning and this metric that makes me seriously doubt if I'm doing a good job. This is not perfect. It is not done. This is never done. But it is a first step in the right direction that I hope you'll be able to use as well. And Edith, am I right to say that I've got 3 more minutes?
2.
2? Yeah. Oh, well, then we're going to go very quickly. No, I will skip to the most important parts. The conclusion here is that automation bias is something we all suffer from. You're not going to fix it overnight. It is a very tough issue, and unfortunately, it's something that we as a sector will have to deal with. It is, however, getting worse with Gen AI, because 2023 was the year of LLMs in your app, 2024 was RAG, and then 2025, because Satya has now said so, is the year of agents, people. That means it is very likely that you are going to be building an agent or an agentic workflow. That is an application that uses a general purpose LLM or a reasoning LLM, it's the same, to make decisions about people, about jobs, about patients, about healthcare. And I hope, and this is my question to you, I hope that when you find yourself building one of these agents, you'll think back to this presentation, at least one thing, and think about, how can I mitigate it? How can I protect that user from the thing that I'm building here? So with that, I want to thank you all. You can find my contact details here or in the chat. You can always email me. I have 2 sources here, but I have way more. If you want to email me about them, I'll give them to you. So thank you very much.
It was awesome, Matt. You could really feel that you were very hyped, so many good examples, and I'm very happy that we're recording so that we can go back and check everything you shared with us in detail. Because unfortunately, we don't have time for a pause here, but you had a very engaged audience with what I saw, because they were giving real-time interaction in the chat. But as Matt said, if you have any questions and you want to continue the conversation, with what do you need to take into account when working with generative AI and how to not get biased, then you can continue the conversation offline with him by reaching out to him. You can find him online.
Find me
Thanks
anywhere.
a lot.
Thank you very much. Bye.
I know you don't like online sessions, but I'm very happy that you managed to join ours.
I was very happy for the invitation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So we have to directly move on to our panel discussion. It's great because it connects to a lot of stuff that Matt shared in his session. Some technical things beforehand. Professor Tomasz, Patryk, Jukka, are you in the call?
Yes, I am here.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes.
Great. So right on time. Welcome to the newly people that joined our conversation. We are going to talk again about AI. We have just had an insightful session on trust and human bias in generative AI, which leads us perfectly into our panel discussion today. AI is no longer just machine intelligence because it is evolving at a breathtaking pace. We are seeing it month by month, day by day. It's becoming an integral part of our way of designing, automating, innovating. But how do we make sure that it works for us in terms of business solutions that we are building ethically, effectively, and in a way that really drives value in what we're building by using AI. And this is what we want to uncover today and what we want to discuss today in our panel conversation. I have the pleasure of being joined by 4 incredible experts and speakers who bring unique perspectives into this discussion. We start with Jukka. He is an 11 times former Microsoft MVP, one of my favorites, I would have to add. He's an expert in business applications and Power Platform. He's always challenging us to think about AI, to critically think, and to think also about its readiness and the role that we have in the modern enterprises and the use cases that we build with it. The second speaker joining us today is Antonio Krüger. He is the CEO of DFKI, or the German Research Center for AI. He's at the forefront of AI research and its impact on industries and society. He contributed to the AI Safety Report and the AI EU Act that we saw being mentioned several times in the previous session. And of course, he's also a professor at computer science at the Saarland University. We have Tomasz Immich. He's a system thinker. He's an innovation head. He's an innovation-driven leader. He's pushing the boundaries of user interface, user experience, of accessibility, of automation and AI adoption at Centigrade GmbH, which is one of the top UIX companies in Germany. And of course, we have the last speaker, Patryk Jenciak. He's partner at Orbis Austria, helping companies navigate digital transformation with AI, with business applications, Power Platform, and automation. And he's also a colleague of mine with whom I love to exchange on innovation and fresh perspectives being triggered by all the tech movements that we experience every day. So how is the conversation going to look like? I have structured this conversation as an open discussion. I will pose questions, the same question for all 4 panelists, because I'd love to hear each of your perspectives, covering how is it to make business in this AI generated, let's say, or supported era in Germany, in Austria, in Switzerland, in Finland, in the Nordics, in Europe overall. And of course, what does it mean in terms of research, of ethics, of UIX and accessibility? So let's start with the first question. I will make sure that I share the one page or a slider to the speakers because I still cannot see all speakers in one in order to make this a bit more focused. So the first question I have is, what are the biggest challenges that you are seeing companies facing nowadays when trying to adopt AI at scale? And I would like to begin with Tomasz.
Yeah, thanks for the invitation. At first, I think the most critical part is like getting to determined and reproducible results, because it's not just about automation bias, as we heard, like some things are just plain wrong we call it hallucination, but it's still a lie, right? It's still wrong. But the other problem is that it's not reproducible. So you might get some really good results in the first couple of weeks, and then it's breaking without any reason, and you don't know why. I compare it sometimes with shoelaces that start to get loose after a while. So even if you have a really nice prompt, it's starting to fail after a certain time. And I think this is really something that is jeopardizing to scale AI currently. And you need to have other methods how you can basically put AI inside a box that it doesn't leave. And I think to add this, I think that has an impact on the entire testing landscape, software testing landscape, because we need to test our AI code in a different way than we did before with our like machine written or human written code.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Professor, I know that you also have a lot of collaboration with industry. How would you tackle the problems that they are facing into adapting AI?
So I believe that it depends, of course, on the type of industry. So currently, I believe there are still a lot of challenges, and Tomasz mentioned some, related to industry that purely work on documents and media. So this is what, and this is basically also what the major tech companies at the moment advertise with their models, that you can better organize your back office, that you can support creative processes, that you can facilitate and be more effective when it comes to document actually analysis and management and these kind of things. But in particular in Germany, but also in other parts of the world, this is only a small part of the business. The much bigger part of the business is more related to the physical world, And here, actually, the problems are much more complex and complicated. And many companies, for example, all these kind of market leaders in Germany in their respective niche, when it comes to production, manufacturing and so on, they struggle to integrate actually AI into their core business, and by core business, I mean not actually the support of back office operations, invoices and the legal department and whatever you can think of, but actually how can they improve their core business? Actually, how can they do their machines better? How can they improve actually the production lines that they operate for their customers, and so on and so on. And this is really a challenge, and it requires, on the one hand, much more robust AI modules, I would say. Currently, we're still at a level of individual solutions here. Yeah. So in order to scale here, we need much more advanced actually AI systems, and methods, and we are still not there. But of course, companies have started to explore the potential, and I think this is very important to help them and to support them. And DFKI is also, one of our missions, is the transfer mission beside the research we are doing. And this is something we are trying also where we are trying to help actually, in particular, companies to integrate AI into their core products and bring them closer actually to the physical world.
Yeah, I see a hand raised by Patryk. Would you like to add on it?
Yeah, maybe I would love to add on it, because I think what Tomasz just said is really crucial. And I think that this is moving on in a different way as well a little bit. At the end of the day, why do we try to use AI? Because we do have problems and we want to solve them. And when a person is capable of solving a problem with some kind of technology and it's working out, and after 2-3 weeks it's not working out anymore, what is happening? A lot of frustration is coming up, and this frustration has to be managed, and we have to challenge ourselves as well. How do we introduce AI to all the people? If we go in there, and this is happening a lot right now in our industry, we're going there and saying, look, you know what? We have AI, you know, all the problems that you have, don't worry about that. We can handle it without anything. You just have to type in a prompt and everything will be nicely done for you. That's not reality right now. So we have to set up the boundaries straight. We have to think about the people. How should they use it? We have to set up the change management in an appropriate way and teach the people, look, that's what we try to achieve. Yes, it's solving the problem right now, but please, and that's why the speaker before us was great, please keep in mind that maybe at some point this will change. Maybe at some point this won't solve your problem. And then we have to go back and try it again and find another solution for that. So I think change management in this perspective is a huge thing for a lot of companies because the expectations are here and sometimes we don't match it. And if you don't fulfill the expectations, frustration is coming up. And then you can do whatever you want. You won't capture those people anymore. So that's really critical here, I would say.
Jukka, how is the situation in the Nordics?
Yeah, so maybe I could start with a couple of data points about the Finnish market and Nordics as well. So first of all, thinking about it from a Microsoft product/solution perspective. So at one point, a few months ago, I heard a rumor that actually in Europe, the highest number of seats sold for the M365 Copilot licenses, the premium Copilot for the Office apps, the highest number was, I think Germany was one, and maybe Finland was then number two there. And it was in total size of like licenses sold. And we are a small country, less than 6 million people. So that kind of showed that we traditionally have been fairly early adopters of the cloud. So it's natural that there's a big potential user base for these AI products that are coming out. But then there's also been recently a survey from Boston Consulting Group, and they compared the kind of how people are then reporting the benefits that they are getting from AI in their work. And in that survey, then the whole of Nordics was really fairly low compared to US, sort of course, and other European markets in reporting that there's real tangible benefits for their daily work. And I think that kind of really captures the issue with the state of AI adoption and also the kind of AI push today is that there's been such a rush to package it into a service that you can sell. And it's of course it's understandable from the vendor perspective that, yeah, they have to sort of come up with a way to also not just invest money into this, but get some signals of a return on investment for them. But fundamentally, I think the problem has been that this draws so much of the focus to just like doing the things you do today a bit more efficiently with AI. So it just is used as a tool that could help you read more emails during the day, or that you can like sort of virtually attend meetings without actually being present there, doing more multitasking. And like, yeah, you can probably then measure that, okay, I saved a few minutes by not focusing on my work, but really, I mean, is this a direction that is it kind of the primary way we want to sort of bring out the benefits of AI to the masses, to the workers who should then be sort of seeing something, a kind of a long-term benefit for them, something to strive towards, and also then not get them worried that they have to be just more and more productive, that they have to consume more emails, produce more text, and like be more efficient in just being the information workers that they are today. So that I think is the kind of a problem with the maturity, or sort of like the rush to put this into a product that everybody is using already. When in reality, of course, probably all of us know that the bigger benefits are in doing something new with AI, something that wasn't possible before. Not just, I mean, skimming through more emails and not just getting close enough answers to documentation, not getting sort of like sort of fake presence in the work community. I see too many use cases like that promoted today, especially in my networks where I tend to really talk a lot with Microsoft professionals and key users and those kind of people. So that to me is kind of the sort of a productivity bias, so to say, of AI today. We are looking at just one direction of that benefits, and it's kind of limiting our thought and also like forcing us to pretend that we get results from that already, even if they wouldn't really be that well great inside the organization yet.
Yeah, catching a bit up on what Professor previously said, he doesn't seem very impressed with what makers, developers, and users can actually do today with AI. And also following up on what Microsoft has been calling themselves in the latest conferences, big Microsoft conferences, like we are the AI company, the Copilot company, calling 2025 as the agentic AI era. Where is the difference between hype and what we can really get in value in the reality? Like, can we make a differentiation here? What are you seeing? Where do these AI products that we are already experiencing as developers, makers, or also as users, where do they really shine and help? And where is the hype exceeding reality? What have you been experiencing? Tomasz, would you like to start first? I know that you have made it internally possible via a super AI machine, democratizing it, not just developers who, of course, have the inertia of directly figuring it out and working with it on a daily basis, but also people who sit, for example, in HR. What are you experiencing here?
First of all, I think the question is, what do we want to achieve with AI? I think we heard that in the first question. And I always tend towards a direction where we say, let's use AI for things that we don't like, that we as human beings just do not prefer to do. And so I always say, I cannot understand that so much AI resources are wasted in, let's say, tearing down art, or creating compositions of music or whatever. Of course, we can use AI for that, but that's things people love to do. So what's the point? And there are so many things that we don't like to do and that we should automate with AI. So that's the first thing where I start. I try to understand where my colleagues and my employees have a problem with, because they say it can't be that I have to do that. And when that situation arrives, then there is a point. Let's think about it. How could AI solve that and relieve that employee? For example, checking the voice and tone of our marketing material. This is something you can do, and maybe the first couple of days it's a really cool job, but after a while you're getting just tired of it, and you will be unconcentrated and so forth. It's much greater to define the voice and tone, to define what we'd like to express, to change it, but not to check whether our voice and tone in our marketing material is being all right. And so this was one situation where we started basically, let's create an agent that is basically checking on the fly whether our marketing texts are complying with our voice and tone guide, for example. And there are a couple of other examples, but the main point is let's automate things that we don't want to do. And I think AI is some kind of super glue. I don't see that AI is a technology or a discipline in its own where you can say like AI is changing things. No, AI for me is like a super glue that now makes it possible to integrate things that have not been compatible, that were not compatible before. So you still need REST APIs because they are rigid, they are solid, they are unbreakable. It's like a metal material. In a kind of literary sense, but you need to combine different APIs. You need to like let the data flow to the user, and the data model oftentimes is shitty and the user does not understand it. So you need to convert data to information. as we heard before. And AI is great for being a super glue that can like basically connect anything that you want with anything else, basically data with information. And that's why I think where we should start. Like, what do we want people not to do, and what do we want people to understand in a better language or in a better kind of presentation form? That's where AI really kicks in my opinion.
Yeah. Jukka, we have been talking about this narrative with Power Platform, like a tool that can help everybody in a company to fastly automate the boring tasks, the repetitive tasks that nobody wants to do. But how good are the current things that we have, like the current copilots, of course, with the help or with the intervention of humans today in helping us automating these boring tasks?
So really the kind of thing that grinds my gears about the year of the agents is that so much of the examples that we see are just about automation. So we are kind of like, again, I think there's now the market pressure to jump into showing that we have now moved beyond chatbots that just talk to us, and to then get to those use cases which are about taking AI into some new process that you can assemble with it, and from that show then some bigger impact than just increasing the number of able minutes in a working day, the kind of productivity scenarios. And I think it really is, the superglue example is great because the benefit comes from the fact that I think Gen AI, LLMs, they finally make it so that computers understand what we are saying. They are sort of lowering the barrier there, that we don't have to be so exact in describing how we see the world and what we wish the computer to do. So that's definitely an area where I'm optimistic that the makers, the people who create those automations, apps, and maybe then agents in the future, that they will benefit from this ability. It's a bit like also in the traditional programming side. So because programming languages are language, they are sort of like understanding speech. So it's a very natural fit where we can already today, we don't need to wait for some new innovation to arrive and like make this viable for businesses. But when we then jump into especially the autonomous agent side, so I'm really kind of wondering that what has been the sort of invention after ChatGPT came along? What other things were invented that now make it possible that we can automate things reliably with AI? And I'm kind of missing that linkage there and thinking that, okay, this is the bigger reason that we are, that why companies are pursuing that path, both the vendors and organizations that want to leverage AI, that want to show that they are making use of it, is because it would be the best story. It would make sense. We're kind of hoping that it could become and reach a stage where we can rely on the machines to do the work for us without building traditional automations that are very strict and repeatable, and sort of like that's the sort of big gap there that I see today, that I haven't really encountered yet the sort of the tools for how that will become mainstream. So even when listening to what Satya Nadella is saying in I think it was a podcast this week, he was just very clear about describing that so Copilot will be the UI for AI, but we need a whole different UI for really seeing that what are the agents doing for you. So should be some kind of an agentic inbox, which is where you kind of see that what's going on there, because we cannot just let loose these bots, these AI agents today, because we have trouble even keeping an eye on like PowerAutomate cloud flows. Are they reliably running there or not? I imagine when we can't even rely on the fact that they'd be always doing the same thing there. So that to me is like a clear signal that we need more pieces there in the platforms and a lot more research before we maybe get to that kind of a goal there. So that to me is it's of course, it's a very worthy target, we should go there. That's where the real benefits come from, not from saving a few minutes in productivity. But is it going to be something that we get before Christmas this year? I'm skeptic about that.
We have a session today in the evening about AI agents, and we will see that in practice, how they look like, because so far we just heard a lot about them, but we didn't really see something being built. Professor, why aren't you so impressed with with what we have? What would you expect to see more in terms of AI models that you really think will change the way will transform the way we work?
So I agree with what has been said so far. Of course, there is a lot of transformational power behind actually the current developments in AI. Yeah? But already the name general purpose AI, this is basically what we're talking about. You know, there are many different kinds of AI systems that work super reliably, that have also benefited from general purpose AI, but only in concert with other kind of much more rigid methods that keep all the problems in bay, actually. Yeah? And so in a way, general purpose AI is, in my opinion, a somewhat misleading term, because you could also say it's like general purpose programming languages. Yeah. So in a way, yeah, which doesn't also help not much, you know, because what is not a general purpose programming language? So I think currently we are, so Tomasz mentioned the super glue. I think it's basically, we are at the moment still in a tool mode. Yeah. So AI, these general purpose AI systems, despite the name, are still tools, yeah? And tools are mainly, I think, characterized by the tool users, yeah? So actually the development of AI at the moment has to go through the heads of the users, yeah? And so it's not something that can spin off its own at the moment in many domains, yeah? And our brains are still slow. Yeah, our processes to adapt to new tools is exactly the same as it has been 15,000 years ago. Yeah, so this is bound by evolution to a certain extent. Yeah, of course there are some cultural means to accelerate this. Yeah, so by distributing knowledge and all these kind of things. But this is what we're doing at the moment. You know, and I think it's also good to do this. In the example of programming, Copilot, for example. Of course, this has changed the way how software is developed. Yeah, of course, you know. But when I started to study computer science in the 80s, you know, developing software looked completely different from the way how it looked like 15 years ago. Yeah. So we see a change here, you know. But a change that still is actually governed and restricted. Actually, the bottleneck is still not so much the tool, but actually the head of the people that use the tools and the interfaces, as Jukka has mentioned, you know, the way how we design the environments, the development environments, you know, we have to figure out this, you know. And I also believe, this is of course a little speculation, but I also believe that in 10 years, we will look at this tool area differently, you know. So maybe OpenAI will have a same sound to us than Netscape has now to those that have been there when the internet started. Sounds in our ears, yeah. So there is a lot of dynamic development. It's very hard to tell, you know, how fast this development goes. Even the experts, you know, I've been part of the safety report, the developments. You can read about all the problems that general purpose AI systems pose on us, you know, in this kind of safety report. Currently, we are in this tool mode. I think the AI, the general purpose AI system, have to fundamentally change to get out of the tool mode. And as long as we are not there, you know, what is true is that actually experts that use AI will replace experts that don't use AI. This is something, you know, completely clear. But AI will not replace experts. You know, this is I'm strongly convinced by this. Yeah, at the moment, we need to make kind of qualitative, not only quantitative, but qualitative jumps in the way how the AI systems work to have a shift here where we really could basically delegate a task to an AI system, a complex task, development task, and tell the system, now do this. And then I just have to send this to into my test suites, and then I check, you know, for some minor errors, and that's it. Yeah. So we are still pretty far away from that. Yeah. And of course, you know, tech companies want to make you believe otherwise. I understand this. This makes sense, you know, from their perspective. But I don't think that we're in that mode yet. But nevertheless, you know, although this might sound like I don't believe in the AI hype, nevertheless, we need also to be clear, you know, that AI will have a huge transformative character, you know, will hugely change many jobs in many ways, how problems are solved and addressed. But I still see the humans in the equation for a while. Yeah, that's, I think, a little bit the claim here.
It's great to hear. You also crossed out the question I had, because I think here we all agree regarding the future of the jobs and what's going to happen with us and what type of skill sets we need to develop in this direction. But continuing the conversation here, what do you think, how can we ensure that these AI-driven applications enhance user experience rather than complicate it? For example, Patryk, we have seen with ChatGPT, it's just a conversational chat, very simple, highly embraced by everybody, like it had a huge boom as soon as it came out. How do you see that this will transform the ways we interact with AI models in the future through a chat or other ways, for example, simple natural language speech? What's your opinion in that?
I think that first of all, we have to start about thinking what is AI, and I love this that AI is a tool right now, and we have to see it like that. Why so? Because sometimes we're coming into or we're talking with stakeholders or users and they say, oh yeah, I want to use an AI. And then you're asking, but why do you want to use it? Like, what is the purpose for that? And then they're talking and then you understand, oh, they want to increase productivity or they want to have a different UI for how they enter data. And that's where we have to push these conversations to. And this is exactly if we are thinking about how we are going to use AI in the UI perspective in the future, that's also the way how we have to start thinking. Does it really help the end user at the end of the day if we put in there a chatbot or if we make a summary of, I don't know, a case or whatever that is popping up or of an email? Does it really help the user at the end of the day? Or is it just something that we're trying to push in because it's cool and it's fancy? And I think that this is happening in a lot of projects and product developments right now. Oh yeah, we will put in here some AI features so we can say that, yeah, we have AI, but at the end of the day, nobody knows what it is for. It's just for, oh yeah, we have it in here. And I think that this will shift in the next few months, hopefully, but definitely in the next few years, that we will start rethinking again and see AI as a tool and then drive productivity with that. And I think when we reach that level again, then it will we will receive a lot of benefits out of it as well. So using AI as a tool and using AI really to help to drive productivity and using it in an appropriate way from the UI perspective, this is the right way, I think, to do it, instead of just pushing it everywhere in and then saying, oh yeah, we're using AI. And I think that this shift is slowly coming up and changing, but we still have a way to go, I think, there.
Yeah, thank you. Tomasz, I think you have a lot to add here, based also on what Centigrade does.
Yeah, sure. Basically, we come from UX and UI and usability engineering and evolved into a technology company over time. So our roots are more in the human-centered side rather than in the technology side. That's why, of course, we may have a bit different perspective on the topic, what we call like human-centered AI. What is human-centered AI? And I can really emphasize and stress what Patryk said. First of all, we need to know what users want. What are their needs? What are their purposes? What do they strive for? Before we don't know that, we can talk a lot about multimodality, and I'm pretty sure that AI is evolving into multimodal kind of things. We are talking some things we may do in a haptical way. So basically, even a touch screen is just a piece of glass, and for an external person, it looks ridiculous that people are swiping over a piece of glass. So in this respect, AI does not help us right now, because we need more haptic interfaces. It can't be the solution that we look on our smartphones each and every day for hours while our neck is bended. That's not the way people want to interact with machines, in my opinion. So we need to solve that, and AI may be a good tool to get there faster. But currently, at the state of technology, I would say we can use AI to find out what users want in a better way. So rather than creating new interfaces that contain AI, let's use AI to understand better what users need. We can, for example, analyze data, usage data trackings in a much more efficient way. We can see patterns that we have never seen before. Or we can create AI personas that are basically modeling our user personas in a kind of need sense. So we can build virtual users that tell us about where our product is shitty before we release it, right? So we don't have to do this expectation management. Well, it's AI, it still doesn't work, it's not reliable, it's not trustworthy, but hey, it sells. No, we want that people are happy with the product. So let's do the failures inside the house before we release things. And I do think that AI personas could be a really good way to do that. And this is where our approach is like, let's use AI to find out what people want. And if AI is the answer, let's do it well. If AI is not the answer, let's not use it because it's a resource-hungry beast.
Thank you, Tomasz. Professor, would you like to add on that? You are muted.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, I agree. You know, I think those are the challenges at the moment. Yeah, and what we can see, for example, the current general purpose models, even the multimodal ones, you know, so even those are still not well grounded into the physical world, you know. So what you would need actually is, so there are, of course, you can nowadays download a large language model on your mobile phone to do actually simultaneous translation, for example. Yeah. But those just would react to a spoken input. Yeah. What you would need are systems that can that are able to process the whole context of the situation, including how where people look at, you know, their facial expressions, for example, their body posture, and these kind of things. And then maybe these systems will start to smoothly be able to react to the pragmatic situation, not only to the speech utterances, for example. Yeah, and this still we don't have all of this. You know, it's a little bit unclear how fast we can get there. You know, I think in principle it's possible to solve it, but it's still a challenge. You know, and we are still far away from that, in my opinion. Yeah, and so we will be stuck still for a while with actually explicit interaction modes, you know, that require swiping on glass, that require to phrase commands in a way that they are not ambiguous, you know, because if we let's face it, even now the ChatGPT, all these chatbots based on general purpose AI, they appear to be intuitive interfaces because you can write natural language into them. But if you really want to do them what you want, you know, you basically need to design system prompts, you know, you need to do all these kind of engineering around it, which is more likely to the way how you try to persuade a programming language to do what you want to do, what you want to have, with the drawback that it's not even 100% reproducible, at least a programming language gives you that, yeah. So semantic is well defined. So we still need to disambiguate a lot, actually. Also, if we interact with general purpose AI, and as long as we have to do this, much even more than we have to do it with a human counterpart when we have a dialogue, As long as this is the case, we are still far away, actually, from systems that really understand what we want to do, understand our intent and react on our intent. Yeah. And I fear, Thomas, but maybe this is also good for your business. We still are a little bit stuck to kind of explicit interaction modes for a while. But of course, research-wise, this is a huge goal,
that's fine. I just said we get there faster through AI,
yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
and we still need to talk to users. I should add that we still need a very close relationship to our end users. This will not go just because we have AI. Yeah.
I really love that the references are making a trip from one speaker to the next one. Jukka, you have 1 minute before we close everything, because I know that you are busy people, to also give your perspective on this topic.
Yeah, so I've been working as a CRM consultant previously. I've spent like 20 years building graphical UIs on top of data. And now all of a sudden I'm hearing from Microsoft and other vendors that, okay, these sort of apps are going away, and now the Copilots and AI is going to be the UI for everything. And I'm thinking that's, in the end, sure, the computer now understands you, but we're looking at the black box that's like a DOS prompt from the era before Windows. And I'm old enough to have my first PC there without a graphical UI. And would I want to go back? Well, no, of course not. I know the commands to get things done, and now, okay, with LLMs, the computer understands your human language comments, but still, it's a black box. So that, to me, like, how will user discover that? What can the machine do for them? What does it understand? What's reliable and all that? I think that is that's a big gap that exists today without a real sort of answer on what's going to be the future harmony of like seeing things and also then having the computer understand and give feedback to you. Because really, we are only doing that because the innovations beyond GPT were about sentence completion. If the model worked like that, it was sort of almost coincidence that ChatGPT was published, if I've read correctly the history behind that. And now we're trying to make our applications, our business tools look like that accident. I think that it's understandable, it's what works today, but I don't believe that's going to be how we'll work with AI in 5 years' time, for example. There will be some new paradigms invented. We just haven't had time for doing that yet.
Great, thank you. So now let's do a bit of a coffee drill. I will throw in the two last questions, and I would like your statement to be very short and concise, perhaps one sentence. The first one, we talked a bit about the EU Act, and we are hearing a lot about the statement that I will make in a minute in the latest conferences, for example, at the AI Summit in France and also in the Munich Security Conference. It looks like in terms of AI, America innovates, China scales, and Europe regulates before even things that they don't have. What's your thought on this? Let's start with you, Tomasz.
Basically we all have this conversation about or discussion about, is the European model the better one or the worse one in terms of we're regulating stuff, and the American culture is inventing stuff. And I do think that we need to find our place somewhere in the middle. We should be like more inventing and less regulating, but we should not stop regulating things because I see this really, for example, in terms of accessibility. There is a accessibility regulation that's coming this year, and it's going to force us to think smarter about how we create user interfaces for all people, for more inclusiveness. And that's good. That's a good thing that's happening. So we just listen up and say, well, there could be some kind of chance in it, and let's start innovating to bridge that gap and to pass that regulation that makes sense. Yeah.
That was a very long sentence. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Patryk.
Well, I hope that the people in this call can make the change and can show that Europe is also leading in a lot of AI things and that we are capable of doing so. So thank you for everyone who's participating here, and thank you for making this change happen.
Thanks, Patryk. Professor?
Yeah, I have not much to add. I think I believe that Europe, the European Union, of course, is a large regulation body. You know, it's basically more or less the one of the reasons why it exists. You know, and I also believe that it's the way how we transport our values on a continent that has many different perspectives, you know, where we have many different cultures, and there is no other alternative. What I also believe is that we need to be the masters of our own technological expertise, you know. So there is an issue to make about technological sovereignty. I strongly believe we need our own models in Europe, you know, for these reasons basically, and then I would like to second Tomasz in saying that we need to find this balance between regulation and innovation, but I'm pretty optimistic that this is possible.
Thank you. Jukka, your statement.
Yeah, so I think we are right now seeing a lab experiment across the Atlantic, what's happening when there's no regulation and AI and data is freely used in US government. So I think it's going to be it's going to be a big year, 25, for seeing that what does the lack of regulation really mean in practice, and it will be interesting times.
Thank you very much for your time and sharing perspectives in our event today. I know you're busy people, and I apologize that we are 2 minutes over time. Have a great and lovely day, and I encourage everybody to continue the conversation offline, to connect to our speakers and continue such a very important conversation.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Bye.
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 So I would say welcome back to everyone. I hope you had a good lunch session. And yeah, I'm looking forward to another set of very exciting sessions this afternoon. The first one now will be about AI-driven authoring in the context of PowerAutomate. And yeah, it's a pleasure to announce the speaker, Tomasz. I see you're already here. Many might know you already. So I think you're not just MVP, MCT, you're also a very, very active part of the community, right? With a lot of speaking engagements. And yeah, I think you really like to share your knowledge, which is super for us.
Thank you.
Very happy that you found time today for us. And if you're ready, I would say the stage is yours. Feel free to take over the screen.
Thank you. So, yep, I'll start the presentation. All right. So, good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you had your lunch. I thought that the break was because the session before the break was very intense. There were a lot of good speakers, and I saw like all of you, I think organizers, you had your session, and I just thought that it was very, very packed full of interesting information. And then the audience had to have a break so that they can cool down a little bit before next sessions. So anyways, yeah. You have already introduced me very well, and I'm very thankful for that. It was very nice introduction. Just to say a little bit more about myself, I'm coming from Warsaw in Poland, and I'm living in Warsaw, Poland. I'm running my own small company where we are building Power Platform solutions. I am mainly focusing on PowerAutomate and anything around automation actually. Others are working with Power Apps or SharePoint or Azure solutions or Dynamics CRM as well. And I'm present in most of those important or popular social media. So if you'd like to connect with me and maybe look for mutual benefits or cooperation, then the best way is to go to aka.ms/Poszytek, and there you will find all the other hyperlinks to X or what is it called, Blue Cloud, whatever, LinkedIn and everywhere else that you can connect with me. Right. So let's begin then. First, I would like to slightly make an overview of what the AI or the GPT is in terms of how we are using it and how it is constructed, so that we are on the same side when I start presenting you what features we have in Power Platform and especially in PowerAutomate. So the GPT, for those of you who has never Googled what that abbreviation is for, this is for the generative pre-trained transformer, meaning that this technology is not really something smart, like intelligent. This is still a model that has to be trained, and then using the neural network, which is the model, it is trying to, let's say, figure out or create the outcomes. So based on what we insert as the input information, how we create this model and how we train it, then we can expect specific outcomes. And like, for example, if you train your model with only pictures of dogs and then you create a prompt to GPT, hey, draw me a cat, then it will not obviously be able to draw a proper cat. You will possibly draw whatever, a dog with a fluffy tail, or even not. I doubt it will draw something similar to cat because it is not trained or pre-trained with how cats could look like. So still, when speaking about AI, I really tend to say there is no I in this AI. This is still something pre-trained. This is still a prediction. This is still something we have most of the control over of how it works, how it what it produces on the outcome. So, well, that's it. All right. So taking it further, the model that is being used by the GPT is constructed based on the information that we are collecting. So again, the more specific information you collect, the more specific the model you have, the possibly more specific outputs or more correct and matching the outcomes will be generated by the model. However, if the data which is inserted into the model is very wide, then what is generated in the outcome might be very far away from what is expected. So after you collect the data, then you can prepare the data set. Then you're building the model, so that the network. And then there are like two steps which are running as long as they are needed. So this fine-tuning, training, and testing of the model, so that as long as the outcomes are not correct or not as expected, like the model is still able to write racism jokes or whatever, and then we are still trying to fine-tune and test and so on. And eventually, once this is all done, we can deploy it and allow it to be used. Now, the main concept or component of what GPT is using to generate you the outcome is a token. It's called a token. Sometimes those tokens are as well referred as vectors. The point is that the prompt that you're typing in is being like exploded into these tokens, and then these tokens are put into a multidimensional space, which I will be showing later, assigned different attributes, which makes them a vector. So they have their angle, their width, their angle, well, what they're pointing to, and they can be really assigned or set in a very, very multidimensional space. So the more vectors are assigned to a single token, the more attributes it has, and then it is easier for the GPT to find matching or similar other tokens, which in some context may be relevant or irrelevant. So when you're typing, like in the real life, when you're typing a prompt and then GPT is trying to discover or figure out what would be the next word, this is basically working on this, that based on what you have typed and what are the correct, what are the tokens so far typed, GPT is trying to find those which could potentially match the context and then propose them to you. So again, nothing about the intelligence, it's all about the training and the prediction. And so speaking about this vectorization, so when you write in a prompt and then it is being exploded into tokens and the tokens are vectorized, the more, so as mentioned, they can be put in a very multidimensional space. There can be a lot of vectors added or used to describe a single token. And then the more similar they are, the closer they are together to themselves, the more it makes the generator to think specific tokens can be really similar or relevant to each other. And so if you try to visualize this vectorization in a, this is one is simple, like a 3D space only, which is only described by the 3 attributes of the residual, gender, and age, then you can try and think as GPT is thinking. So you can clearly see that some of those tokens are gathered in the specific area of the space, which makes them somehow more relevant or somehow similar to each other. And then when you look at the visualization, you can as well try and find that for these tokens which are present, so the man, woman, boy and girl, king and queen, there is somewhere in this temperature scale an area which shows a relevance to each other. So when you try to look to the area marked with the red border, you can see that, for example, all these tokens which somehow, which are related to a genders like woman, girl, and queen, they have this column with a pattern bluish more to the left, while man, boy, and a king, they are either very narrow or are more to the right. So this is just a visualization. This is not really how GPT sees this information. From its perspective, it's only the mathematical models. Nevertheless, for us humans, it's always easier to understand things as we see them as pictures. So in the end, when you type in your prompt that will lead to the results, it has been exploded into tokens. Then those tokens are being vectorized. GPT is as well using this contextual understanding again, which is built on, which is based on the training and the transformers. After it's done all these steps where it's trying to find patterns and think how to understand your query or request, the output is being generated. Also, in generation, there is a parameter that I haven't mentioned before that is called a temperature, which is always between, I think, is 0 and 1. And then closer to 0, then the generation is less creative. So it's like you can try and write the same prompt 3 times. And if you set temperature to 0, to always generate you the same outcome. However, the closer to 1 that temperature is, the more unexpected and creative generations could appear. Nevertheless, after the outcome is generated, it has to be validated against all these things like grammar, whatever orthography, and whatever is called the political correctness. It depends on the model and the GPT. And once that verification is done, then you can see the output. All right, and then speaking about the GPT in Power Platform and, well, especially in PowerAutomate, as you can now we have GPT there as well, which is called now Copilot, right? So we have Copilot everywhere. We have Copilots even in Power Apps in every place where you can type in information where you're expected to create something. So you have, like in Power Apps, you can find Copilot in Expression Builder, you can find Copilot in co-authoring, you can find Copilot even before when you're just trying to create an application. But later there is even a Copilot that will assist you with the correct naming conventions for your controls and so on. So in just the Power Apps alone, I think I wouldn't lie if I say that we have nearly like 6 different Copilots. And then speaking about the PowerAutomate, there are as well multiple of them, because you can use Copilot to generate a flow. You can use Copilot to assist you with authoring. You can use Copilot to assist you with writing expressions. You can use Copilot to help you writing code in PowerAutomate Desktop. You can use Copilot to, again, assist you in authoring PowerAutomate Desktop and fixing selectors. So again, there are dozens of these Copilots in every Power Platform product. But also, you can use GPT as a standalone generator, pre-trained generator in AI Builder. So I'll be showing that in a moment. There is a dedicated section called prompts, where you can create your own prompts, and then you can use these prompts in your processes. Yep, and well, that I already spoiled because I said about it. So in PowerAutomate, you can use Copilot to help you generate processes, which you will be able to evaluate on your own if that works or not. And also, when speaking about the PowerAutomate Desktop, this is where the Copilot is recently most active, or being added quite often, because it's not only helping you to author a flow and write a code in actions like run a JavaScript or run a Python script or whatever other script, but as well in some soonish time, there will be a Copilot assisting you in recording your desktop. It is still in preview, so that as of today, you can try for yourself to use a recorder where together with clicking on the desktop, you're as well describing verbally what you're doing. And in the end, you should receive a working RPA process. In my case, I have never tried, I mean, I've never succeeded in having one good enough to really take it from what Copilot has generated. Anyways, whenever you're using AI, whether it's GPT or the Copilot, in most of those actions where you can engage Copilot to generate you the outcomes, you'll be as well prompted with this warning message that, hey, that is the content generated by an AI or GPT. So double check if you're okay with the results before passing them over or sending them over to whomever elsewhere, just to the next step. For example, in PowerAutomate Desktop, you are unable to make a process that is using the GPT action if after this GPT action you don't put an action that displays a dialog window to the user where they should confirm that the results are okay. Of course, you can configure the action that is being closed automatically after a second, but still you have to insert it. Right. One small remark. If you have questions, you can type them in the chat. I will try to go through them after the session. Or if you're brave enough, you can as well unmute yourself and ask those questions. I mean, if you are able to unmute yourself, you can unmute yourself and then ask these questions live. So as you see, I don't see you. I don't have second screen, unfortunately, so I can't see the chat window. Sorry. But anyways, let's move on then. There is as well an option to integrate ChatGPT with like the original OpenAI with PowerAutomate. So you can create as well a trigger that will be monitoring if there has been, I mean, a trigger that can be called from the OpenAI, from the ChatGPT conversation, and that it can be so that you can run the conversation in ChatGPT, and then eventually, if you ask it to, hey, run me a flow that does do and that, ChatGPT would be able to find that flow and trigger it for you. However, it is only meant for the Plus users, so those who are having the subscription. And also there is an independent publisher connector if you'd like to elevate your options that you can use between ChatGPT and PowerAutomate. But again, it does require the Plus subscription. And last thing is that we as well have the possibility to integrate or to write flows for the skills, so for the Copilot somehow. So you can as well trigger PowerAutomate from the chat with the Copilot if you have that scenario. No, not yet. All right, so and this is the time for the demos actually. So I'll try and close it. And let's start with the prompts. Before we always had just the AI Hub, and that was it. I mean, it's not that recently, it's I think over a year ago that the AI prompts has emerged. And this is a dedicated area where you have a list of all the prompts you have created. And so when you want to create a new prompt, let's say this will be a travel justification prompt. I will just show you in a moment what I want to achieve. And I will use a prompt I have already written. So that will be the prompt that I want to use, right? So I want GPT to be an IT manager that has their subordinates, and the subordinates, when they're placing a request for a travel, they're writing a long justification, and what the manager needs is just three synthetic points with the action steps. So they don't really need to go through all this justification. They simply need this short summary. So that will be the prompt. Now, what I need to do, I want to add here dynamically the value of the justification. So what I will do, I'll create a new input that I will call the justification, all right? And then I can put this prompt in here. Okay, and then for the sample data, I will add this sample data. So this is the just an example of such a justification. It's pretty long, so now I can try and test the prompt and see what will be the result. All right, so from this somehow long justification, I was able to receive just the 3 action points in the format that I expected. So they are pretty short and are easier to digest for me as a manager. Okay, that's fine. I can save it now. Also, when you're writing these prompts, you're able as well to connect to external data so that you'll be able to provide a Dataverse table with information and as well write the output. So in my case, it will be just a text, but as well, you can write a JSON. So this information, if needed, they can be returned as a JSON, but if they should be returned as a JSON, then you should as well write this as a prompt properties. All right, so for this, that's all. Now I'll switch to PowerAutomate, and right now I want to create a flow that will be running on this list. So this is the list for travel requests where employees, when they are requesting, they need to fill in all this information regarding their travel, where, when, how much it will cost, blah, 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 blah. And well, who is a requester as well. Obviously, there could be a nice looking Power Platform for a Power Apps form, but let's stick to that very simple SharePoint now. So anyways, I don't have much of experience in creating a flows, so I'll try my luck and I'll ask Copilot to help me write one. I have written already this long prompt, which is requesting the Copilot to build me a flow that will be triggered every time there is a SharePoint item created on a list. And then to check if specific field in this list is above 1000K. If it is, then there should be a approval process triggered. If it's not, then the request should be automatically approved. Also, in any case, there should be notifications sent to the author, and as well, the outcomes should be updated. So the status should be outdated in the SharePoint item. So I'll just change it that in each case, update SharePoint items status column, let's say that way. All right. And so generate. Let's see what it can do. The prompt is somehow long, but it should be really good. Right, so now what I received here is nearly okay. I mean, I will leave that for the final thoughts, what I think about it. Anyways, I can evaluate what I received. So what I see is that there is indeed one condition, which possibly is the one that checks whether the value is above 1K or not. However, there is no other branch, no other condition that will distinguish the emails sent with rejection or the approval outcome. And obviously, I can simply parameterize information in the email, but I would certainly like to have just two different conditions. So one for the validation of the value, and the second one to validate the outcome, just in case I would really need to make different things in both branches. So there is as well a version 2 that looks much more to what I am expecting. So I have two conditions. I have no idea why it is asking to, why it's getting my profile, whatever. Yeah, so that looks pretty okay, but I would like to get rid of this get my profile. So for here, you have as well a field where you can try and give more details so that Copilot should be able to work on that design and make it slightly more aligned to what you need. Well, if you know what you need, of course. So I would say that's good, but I don't need get my profile action. Remove it. I have no idea what will happen. The bad thing is that what I have added has been added to the prompt. So this is not like a conversational discussion now. This is just that Copilot has been once again triggered for the prompt extended with my further comments. But, well, to my surprise, it looks like it's working. Let's just see what's the version 4. Version 4 is just the same as version 3. No, it's not, because there is a get item additionally for some reason. But this version 3, it's pretty much what I need. So let's keep it and continue. The next step you need to do is to provide credentials and authorize your connections. And then once you're ready to go, you're moved to, well, a existing or pre-created template for you, where you obviously need to complete all this information. So you have to point to site and list so that it knows where to get data from, right? Then you would need to set up this condition, because as it was being authored, well, there is no such a field name in the returned information. So let's leave it as it is. Next, you need to select what type of approval you want to use and configure it. So I would configure it to use my account. And in the markdown, in the details, I would like to put in a moment that justification returned by the prompt. And let's see the condition here. So the condition says the body outcome. Is it the right outcome? Is it the right field? Yes, it looks so. All right, let's assume it was correct. And then there are 2 or 3 even branches. So here it's sending the email to body author email. This is wrong. Obviously, there is no such a field like body author email. So because the author is a complex field, right? It's always requester / email. Okay, that's fine. Then here again, this will not work. Yeah, that will not work as well. Let's say your request has been automatically approved. No idea why it hasn't been inserted. And then let's take a look as well at the update items. So you need to, again, set them, configure them correctly because they are not right. The body ID looks like correct. Well, yeah, you need to set up title, obviously. And well, the status has not been set here. So what I will do, I'll just do it on my own. Right. Now, what you see here is that all these designs which are generated by Copilot, they are not built in a way that you can simply just save them and start using them, which means they still require some or even more knowledge from you as the author to actually start using them, or to be able to validate if what has been generated is correct or not. Anyways, I still have not configured this condition. So what I would like to ask Copilot is to insert a compose action after a trigger and add values from columns estimated airfare and estimated hotel cost. Okay, so in these values, in these two columns, I have two values that I need to add together, and then based on what the sum of these two values will give, I can create a condition. Yeah, right. Well, so this does not really work. It claims that it has added the compose action, but it has not. I hope it has not really destroyed anything in my process. So you know what? I can do it on my own. So I'll just add a compose action. And I want to create this expression on my own, but I don't really feel I know how to write expressions. So what I can do is, hey, I have here again the Copilot I can ask. So what I will do is add values from columns estimated airfare. Sorry for my mistakes, and estimated hotel costs. And it looks like it's a correct expression, at least the add is correct. I hope that references to internal names are correct as well. So I said, yes, okay, and I add it. And so with that, I can get rid of this value from here and use outcomes and not compare. And I mean, not equal, it was meant to be greater than. Oh, gosh, okay. So with that, it is nearly there, but what I as well want to do is I want to use that prompt. So I want to use this action, and there should be my travel justification prompt, where I can provide a justification, which is the reason for travel, and later I could use the outcomes here. Okay, so let's save it. Title is required, of course. Hopefully this is the only one that is missing. Yep, and with that, let's test it. So I'll test it manually, so now it should be running. I will then copy paste an existing item, right? So this is the new request, number 6. And then my flow should trigger in any moment. Yeah, it will. It will certainly be triggered in any moment. One thing that you need to as well remember is that the name of a field, the name of a flow, it cannot exceed 255 characters. And when you're creating a flow from a prompt using Copilot, then its name it's truncated already, but it's really not very well readable. So you can just change it to travel request approvals so that it is more readable. And fingers crossed, it is triggered eventually. Yep, it's running. It's running and it looks like it's pretty well running, so there are no errors. And it's now waiting for my approval. So if it is waiting for my approval, then I can go to the approvals. And yay, there it is. So I can say approve. Okay. And that should be it. So with that, the process should continue, and it should as well update the item to the approved outcome and send email. Wow, that worked. It is the first time actually this flow was working that seamlessly, the first time of this presentation. All right, so this is the one of the approaches that you can create flows that if you're not really knowing what you want to achieve. However, there is a second approach as well. Let me show you. It's very, very weird. So this is something that is still in a preview. It is working somehow-ish. Some say good, some others say bad. What I want to say is, well, you'll be able to evaluate it on your own again. So I used the request, right, this travel request, okay? And then I have no idea what I want to achieve. I have just some blurry ideas. So what I can use is I can use a thing called a generative action. This is simply like a black box where you describe what you want to achieve and it will generate you all the logic. So I, again, have that logic described here, right? I know that my trigger is SharePoint. So what I want to do is I want to add values from those two columns. And then again, if this value exceeds 1K, run process, assign task to me. If it is not, I mean, when is the approval completed, write the outcomes. However, if it is below, then just approve it automatically. And in each scenario, well, update the status column. So now when I hit the generate, Copilot, again, the Copilot is trying to assemble all these small pieces I wrote in my prompt together and propose me with the logic that most probably could be able to accomplish the goal I want to accomplish. But it is taking some time. All right, so with that, it suggested to me what actions it should use. I mean, what connectors. When you expand, then you'll see what actions it is using, like get item, patch item. I feel I don't need get item because I already have the trigger action, so why would I need to get item again? Now, as the information that is required to enter, yes, the SharePoint item ID might be needed because, well, this is for the update. Author's email, why not? Approver's email, well, let's say it can be dynamic, so yes. Approval type, yes. Approval status, no. However, what I could need as well is the SharePoint list name, SharePoint site, right? Because this is something I could need. And let's say I want to have the approval outcome as the output values, just in case the generative action itself is unable to calculate it. So with that, I can go to preview. And let's see what I can do with that. So the SharePoint site, I need to copy this. Approval type first to approve or simple. Here I'll type myself. So once this is added to the design, those will be obviously the input values that you can populate either static or dynamically from the information from previous actions. I think I made a mistake. Oh, two mistakes. Jesus. John. All right, SharePoint item ID now 6, and let's say run now. That's funny that Copilot wrote SharePoint separately. All right, and now it is showing you all these steps. It will be performing as well with some additional information that is describing why it is doing certain steps or why it wants to achieve by doing these certain steps. This is just a preview. Obviously, when you add this action to your design, to your flow, and it will be executed within the flow, this will all be transparent. You will only receive the outcome, or you will not receive the outcome because this is a generative action. So it might be that in some scenarios, it will not really do any logic that it is meant to be doing, because why? So it already wrote me that since total cost exceeds 1K, it has to initiate the approval. Cool. Yeah, the approval has not been yet completed, so let's ignore it. But it is now asking me whether it should start and use the approval. So yes, use the approval. All right, now the task should be assigned to me, or it will be in a moment. Oh, sorry, it is still waiting for the action to run. Yeah, the preview is taking some time to actually complete. The question is to whom is trying to assign it? Oh, to myself, John Researcher. So both emails look to be correct. Right. Well, luckily, I am not taking any credits for that. This is nothing I have a control over. It's really something generative. Maybe it has been sent to someone. No. Yeah, so anyways, I will leave it like that, and I will switch to other parts of the demo. The point about it is that it's really trying to go through these steps it thinks that it has to go through, and in the end, it should update the SharePoint item and as well send a notification to anyone included or involved in this process, informing them about the outcomes. So with that, I'll just run my virtual machine for a second where I have RPA ready and running. Leaving that other thing there. So in GPT, come on, we have as well that feature that allows you to use Copilot either to describe, so what you want to achieve, or to record with the Copilot, where you're both clicking on the interface and speaking at the same time what you're doing. I'm not going to showcase that because I don't really feel it works, and I'm really not a fan of starting flows or using flows from something which is generated for you, as I don't really feel I have a control over that. But what I want to show you is that with features from GPT, we can pretty quickly achieve somehow complex transformations or somehow complex requirements that if we were trying to achieve them using actions built in, for example, the PowerAutomate desktop, would take us much more time and much more efforts to even figure out what steps we would like to do to accomplish it. So here I have a process which is running on the list of invoices in the CRM application. Yep, the old CRM application. So next it's going to read all the invoices, so that the grid in the middle, right, is reading the values. And this is the outcome. Now I want this value to be returned as CSV file or as JSON. And as you can see, it is pretty damaged or whatever. It's somehow really malformed in a way that it would make it very difficult for you to convert it into CSV. There should be like lots of regex expressions and well, whatever. Lots of work to transform it into a single line or multiple line text. So instead, what you can do, you can use the action that is called the create text with GPT. This is the one I mentioned that requires always the display message after you use it. And within that action, you can ask Copilot to help you and write the instruction. So what I could do, I can start from a blank. Sorry. Yeah, maybe yeah, start from a blank. And I again have this information here. So what I want to do is I want to convert the text in CSV, the text into a CSV format. And I'll put here an example of such a text. So this is a text that has been returned from that field. And let's see if it is working. Yep, so it was pretty quick with converting the weird format of the text into a CSV. So what I could do is I can simply use it in a flow, obviously replacing these with the attribute value dynamic parameter, right? So this will return me a CSV. So next, what I could do as well is to convert that CSV into a JSON. And then again, what I can ask Copilot is to, hey, Copilot, could you convert me a text from CSV into a JSON? I don't even know if I have a prompt for that. Yeah, I do, sorry. So what you could do is to write a prompt. This prompt or any other prompt is just, I don't really want to spend time on creating this. That will generate you a script. And so in here, you don't obviously have the option to test it, but at least from what I know, that PowerShell is pretty, I mean, it is correct. So this is the expression to convert to a JSON. So what you could do is to simply use this script in your flow, and then as well to parameterize so that the CSV content is not just fixed text, but is taken from the previous variable. And so let's see what will be the result of that conversion. The last step I put in here because you'll notice that or maybe I'll show you. So let's run it now again, and let's see what will happen until the last step. What will be the outcomes? So just to show you what we have in here, is that, yeah, sorry, not in here. It was PowerShell output. No, nothing was returned. Sorry, wrong. So anyways, there should be a JSON returned, which is just repeating always the same information. So like in each object, there is the ID and so on. I have no idea why it didn't work. But anyways, it should. Although you don't really need to do it this complex way. You can obviously just ask GPT to convert from that data provided into a right schema of the JSON. So that would be even much faster just to do it this way. Now, what I'm trying to say with all this is that if you're trying to write that code on your own, if you don't have experience in writing PowerShell or Python or JavaScript, or if you don't have experience as well in running complex regex expressions and transformations, it would always be difficult for you to continue. While using Copilot here, it really makes it easier to complete. Right, I feel that still I have not been assigned a task, so I will abandon this. Yeah, there is something wrong, so I'll just stop the preview. I have no idea what could be the issue here. Maybe that something with the emails is incorrect. Nevertheless, if I add this action to my process, then you will notice that it is simply now a ready to use action. Yep, refresh, come on, come on. All right, it is a ready to use action. Okay, so I can provide here all this information I need, and later it will simply be able to, it can be later used to run. So the approver, sorry, that was meant to be me. However, the author's email can be parameterized and used from requester email, and the SharePoint ID can be done as well. So now if I save it and run it, then again, I'll just turn off this one and quickly copy it. Oops. Okay. And hopefully it will be triggered sometime in between. So I'll again leave it and just go back to the final thoughts. And hopefully it will be just ready to be shown after the final thoughts. So anyways, with all these things I was showing you is that I'm not really saying that GPT is bad. I think it really has lots of good, it gives lots of opportunities so that it really enhances the productivity. Of course, if you know what you want to achieve, it can help you to make your work faster. It can well, mimic what you're doing, but in the way, in the end, it still requires you to be aware of what you want to achieve and what your expectations, and then be able to evaluate if the outcomes that the GPT has generated for you is anything that you really wanted to achieve. But on the other side, there are also, of course, those bad sides of GPT. The most important is this risk of misinformation and the quality and the over-reliance. And this is what I feel is the mostly, that can mostly often happen if it is used by the people who don't really know what they want to achieve. They can't evaluate if the process that has been generated is the one that they really wanted, and then they save it. It eventually works, but they can't really say if this is working the way they want, and they can't fix issues if they occur, and so on and so on. So these are the bad sides of the GPT that we have, not only in PowerAutomate, but in general in the general world. So use it, but really use it wisely, and always check if what has been generated is the thing that you really needed. Let's see if this is working. Oh, it's running. If this is running for over a minute, there might be an approval. No, still not. So anyways, it is still in a preview, so it should work. Anyways, do you have any questions? I'm on top of the hour, so I guess no time for questions. On the chat, if you have any questions, I can answer to them on the chat in a moment.
All right, perfect.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot for the session, Tomasz. It was very interesting, especially I think the generative actions is definitely something I need to have a look at myself. I don't really know them, to be honest.
Maybe the prompt was wrong.
Yeah, fair enough. All right.
All I remember from that session is Tomasz saying, GPT is bad, GTP is bad. Even though he said, I will not tell that.
Yeah, all right. Okay, but perfect. So I think to also give you a fair chance, Kris, to get through with your topic, I would suggest that we go to the next presenter. And thanks a lot for being here, Tomasz. So yeah, I think a lot of you might remember Kris. Hi there. He was already
Hello there.
last year, so we're very happy that you're back today. So I remember last time you talked to us about the performance optimizations and things like that, and the responsiveness of the app designs. And now today
and
you're
error
here.
handling, yeah.
Exactly, and error handling, perfect. And I think now you will tell us today about named formulas in detail, right?
Yes,
So
exactly.
if you're ready, I say the stage is yours. And yeah, I'm excited for your session.
Thank you very much. Let me know if you can see the screen.
We can.
That's perfect, because that's always one of the biggest issues during my meetings. Tell me when you can see the screen. It's visible. Perfect. Okay, so first of all, I would like to say thank you to Tomasz for taking a few minutes of my session. But seriously, I would really like to thank organizers for having me with you. I think it's 3 years in a row when I'm here with you, so it's an amazing opportunity. Thank you very much. Today, I would like to talk about named formulas, and actually not only how named formulas looks like, but how we can use them to maximize efficiency in CanvasApps. So my name is Kania. You can call me Kris. I'm a Power Apps consultant, Microsoft MVP, working with JIT team. Here you got the QR code. If you'd like to scan it, you can go on my LinkedIn, add me to friends, or ask any questions if you do not feel comfortable on asking them here. It is also 100% fine. I'll be happy to answer them. Here you got my blog. I recently opened it, but you can always reach out to me via forum over there. It's empower365.cloud. More content coming soon. So what we will talk today at this beautiful Global Power Platform Bootcamp Friday. So our agenda is to have some introduction, then a comparison of named formulas, to up on start on variables. We will talk about how named formulas anatomy looks like, and we'll go through user-defined functions. And at the end, I will not leave you with simple thank you. I will provide you great takeaways that you can take and explore later at your own development. So let's start with the introduction. So what are the formulas? If you never heard about named formulas, they are like variables, but different. We can somehow compare them. Wait, please wait a sec. Need to, whoa. Issue. Let's open. Oh, again, okay, perfect. Come on, let's close this one. Teams pop-ups are flying around like crazy, sorry. Okay. So once again, what are the formulas? They are like variables, but a little bit different. So we'll go through exact comparison why they are different, but why we use formulas, why we want to use them. So the greatest answer to have is just simply simplify the complexity, simplify the load times, improve the maintainability. So there's plenty of things that named formulas are great at, and we will go one after another with all of those. So if named formulas are so easy, how we can start? Is it that easy to start? And it is really easy to start with named formulas, because all you have to do is open your PowerApps CanvasApps, select application on the top of the tree view, and from the dropdown you will have just navigate to formulas. On the right side you will see the FX section when you provide your code, and over there you will see a box where you can write your code. So why is it so great? Because as you can see, they are centralized. So the definition is in one place in our application. So it doesn't matter where you are in the application. If you can see that you are working with formula, you can always select up, go to formulas, and we'll see all the definitions of all your formulas over there. So this is perfect because centralized definition is up the maintainability and clarifies a lot of things. So it's one place across all applications. It's really important to remember. The formulas definition is immutable. So what we can say is that one particular place in our application is a single source of truth, and the value cannot be changed or updated in a different places of application. We cannot enforce it to have a different value that we initialize it with in a formulas definition. So this is really easy to govern and really easy to maintain. If you will look from the change perspective, if we will change our formula in this one place, it will be changed all over the application. Everywhere we will use it, but we cannot change it in a different place. So as we had the introduction, where to find it and why they are so cool, let's compare the named formula to application onStart property. onStart property is a code that is always executed when application opens. And it's really important to mark this. It's always executed first. So if you put a lot of stuff over there, your application can take long time to open. So is that good? I don't believe so, but let's see what people actually are doing. And please do not take pictures here because it's crucial. So what most of the people regarding Microsoft documentation and community do with application onStart. So they are deciding which screen should be open first. They are setting up a lot of global variables and a lot of getting the data, getting collections, prefetching and chasing the data. So the question to you is that good? The first one, we don't need that. We do not need create this logic over there. Global variables on onStart, it's not always the best idea. Prefetching the data, getting collections, data sources, so many different ways to achieve those to increase the load opening time of our application. For our logic of first screen, we can just utilize app.startScreen metadata where you can set this first screen. Regarding the global variables, we can utilize named formulas that will be available everywhere about chasing the data or setting those variables. Actually, we can do everything what is needed in custom loading screen. So our application will open fast and we will know exactly what is being done there. And it's because how the formulas are working. So the formulas are always available, so there is no timing dependency. No application onStart must run before the value are being set. And if we set anything on app onStart, we have to wait till the data beater to work with them. So for example, this is why we cannot use global variables on start screen property. And regarding formulas, there is no time the formula is in incorrect value. So as a comparison, you can see that there is a lot of advantages not utilizing application onStart and make our users don't wait for that app to open. So their experience becomes better. And it's not just me saying that, oh, it's not that good to use app onStart. Even Microsoft put this in CanvasApps metadata in the settings. So you can say, do you want to use it or no? Because as you can see here, better way to accomplish the same thing, right? So we know something. So that something is what happens when the application opens. What can we do to get our data and variables and how it works with named formulas. So now let's compare named formulas to variables. We got 3 types of regular variables: local, global, and temporary. And if you could decide which variable is the most similar to named formula, what would you guess? From my perspective, it is the closest is global variable. But we will discuss it exactly in moments, because global variable is declared and available all across the application, right? But global variables are initialized on actions and can be appended in every place in the application. And named formula are being initialized in this formula centralized place, and they are available where they are needed. So we don't need to click somewhere to assign the value, but they are available when needed. So they like a life cycle is a little bit more similar to with temporary variable. Let's go with those similarities exactly. So if you look here, we got a global variable that is assigning a value of manager of our logged users via connector. So this variable is available everywhere, and it is always stored in our application memory, and it can be updated whenever we will code so, right? So it can change its value across screens. So with named formula, it is also available across whole application, but it is available when it's needed. We don't need to click on set, on select the button, for example, or on visible property to call this action, to make this variable live. But we cannot update this across our applications. So to get into the details and similarities of those variables to named formulas, then we have to talk about code execution order. So out of the box, code is being executed in sequential load approach. So one data set after another, one action after another. And of course, we can manipulate our way in the coding perspective, utilizing a concurrent functionality. So from one after another, we can go to asynchronous. So this simultaneous process is great from performance optimization. So let's compare how it looks from perspective of variables. Outside of the box, on the left side, we have regular variable. So we set the value, and then after it's done, we go to the next action. And in a concurrent functionality, we can proceed with threads because they are being done asynchronous, so we don't know which one will be taken first. So they are done pretty much at the same time, which is much faster. But we cannot work at the same data source on the concurrent. So as you can see, I initialized a variable called user with its email, and then wanted to set manager information utilizing that global variable. And I cannot do this on the same concurrent because it's working on the same data or related data. So the application does not know where which action should be first. And the order of execution should not never matter in asynchronous actions. As you can see, outside of the box, there is no issue. So you cannot work at the same data, the same variables, or the same data source in the concurrent actions. So let's compare that to a regular approach. If we will go and initialize on the global variable first the manager data utilizing global variable of a user, it will not throw an error in PowerFX section on the top on our code. But whenever we will call this action to work, it will throw us an error. Hey, you're not providing any values. But the code dependencies are not showing an error. But the code execution order really matters in regular variables. So it doesn't matter in named formulas. As you can see here, I've created a manager named formula above a user. It's not throwing any errors, and actually formulas can reference each other in non-ordered approach as long they are not creating a circle of reference. So if we want to call a manager named formula, it will look at its logic and say, oh, we need some different named formula value, and we don't have it, so it will automatically reach for a different named formula, call it alive, pass it to the one that we wanted to have, and get the data without any issues. So if you, as you can see here, the order of named formulas does not matter. We can switch it around as we want, and still it will work as long we will not create a circular reference. It's really important. So let's do a comparison of named formulas and variables. Our global variables are set by developers in a certain place of application. We need to call it alive. We need to set the definition. We have to declare, choose a place where we will create it, right? It needs to be initialized. And after initialization, it is being always stored in the memory. If we will clear it, the reference of the global variable will still stay with us inside application. It will be just empty. So it is always available and it is always updatable whenever we want to do so via code. We can do this. This, of course, can cause a lot of issues around our application if we will update it not properly or change something, but this is a different topic. And as a comparison to named formulas, there is only one place of definition, this centralized place on app.formulas, right? They are available whenever they are needed. So we don't need to call them alive on any action, any select button, any screen opening, screen closure, right? They are not stored in the memory if they are not needed, and they are always up to date whenever we need them, but we cannot update them. So you right now know what is the similarities and differences between formula and a global variable. And this will be crucial for us to proceed with knowing how to adapt named formulas in our everyday development approach. So, as a comparison of those information, we can say that the formula's value can refer each other in any order, as long as they do not create a circular reference. The formula is always up to date on the time when it's needed. We cannot change it in a different place in the application. It's got centralized place of definition, and the formula calculation cannot be deferred. Okay. So let's go to named formulas definition. I told you how formulas work whenever they are available, how they can become available. But now it's time to talk how we define named formulas, how the anatomy looks like, so you actually can start utilizing them inside your application. So how to define them? Let's go through the anatomy. Let's start with the prefix, because the prefix is really important for us and other colleagues and other developers and the development team or support team to know that we are actually working with named formula, not a variable, regular variable, because difference is big, especially in performance. So I personally use NF bottom space. I don't know how to call it properly. So it's from named formulas. And I've seen people call it a little bit differently. As long as you know how named formula prefix looks like, as long as your team have a template, quite line, please keep to it so everyone knows that this is actually a named formula, because it's much easier to maintain or do changes if you know it's a named formula. So from my perspective, NF, it's a direct indication of named formula usage. It's really easy to remember, and it's commonly used by developers within the community or people I cooperate closely in day-to-day operations. Now, we have the name, we have the prefix, then we provide the name of the value that we want it to be called, named formula, right? We have to refer to it somehow, like with the variables. And then it always equals a logic, right? It always equals a logic. And at the end of each formula, you have to provide a semicolon. It's not that common in PowerApps that you have to have a semicolon at the end of each, but this is really important. So each formula, named formula, is a name equals logic ends with semicolon. This semicolon is really, really important because it will throw you an errors on the app.formulas place. So please remember and don't forget it. It is not typical, right? It is not typical, but it must end with semicolon. This is how it works. This is how it was created, and we simply have to adapt to it. So that easy, right? Okay, so maybe and most likely you did not realize that on the previous screenshots of named formulas, but here you have a direct recognition of semicolon at the end of each statement. It is crucial, it is important, please do not forget about it. So let's go to the data types. We can work with different data types like boolean, strings, integer, floats, tables, objects. So look here, I've defined plenty of named formulas, especially for you to showcase how they work. So we have booleans, true, false values. We have numbers, integers, a full number, a float, decimal, right? We can work with dates, times, regular table with just the name of the data, or we can have with the with the name of a column. So we can use it however we want from the definition standpoint. And here is a great example for you, because those named formulas were called in the view on the UI to showcase the data. And there is something really, really important that I want to showcase you. Remember when I told you that the named formula is being always up to date at the time it is needed? Here we got date and time values. We got date value, time value, and whole value of date and time. Here you can see it's a date value, date time value with time, and time only. Can you spot a difference? The first named formula was created at 3 p.m. 39, almost 4 p.m. But I've added to view a code definition later and open it when the first named formula was already declared. So the formula was initialized 1 minute later and it has a different value because it was needed 1 minute later, and this one was already existing. So you can see that it always takes the value when it's needed, but it's not being updated constantly. It's only when it's called to life, when it's needed. So this date and time is a perfect example because it's a win-win situation. It's always up to date, but it's also really frightening because you have to be sure that this value will have this named formula will have the value on the time of being needed. Okay. If this time value will be needed in a different place of the application 5 minutes later, it can have the new value of 5 minutes later. Okay, so we can initialize something similar to collections via our code. So you can see here, those can be utilized in dropdowns and combo boxes without any issues. So it is really big performance adjustment because we don't need to call the table to be created somehow by a user. It is waiting in our centralized place while it's being needed to become alive. And when this will be used, people will go out of the screen, will select what they want. Boom, it's not there anymore. It's not using the capacity, it's not using the memory. So we are increasing the efficiency of our application from day-to-day operations. Here I've got another example of you. I've created a little bit more complicated table, still hard-coded, with images. So I've added 2 images of one of Baltic Power Platform community events that happened in October last year. And we got 2 speakers. So I've added pictures, created a table with 1 column referencing the picture I've added to the application. And I've created a gallery for which I use this named formula to be a data source. And as you can see, it's utilizing photos perfectly. I've utilizing the name of the speaker. I can use everything in a way I would be utilizing a regular collection. I can create this with external data sources, which we will cover later. Regarding the named formulas, they are really, really interesting because they are called whenever they are needed and they can utilize PowerFX functions. So look here, I've created a named formula that will work, get our data for responsive font. So we want to say our font of application should be different for different devices that we are using. So I've created a temporary variable living only with a scope of a with function. Say, hey, assign me the size of our active screen to a temporary variable, utilize a switch statement, analyzing on which device size we are currently in, and assign it to the responsive font named formula so we can use it later. And I've created some tests. I've opened the application on the tablet, as you can see on the left side, and it says current size is free. So we are on the tablet size. And on my mobile device, I've got current size 1. So I can ease up responsive design, for example, based on which design we are. So we can adjust fonts that easy. And everywhere in the application, we can just utilize named formula font size, right? It's really easy. It's only one place of definition. We don't have to call it alive in a different places, and it will be available whenever it's needed. It's just the example, but you can see how powerful it is. I can use switch statement. I can use with function. I can refer to application metadata. All PowerFX is available to us. This is amazing how powerful those named formulas are. And this is not the end. Because we can create also a functions over there, but we'll get to that topic. Okay, let's go to the next part. We've got regular variables like collections, tables, booleans, date, times, integers, strings. We can also create objects, and those objects can also utilize internal PowerFX functions, user.email, full name, etc. So whenever we will need a user definition, it will create that for us utilizing user functionality. That's perfect. If you are willing to use collections in your application, if you're willing to use named formula despite your collections, you have to know a few things, because I told you that they can work as a collection, something like this. But if you create it once, it will stay at its state till end of its life cycle. So you cannot update it. You cannot remove an item, add new item. So this is really important. You can manipulate collections. So you can create really dynamic, for example, collection of your site by a navigation, for example, with regular collection. But it will be quite static for named formulas definition. So if you need to update your table or your data, something like this, named formulas might not be the best scenario for you. So know the difference, because you can enforce the update of collection, but you cannot enforce the update of named formula. So let's go quickly to user-defined functions. So what is it? How we can work with it. So how to start with user-defined function? It's really, really easy. Turn that setting on. Yes, it is still not fully available in general availability. So it's available to us to work with it, to have fun with it, but it's not always the best approach to use it on the production environment, because there might be some issues with it. I personally turn that on, and I am utilizing user-defined functions on production environment, because it easier my life a lot. So after you will turn it on your settings. Now you can define those functions, user-defined functions, at the same place you are creating your formulas. So once again, we've got centralized point of definition, single source of truth. So let's go to the anatomy. What is the prefix? How it should look like, so we know that this is reusable function across all application, because this user-defined function is, so we can change it if we want, or call it whenever we want. So I personally use UDF underscore, because this is from user-defined functions. So this is quite common in the community world and people I work with, but they are also, people call it a functions. So you can also see online a funds start. It is still okay, please remember, be valid with your company templates, coin lines, and with your team, so everyone is aware that you are utilizing a user-defined function. So user-defined function have parameters, so data you pass inside in a certain with a certain type. It's really similar to classical programming approach. You create a function, you say what is the input data of that function. So for example, a number, a text, and what should be the output of that function. So let's see here. This is a classic example of every tutorial you will find online regarding user-defined functions and on documentation pages. It's just multiply numbers, number, blah, blah, blah. It's easy, but I will show you something that I've created for my own sake of a project. But first, those types. As we are creating user-defined functions and you are declaring the input, you have to provide what type of data you want as an input. And here you got the definition. I think something new came with the new release, but we will focus on this currently. So you can pass a boolean, a number. As you can see, the time, could, even untyped objects. So you get plenty of possibilities. I've seen people online, and shout out for them for creating user-defined functions to create a gradient color scheme for the power up, right? That's crazy. But you have to define that input type. And here is the function, user-defined function I've created for my own purpose. So let's analyze it. I work a lot with date and time in my projects, dates and times, right? So what I said is, as input, I want the start, I want the end time, my output should be text, and I've utilized temporary variable called width to define a difference in minutes before start and end time. Because maybe you know, maybe you don't know, but calculating a date time difference in PowerApps sucks. If you take days, it is calculating a date difference. So 13th of February and 14th of February, this is 1 day. Even you might have only 2 minutes difference. From calendar, it's 2 days. The same with hours, because it works on top of the full hour. Even there might be 2 or 5 minutes difference, it will tell you it's 1 hour difference. So the best way to create accurate date-time difference approach is to make it ourselves based on the minutes, and then manually, I mean, create logic to change minutes into days, hours, months, years, whatever, and however we want. And we can achieve it here. So as you can see, I've defined data, I've used PowerFX functions, so I can take a duration as a text from this function in any place in the application I want. So user-defined function can utilize PowerFX capabilities fully, utilizing, for example, like I've did there with function, switch, and other available functions. And please bear in mind that everything is great until we want to work in a data manipulation way. I do not recommend to assign data sources to named formulas, more like static or calculations, etc. This is really important one. So if you will look really carefully at this user-defined function to calculate date-time difference, what do you see? And it's a little bit tricky, but I'll tell you, it's this switch statement. So what I'm saying, hey, please take a look if the start time is not bigger than the end time. So actually the duration exists, right? So what I did here is some kind of an error handling, because we are the masters of this formula. We are the master of what's coming in and what's coming out. We have to think how we should create it so it's safe, because as all of us know, our users can create magic inside application and go outside of a business process that we imagine them to work. So sometimes those values can be switched around, the wrong data can be provided, and we have to build the resiliency tools against those approaches. So please watch out at the data input and take care of errors. Our functions often match perfect scenarios, but our users do not work in a perfect scenario world. So let's bear that in mind while we will be creating those. Right? Okay. So now it's time for key takeaways. First of all, named formulas and user-defined functions allow us to improve readability. There is a centralized point of definition, single place where you create variable-like formulas, right? Where we create reusable functions across all of the application, when we can call whenever we want, right? So it enhanced maintainability. If you want to change anything, you don't have to search or look for where this global variable is being created or updated, etc. It's one place. It's much quicker and it's much easier for you, your colleagues, your support team to do change requests, to do support stuff, right? So reusability is enhanced. So it's really, really increased because you can create one thing that will be used in plenty of places in the application. And you exactly know if you're using properly the prefix that this is named formula. So we go back to point number one, centralized point of definition, quick to change, quick to read, etc. And now efficiency. We cannot prove that the named formulas are being available whenever we need them and they go back to sleep or whatever, because whenever we want to call them, they get back to life. So we cannot say that if we don't need them, they do not live officially. But we can see this based on the performance optimization, how we use the application, how it acts within its aging or whenever it's increased workload. So I deeply believe it works this way. So it eats up a lot of memory from our application. As long as we use big memory, RAM, laptops, it's fine. But your mobile devices, your users, they might use something different. So this is really great optimization trick. The only thing is what you have to remember about named formulas, you cannot take user-defined functions, or at least you weren't. Maybe with the new update there or next updates you will be able, but you cannot work with patch. You cannot push the new data based on the user-defined functions somewhere, right, to the data source. You can take the data to your named formula, but it's not recommended because it will be valid from the time it's needed. And it might be that the changes will come when you are utilizing that data source. So please be aware that working with changeable data sources with named formulas, it's not the best approach, and I do not recommend it. Okay, from my perspective, it's all. That's approximately 100 slides to go with. I've got really limited in time. I see I've done it in 42 minutes. So that's still most of the time I had, right? So thank you very much to all organizers for having me. I'm open for any Q&A. And if you're willing to add me on LinkedIn or ask a question over there, feel free to scan a QR code.
Thank you very much, Christoph.
Oh, so much to talk about.
Yeah, but it was a very interesting session, and I think you made it really like straightforward, you know, without any unnecessary ballast or anything. So it was really insightful. Thank you very much.
I tried to make this outside of a regular scope. So I said what it is pretty much, then we went whenever the application is being open. So the whole comparison of everything, what people are doing, how they are doing it, and how we can change it to adjust to the new world of efficiency. And then let's go to the meat of named formulas. That a little bit switched, but I hope you like it because it's providing a lot of additional input of tricks and trips.
All right. So yeah, hey Kris, thanks a lot for being here.
Thank you very much for being selected, being among such a great speakers. It's a great event. Thank you very much for having me. You have a special place in my heart, to be honest.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Okay, time for some coffee and see you in 9 minutes.
when I hear Agnius, I'm thinking about PowerAutomate, and I'm thinking about somebody who is talking a lot to the community events. I even saw in Sessionize you are one of the most active speakers. And I think today you are brave enough to deal with errors in PowerAutomate. So let's see, ready to learn.
Yeah, thanks for the intro. And yeah, I'll share my screen quickly and we can start. Okay, hope you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see it.
Awesome. Okay, so thank you everyone for joining this awesome event with a great lineup of speakers, and thanks for staying for my session. My name is Agnius, and I'm here to talk about how to build PowerAutomate flows that would be resilient and would be actually possible to monitor them and to handle errors inside them. Now, before I dive into the topic itself, a quick intro. I run a small agency that specializes in process improvement and automation. I'm one of the, I guess, most experienced PowerAutomate users, especially PowerAutomate Desktop, actually. And I'm Microsoft Business Applications MVP in the area of PowerAutomate. And yeah, well, if you like the content, if you like the session today, and if you're interested in PowerAutomate, feel free to check me out on LinkedIn. Now, the topic, as mentioned, is error handling in PowerAutomate. So the agenda is quite straightforward. I'll just share a few slides where I take you through the basics of it, and then I'll switch to demos where I show you what it actually looks like in practice. And then we can have a Q&A at the end. So yeah, I would appreciate doing the Q&A at the end, if possible, just to handle the overall flow of the session. Right, so the reason I talk about error handling in general is because, well, unexpected things can and will happen regardless of how much effort and time you put into your flows. What we don't want to happen is those unexpected things breaking havoc in our enterprise environment. So we want them to at least be controlled to an extent. However, since PowerAutomate, whether cloud or desktop, is basically being marketed as a citizen developer tool, as a tool for makers with no prior IT experience, there's plenty of users that simply do not know what error handling is in general, that they need to do it, or even if they do know that they should be doing it, they might not be familiar with the ways in which it can be done in PowerAutomate. So I'm trying to basically educate and share the best practices available. Now, there is no simple and single best practice. There is no single framework or template available for doing this properly. There are certain ways that are recommended by other community members, and I'm just trying to basically combine all of the best things in it and share what I think is basically the best approach and the easiest to implement. Now, there's one thing that I don't like about PowerAutomate, and that I find it being a bit not very intuitive, basically, is the way error handling is done via the so-called run after settings. So it basically is done is configured on the following action and not the action that we might want to be handling. So if there is an error in a specific action within our flow, we actually need to configure the next step to handle it instead of adding some rules on the specific action that we're handling. That's not very intuitive in my opinion, but that's the way it is. And we basically, by default, every single action is configured to only execute if the previous action has been successful. And in order to implement any kind of error handling within a flow itself, we need to change that setting on the following actions by implementing, some parallel branches or something like that that would only run if the previous action has failed or timed out. And this is not very fun to implement, also because it means that we need to add extra functionality, extra actions into our flow for pretty much every action that we want to handle. Now, when we are handling errors, there's essentially 3 approaches that we can take in PowerAutomate. The first one is no error handling, which is what beginners and people, when they start with PowerAutomate, essentially do. They essentially just build their flow without thinking about that they need to build in any error handling in there. And that's obviously not recommended. What it means is, because, as mentioned, all actions by default only execute if the previous action succeeded. This means that on every single flow, on every single action that fails, your flow will fail and further actions will not be executed. And that's obviously not recommended. So now that you know better, don't do it. A slightly better approach would be using the so-called action level error handling, where we essentially implement rules on each action that could potentially fail within our flow. Now, that's kind of okay, because at least we're now handling errors. But because of what I mentioned, because of how this is set up in the run after settings on the following action, this could potentially lead to, even a simple flow could potentially turn into a large and complex structure that's hard to read and understand, and especially hard to maintain. So it's very time consuming. That's why it's also not recommended. And the actually recommended approach is using containers, which is essentially actions that can contain other actions, hence the name, containers, right? So those are scopes, conditions, and loops. There's essentially these 3 groups of actions that are considered to be containers. And the good thing about them is the fact that when they contain actions inside them, we can actually apply error handling rules to the overall container, meaning to all of the actions that are grouped within it, which makes it much simpler to implement, less rules, less parallel branches, and so on, making it easier to read such flows and also easier to maintain if any changes are needed. So that's why it's the recommended approach. Now, after we actually handle the errors, meaning that we have implemented some sort of a logic that will take place when an error occurs, the logic should usually include something to fetch the error that happened so that we can do something with it, so that we can maybe log it somewhere or report it somewhere via notification or something like that. Now, everything in PowerAutomate is all about expressions, right? And every single action will always return a response and basically an output that is always a JSON object. And the cool thing about this is that there's a couple of expressions that we can use to fetch the outputs of the action that failed, that we're handling essentially. So if we go with the approach of using the action level error handling, I mentioned, not recommended, but if for whatever reason we do that, the actions expression would return something like this for the action, right? That's the outputs essentially of the action that would usually contain some headers and a body. And if there is an error on that action, the body will usually contain the error message and status and something like that. Now, if we're handling containers, which is the recommended approach, the result expression would return the same thing, except that it would return it in an array of objects, because the container contains multiple actions. All of those actions will have some outputs, even if they're skipped because a previous action has failed. They will also have an output that will just have a message that says this action has been skipped, but it will always have that. And basically the only difference between the actions expression and the result expression is that the results will actually return an array of objects like that instead of a single object. So that's quite cool. Now, the not so cool part of this is the fact that the message itself is not returned in the same way on all of the actions available in PowerAutomate. And that's because essentially the response body of the action depends on whoever was the person or the team developing that specific connector and the actions that, under that connector, and whatever their idea of returning an error was. And that differs greatly across connectors. And since they are all coming from different sources, there's obviously different schemas, and that's the problem. So now I've found this originally under a blog post by David Wyatt. So there's a shout out to him. He blogs about this in his blog. There's some awesome content in there. And he initially found that there's 3 types of schemas, different schemas returned by actions when they fail. And I tried to reproduce these. When I did, I couldn't reproduce type 3 for some reason, but the same action actually delivered a different schema for me. So I found a type 4, and that essentially means that these are not static, and there could be more. And new connectors being added to PowerAutomate could introduce new schemas, and even existing connectors could actually change the way they return the response. So this is quite difficult to maintain. We essentially need to find a way to fetch those messages from a JSON body that's not always the same. And on top of that, even though, as mentioned, using results on containers is the recommended approach, it's not always very easy to handle those either. And there's a couple of issues with this approach as well. First of all, it only works on actions inside containers when there is no nesting of containers. So if you have a nested container, meaning that you have a container inside a container, right, like a condition inside a scope, right? The nested container, if an action inside it fails, it has its own error. That's a generic error saying an action has failed and no dependent actions have been executed or something like that. And that's what the nested container returns. And that's what you will see if you apply a result expression on the parent container. So you won't see the actual error message because that's inside the nested container and it's not returned as a result of the parent container. And that's a bit of a problem. And that essentially means that whenever we should basically try to avoid using nested containers, but if we absolutely have to, we have to target each of them individually with result expression to fetch the actual error message properly. And then on top of that, as if that wasn't fun enough already, loops have a completely different schema from other containers. So that adds extra complexity on top of the whole thing, making it extremely difficult to basically fetch the error messages based on how complex your flows are. So previously, I would actually use the approach of using the coalesce expression with all of the different schemas, with all of the different possible options. And the coalesce expression was basically, it's an expression that essentially returns the first non-null value of all of the inputs that you put in it. So that would work assuming that I provided all of the possible schemas in it as inputs, and then it would fetch the first message. And that was kind of okay, but it was very difficult to maintain because of the reasons I've explained. So over time, I actually found a better approach. And because parsing JSON has to actually be explicit, I found that it's actually easier to fetch the error message from the result if the whole JSON object is actually converted to XML, and there's an expression for that. And then we can use XPath to just basically get the message node, which is always a message. It's always, that's how the error is actually returned via a message node. So I can use that without explicitly providing the full path to the message node in the body. So that actually works quite great. And initially, this expression was actually much prettier and shorter. I still needed to apply some rules to skip the results of the actions that were actually skipped. So I had to implement those. It was still shorter and prettier, but then over time I actually found that there is also this one certain connector that actually returns the message node with a capital M. And since XPath is actually case sensitive, that didn't work. So then I added this ugly blob over here to actually translate all of the capital letters to lowercase letters and then find the message. So it has gotten uglier over time, and it's no longer as pretty as it used to be, but it's still static and it works, and it doesn't need maintenance depending on how complex your flow structure is or what sort of actions you actually use. And even if there is new schemas introduced by new connectors, it still works. Right, and I think with that note, yeah, it's time for me to, well, not really stop talking, but at least stop using the slides and switch to a more interesting approach. Okay, so before I do that, just a quick note. I generally don't like building flows that do nothing, even if it's for a dry topic like error handling. And the reason I call this session error mixology is because when I kind of tried figuring out a topic that I could use for this, I just kind of figured I should use it on my newfound hobby, which is making cocktails. So I've got this list on SharePoint, actually, just because it looks nicer on SharePoint, for cocktail recipes. Some of them I've made, some of them I haven't, and just want to make and just want to try out. So there's this list with recipes, with some pictures, and some with tags and so on. And there's a separate list with ingredients, essentially, and whether or not I've got enough of them to make a specific cocktail, and they're just linked together. And then I've got a few flows in a solution that essentially just sends me cocktail recommendations based on my mood at that day. Well, some of them just basically recommend me whatever I can make out of my favorites, and some just pick out a random one and check whether or not I have enough ingredients to make them, and so on. So I've got a few of them, and they're essentially there to demonstrate the different approaches to how you could do error handling in PowerAutomate. And the first one I want to show you is the so-called try, catch, and finally approach, which I'm sure you may have heard because that's the generic, or it comes from programming, essentially. That's probably the most popular approach in certain programming languages. That's where you have a try scope. In this case, that's actually a scope. All right, so there's some action that you would want to perform by default. And there's a catch bit that would essentially execute if anything within try fails. And then we would have a finally bit that would run regardless of whether or not the try actually failed. So it essentially has to have a specific functionality. So in this case, I've put it all into scopes because I prefer that approach in error handling. And then there's certain setup in there in the run after settings. So essentially I have to make catch only run if try has failed or timed out. And then in the finally scope, I actually need to make it only run if catch is either successful or skipped. So basically if try fails, catch will run, and then assuming it actually succeeds, then finally will also run. But if try doesn't fail, if it actually succeeds, then catch will not kick in, it will get skipped, and then finally will run anyway. So that's a basic approach, and this flow essentially just gets some cocktails and from the list that are tagged as favorites, and then they would send me a recommendations email in there, and then catch, if anything fails, it would just parse the error and maybe send an exception email to me. That's a sort of a notification essentially. Now the problem with this approach is that generally in actual business use cases, I don't really see that many where a finally scope would really make sense, that where you would want to perform the same action regardless of whether try failed or succeeded. Usually you would take different actions depending on whether it succeeded or failed. And in this case, for me to be able to send myself a recommendation, that's tricky because I actually have to build in a relatively complex condition in there, so that I can check whether or not, it succeeded. Because otherwise, if I try to send this email that actually uses the outputs of this select, but if get items fails, the select will not generate any outputs, and then this again fails, and then I would need extra error handling on top of it. That just adds extra logic, and that just doesn't make much sense. And on top of that, I can't really terminate this flow with a failed status, because normally, when a flow fails, you get to see it as as a flow run failed in the flow runs in your history. But if we catch the error and the handling bit actually succeeds, then the flow will complete successfully, and it will show up as a successful run in the history. And then if we do that, normally I would like to terminate it with a failure status, so that we can actually see it in the history as a failed run. Even though I handled the run, the error itself, it should still show up as a failed run. To, easier debugging, better analytics, and so on. However, if I have a finally scope, I can't really terminate it in here. And then if I want to add a termination step in the finally scope, I need to again implement extra logic to check whether or not there was an error. So it just kind of doesn't really sit well with me, this whole approach. But it does, it technically can be built. I just normally wouldn't recommend it. Now, but before I move on to the one I prefer, I just want to mention a couple of things that are relevant, and they will also be the same across all of those setups. So what I've got here is, first of all, I've got this parse error child flow. So I just moved it out to a child flow. That's the bit where I use the expat expression. So what I do in here, I essentially compose an XML out of this output, essentially on the result of the try scope, and I push that XML to a child flow. And this child flow is very simple. It's essentially a manually triggered flow that will just have this whole ugly expat expression that I use to actually fetch the error, and it will just then return the error as outputs. I just moved it out to a child flow. That's also a recommendation for you if you ever build something like this. Just because if I, for whatever reason, at any point find that I need to make any changes to this expression because I find a new funky connector that does it all differently, and I only have to change it in one place instead of having to go through all of my flows and adjust it. And then another thing is the so-called flow run URL. So I hope you're familiar by now with this, but if you're not, just gonna mention it a bit. This is a URL to generate a direct link to the specific flow run that failed. And then you could include that in an email message, a notification via Teams or whatever, or a log message that you log somewhere, so that it's easy to find the specific run that actually failed. And it makes it easier to find it. It has a longer retention span than the usual flow run history that you can see in the details page of a flow, and it makes a lot more sense to have that direct link if you, for example, if your flows run very frequently, so you can easily hit the limit of those 100 flow runs before you actually get to view it. And it also is available to environment admins even if they don't have access to the flow itself, so they can actually view and debug it. So that makes a lot of sense. Now, if I just want to test this, just to demonstrate what that actually looks like, now, yeah, so if it doesn't actually fail, right? So this kicks in, it sends me a recommendation email that looks something like this. Yeah, some of my favorite cocktails in there. And if I force it to fail by adding let's say a condition that is just false, that just doesn't work. and test it again. Can't resubmit flow runs. All right, so I get a bad request. This gets the whole thing. The child flow that parses the whole thing returns the error message that says column true does not exist. That's because of the syntax error I provided in the exception. And then I get a new, that's the finally scope just sending me a message that says, I failed to retrieve your cocktail recommendations. Doesn't make much sense. But I get an error message as well that just contains the actual message and the link to the specific flow run that I could access and check. That's this email there. Now, if I were to show you a slightly better approach, this is almost exactly the same thing, except instead of having a finally scope, I actually moved this email back in here, which allows me to have less logic inside the email body in there, less complex expression, still actually an expression because I wanted to format it nicely, but much simpler. And as an extra bit, I can actually terminate this because what I forgot actually to show you is in this flow, all of my flow runs, and these were, so I ran 2 tests, right? One of them actually had an error. They all show up as succeeded, which doesn't make much sense. Whereas in this approach, I can actually terminate with an exception inside the exception scope or catch scope. So this is almost the same, but I think it makes much more sense. It's much cleaner, and I just basically handle everything, and I don't need any extra logic after the exception, and I can terminate with an error. What I also have in here is an addition. Instead of sending myself an email, I'm logging it. So that's just to show you a different approach to reporting errors. I have a child flow that logs the message, so just basically providing the inputs, including the flow run URL. And the child flow is very simple, just adding a new row to a Dataverse entry. The reason I have it as a child flow is, again, because maybe, if I at some point decided I don't want to log into Dataverse tables and instead log into SharePoint list for whatever reason, or SQL Server or somewhere else, then maybe I just only need to change that in one place and not actually change across all of my flows. But basically, so if I now tested this, and this one is actually meant to fail. So it specifically has available, again, another column that essentially doesn't exist. And then, the exception kicks in. So, parses the error, returns the response. It then logs that error into Dataverse, and it terminates with an exception. So what I get is, if I check the flow runs, I can see that it actually failed. That's much more reasonable in my opinion. And then in the table itself, if I refresh it, this is the table that I logged to. Just a custom table. So you can actually, format it whatever you want, but I just have some columns in it, just basically describing the specific flow that logs in there, some, levels and the message itself. And then there's the URL. So if I open this, that's where I see the flow run that I just ran, the one I tested. So that's the cool bit about the flow run URL. Now, the next approach is a slightly more complex one if you actually end up having to build some nested containers, and especially loops. So that's a bit more painful. Now, in this particular case, I'm getting cocktails, and then I'm actually checking whether I have all of the ingredients for each of them. So I actually go through them and only then list those that that are not only my favorites, but are also, I can actually make them based on what I have at home. So in this case, what I would recommend is that, you still have the exception scope that handles everything in there, right? And it's pretty much the same. So I'm actually logging and sending myself an email. But in here, what I would generally recommend, and the reason why I would do that is because usually when you have loops, you're processing items. And when you're processing items, you would usually not want to stop the entire flow when a single item fails for whatever reason. Usually when that happens, you would want to continue processing other items. So you just want to skip the one that failed. And in those cases, what is best to do is to handle each individual item at item level. So you could just move the whole thing that should be inside the loop into a child flow and then do the handling in there. Or you could, that's actually recommended, but I just didn't want to have even more child flows. And for this particular case, I essentially just have a scope that just contains all of the actions that should normally be in the loop, and then an additional exception handling scope for handling that. So essentially, if something in here fails, this will kick in. It will fetch the error. It will log it, but it won't terminate. Obviously, well, first of all, you couldn't terminate inside a loop even if you wanted to. But we don't want to terminate anyway. We want to continue with the next item. So what will happen is it will actually show up as successfully handled, but we'll have a log message in there that's getting logged to our log messages table. And what's important is actually when we use this XML expression, again, when we use the result expression to fetch the results, we actually need to target each individual container that we're processing. So that's something I mentioned. That's not the not so cool part of the result expression. In this case, I specifically have a rule where I have the scope, right? But I also have a nested condition in there. Doesn't really, not very likely to fail, but still, there is a nested condition. So I actually have to target them both. I have to use a result expression on the condition and the result expression on the overall scope and combine them all into a JSON before I can convert it to an XML that will then contain all of it. So that's a bit of a pain, but that's the way the result expression works. And if I were to test this one, what will happen is, and I have specifically made the get the ingredients action to fail on one of the items instead of all of them. There's a special rule in there built in that just makes one of them fail. All right, so what happens in here is that item number 2 fails because of a bad request. This kicks in, I get the error message that says, yeah, this column doesn't exist because there's an expression in that one that's specific to one item to make it fail, whereas others succeed. So when others succeed and the actions outside of that loop don't fail, this doesn't kick in. And this only handles the actions outside of the loop itself. And I get a new email that says, yeah, you can make one of these cocktails because they're your favorites and you can have, you have all of the ingredients needed for it. So I'm sure I'm gonna make a Mai Tai when I'm back home. Right. And then finally, the last approach is for some more complex flows when you have some logic that might require different error handling based on the step inside the flow. So for example, in this particular flow, what I'm doing is I'm getting my cocktails and I'm getting a random number. So I'm basically just, out of those that, not necessarily my favorites, just all of my cocktails. And I'm gonna fetch a random one of them and then get the ingredients and check if I can actually make it. Now, the thing is, and that's usually applies to business flows when you get items and then process them. So when I get them, if this fails, what I will usually do is so I'll get the expression, I'll maybe log it or report it to somewhere, just using a Teams message instead of an email this time, just for the sake of showing you that there can be multiple ways to do it. And then I terminate it. So these almost the same. But then if these actions actually succeed, I move on to processing the specific cocktail. I'm trying to get the ingredients, and if something in here fails, then I'm not really, then the problem is not really with all of the cocktails. The problem is just with the one. And that one that I'm processing, I might want to actually update it somehow because I now have its ID. I fetched it. I'm in the context of a single item. So I'm actually in the exception scope. I'm updating it to say that it's no longer available, basically, so that it's unavailable, so that I shouldn't be, fetching it next time this runs. And so if I were to test this one, and that applies with cases when your flow might be, working in a larger context and then actually just fetching items and also processing them. It makes a lot of sense to have this sort of a branching logic that has different functionality in error handling based on the different steps inside the flow. So in this case, yeah, so I've specifically made this bit fail, so it fails, and then it updates that one item saying that, yeah, you can't really use this one, so use something else next time you're trying to fetch them. So that next time maybe it doesn't fail. And that's basically that, except for a thing that I wanted to mention. Well, it's no longer a new thing. It's relatively new, but since like a year ago or maybe a bit less, this has become generally available. There is a flow run table in Dataverse that essentially contains the information on all solution-aware flows, on all of their flow runs, actually. So whenever a solution-aware flow actually runs in PowerAutomate in your environment, you'll get an entry in this table. And if it fails, you'll get an entry that has an error message. So I'll just refresh to show you what I mean, because there should be some new entries in there. Right, so I ran these, right, and some child flows also ran, but basically, this one has been terminated by a terminate action and actually returned an error message, and it's all in there actually. And it can contain some other things. It actually contains the flow run ID and the flow ID itself. So I could also create a URL out of this and find the specific flow run. So this can actually be used for simple error handling and logging and monitoring, because we could just basically build a flow per environment that is triggered by a new entry into this table with a failed status, and just kind of do whatever we want to do. We could send a notification to someone. We could even resubmit the flow run if we wanted to. So that's actually possible to, instead of building in handling into every single one of our flows, we could actually just track this table. But there is some limitations to it. So first of all, these only would apply to the basic error handling rules, where, if we wanted to handle them all the same way, and if we don't want to have different rules applying based on the different steps, or if we don't want to continue our flow run if a single item in a loop fails. So those couldn't really be handled. So more complex scenarios can't really be handled this way. It would just essentially mean that we don't have any error handling in our flow. We allow them to fail on error, and then we just track this table. So it only works for simple things usually, and it's also an elastic table. So if you're short on capacity in your Dataverse, then this will not be prioritized actually. So you might lose some of those entries if you're out of database capacity. So that's also a bit of a limitation, but it can really be useful. It could also be just used for monitoring and analytics, as long as you don't use a try, catch, and finally approach, because those will just show up as a successful flow runs, even if they have errors in them. Right. And I think I've covered everything, so I can switch back to the slides. Just gonna do this. Yep, there we go. And cover the key takeaways. So if you have now decided that you want to do some error handling in PowerAutomate, I would recommend following these guidelines, right? So use containers and handle containers inside your flows instead of each action individually. Wrap the entire flow into a scope, like a main or a try or whatever you want to call them, and try to have minimum container nesting. Avoid them if possible. But if not possible, if you absolutely need to use loops inside your containers or whatever, you will need to handle those the exceptions at container level. So you'll need to target each individual container, or you'll need to use some child flows to call from within your containers and handle those the errors inside there as well. And then send an email or any other kind of notification with the error details and the flow run link to whoever is supporting, or at least log it somewhere. Well, depending on the importance of someone reacting quickly, you might either want to just log them somewhere for later, or you might also just send a notification to a process owner or someone like that. And then terminate after handling so that your flow runs actually show up as failed runs. Right, and the main expressions I use, so this is just because I assume the slides will be shared with the attendees so that you can actually have these. This is the one that converts the result into an XML. So you actually need, the one thing that needs to be done in here, changed in there is that, the result expression needs to target the specific container based on its name. So this might need to be adjusted. And if you actually have multiple containers targeting this one, targeting multiple containers with this expression, you might need to, build that into this. But then getting the error details, this is the ugly one, the big one, but it's actually static. So you can use this on the outputs of this one, and you don't need to change anything in here. But if something ever actually changes, that's going to be a big thing. And I will definitely shout about that all over social media. So hopefully you'll hear about that. And then this is the one for getting the flow run URL. So that's the simple one. And it's also static, works across environments. So this one does not need to be modified to work. Right, and as mentioned, this was the alternative way. I just kind of continued it in the demo instead of switching back 2 slides and then switching back to the demo again. Right, and that's that. Thank you. I invite you to fill out the survey, the global survey. And then also, if you would like to keep in touch and if you'd like to, maybe ask questions about this, or if you just want to, follow me for more content about PowerAutomate and Power Platform in general, feel free to reach out via LinkedIn. And I would really appreciate it if you also took a couple of minutes to rate this session. There's a form linked under this QR code to just rate the specific session. It's just, a very simple one, a couple of minutes. So if you would be so kind to do it, I'd really appreciate it. Thanks. Now I guess it's the time for Q&A if there are any questions.
Yes, are there any questions? If so, please type in the chat or come on mute. Thank you very much. Oh, no, there was not a question. Thanks a lot. Was actually very interesting because it's starting to look like something I usually don't do PowerAutomate, and it's starting to look with try catch finally like something I could handle. And also I always wanted to make an app for recipes. Maybe we could join forces. You make the backend and I make the PCF.
Yeah, I would actually love that. I kind of when I do the intro about my cocktail recipes, I kind of feel like the overall solution needs an app. And my flows are not enough to actually do it. It should have an app, so we might end up doing something.
That could be a good idea. Great. If there are no other questions, maybe just one question from my side. Do you handle some critical errors? Do you do something to react to those errors if they are critical, or they are just from time to time you look on these logs?
Yeah, so that depends. Basically the contents of the catch scope, they could depend on the business criticality of the flow itself usually. So that's the way we would do it. So in some cases, I've shown different approaches to that. So in some cases I would send myself a notification, whereas in some cases I wouldn't. So that's usually the case with based on the business criticality of the flows. If they're not very critical, I would just log it. And I will usually do the logs on every one of them, right? So all of my flows will usually have logging, and then they will optionally have reporting on top of the logs based on whether or not they're critical to react to. So that's the approach I take. It could also just be like that, the different approaches I usually mention to people when they ask me about this is that you either log everything or you report everything. If you do both, then you log everything and report something. So that's the approach. If you do one, you need to do it for everything. If you do both, then you log everything and you report only business critical things. And then the reporting just goes out to either a support inbox or a process owner or whoever is responsible for that particular flow. That's usually the case. We could send that to a Teams channel, a Slack channel, or a support mailbox or something like that. So it usually depends on the flow. That's also why I usually build error handling into flows instead of relying on that flow run table in Dataverse, is because this way I can basically it's easier to control the rules of what to do if the flow fails. Whereas if I actually have that at the Dataverse level, environment level error handling for everything, then it will either be the same for everything, meaning spam usually, or I'll have to build some complex logic into that one error handling flow that will just have some dictionary to map the different flow IDs to whatever rules need to be taken for them. That's just, again, probably overly complicating things.
See, thank you. Well, I post your social contact on LinkedIn. Oh, there is a question. Is it possible to share the presentation? Okay, the question was for me.
Yeah.
Yes, we'll do that. And I understood that we'll get your presentation, and we share that with everybody.
Yes, so there's the presentation will definitely be shared, and then there is also a thing, after the last time I did this session somewhere else, there were some people asking for a sample flow template with the whole handling bits. So I actually have that as a solution as well. So if anyone's actually interested in getting that, feel free to drop me a message on LinkedIn. I'll share a simplified template that does not include any premium connectors, so that you can actually import that and play around with it yourselves.
Very cool. Thank you. So I'll share your social contact, and thank you very much for the session. Was very nice. And well, I think we should make a break, but actually in 1 minute we should start over. So we won't make the break, I think. And I saw that Troy, it's already in the chat. The next session, it's from Troy, and it would be about connectors. But I think it's better to let him explain, because I saw only that you take care about PowerAutomate 2 and CopilotStudio, and take care about published connectors. Ready to learn about that?
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. All right, I'll come off camera for a minute, and before we get started, just so that you can see that yes, I am awake. It is morning here on the East Coast of the United States. I'll try to try to be friendly. I have only had one cup of coffee, but let's get going. Okay, so I'd like to thank Orbis and everyone for putting this together. And yes, the session today is going to be on building custom connectors for both the Power Platform and CopilotStudio. The CopilotStudio option became available last year, and it's something I have used, and it works. I'll say it works, but there should be improvements coming to it later this year from Microsoft. So we'll definitely cover the Power Platform specific parts, and I'll breeze over the CopilotStudio parts as well. But yes, let's add your third-party data to CopilotStudio. So yes, as you can see in the picture, when I'm not building connectors, I have a small farm with sheep and goats. This is Octavia here. She smiles better than I do. But yes, I am based out of Pennsylvania in the United States. So when I'm not working as a consultant at Hitachi Solutions, I spend a lot of my time doing open source contributions to the independent publisher program, where I am both a project coordinator and a publisher. I've published over 200 connectors that have been certified by Microsoft and are available on the platform alongside all of the Microsoft connectors and all the third-party connectors that have also been certified out there. So there's a little under 1,300 connectors right now, and I'm responsible for a chunk of them anyway. The agenda today, so definitely we're going to go, basic to advanced. We're going to start by, introducing what a connector is in terms of the Power Platform, why you might want to build a custom connector, and then functionality that I really enjoy and have some expertise in, which is using custom code within Power Platform connectors, which is definitely a more advanced topic. But one that you should not be frightened of. There's lots of ways to help you get that C# code written to do functionality that wouldn't otherwise be possible. And if I can do it, you can do it, because I'm definitely not a C# developer. And then we're going to do a quick demo. We're going to build a custom connector, or at least an action inside of a custom connector, and I'll show you all of the screens that are available in that connector editor. Okay. All right. If you don't mind, I'm going to go off camera for the rest of the presentation. I'll be back at the end. I tend to bounce around when I'm talking, and it's distracting. I know it's distracting, so I won't subject you to that. All right. So what is a Power Platform connector? Right now, what's been available, for 6 or 7 years at this point, is Swagger definitions that you can have available within your environments. It does not have to be part of a solution, but I certainly recommend that you use a solution. And yeah, it's oftentimes considered called a wrapper or some sort of middleware, but behind the scenes, it's just a Swagger definition. You build it in PowerAutomate, but ultimately it's a couple Azure services running in the back end to make sure everything works right. And yeah, you should not be frightened from it. I know they've hidden it now in the options that are available within the Power Platform, on the left-hand side there, but definitely seek it out. There's a lot you can bring to your apps and PowerAutomates that certainly wouldn't be available otherwise. So yeah, so it allows your API service, whether it's internal or external, whether it's a third-party service or your own service, to connect with PowerAutomate, Power Apps, and Logic Apps, plus CopilotStudio. So CopilotStudio certainly has the availability of calling PowerAutomate directly. And that's one way you could access these connector actions. But you can also use Copilot actions to add it directly to your agents. So the connector itself certainly may contain actions and triggers, but it doesn't necessarily have to. With the availability of custom code now, you can certainly write a custom connector that is just code. It will not go outside of your Microsoft ecosystem. It won't call any service, and you can just run custom code. So if you have like regex functionality that you want to build out, if you have some sort of data that you want to transform using custom code, you can certainly do that with a custom connector action and not call any third-party service at all. But for the demo today, we're going to be looking at an external service. So these here are roughly the 5 building blocks of building a custom connector within the Power Platform. So certainly the first thing that you want to think about and make sure that Power Platform certainly can call the API is you want to make sure that you are calling it securely, and that you can authenticate or at least create the connection to your API service. So certainly OAuth is available, and it's certainly the recommended authentication method that you should be using if possible. It's OAuth 2.0, and certainly Microsoft makes available several templates already available to you. So certainly you can call Enter ID, you can call Dropbox, GitHub, Salesforce. Those are some of the many templates that I'll show you in just a little bit, and that helps reduce the number of parameters and steps to get that OAuth working. The next option, if we're going down the security chain, is certainly basic authentication. Usernames and passwords is certainly some ways that you have to connect to APIs, so that's available. And then there's certainly just connecting with an API key, whether it's a bearer token or just a straight API key. That's also an option. Like I said, we're going to describe how the API functions. The definition of the API, we're ultimately making a version that will work with Power Platform. And right now it is Swagger, which is OpenAPI 2.0. That definition is standard is a little old. I won't parse words with that, but OpenAPI 3.0, especially now that CopilotStudio is so widely accepted, certainly OpenAPI 3.0 support will be coming to custom connectors. Microsoft has started to prioritize that after many years of us requesting it, but it will be available soon. If a Postman collection is what the API provides to you, you certainly can start your connector from that collection. It will, the editor can transform that Postman collection and convert it to Swagger. Not saying that it'll be perfect, but it is an option to get started with. Or the method that I more than often start with, which is just starting from scratch, using the custom connector portal or editor, and writing all the parameters, all the objects, all of that by hand. That's certainly a great way to do it. You have more control. You make sure everything works the first time. It's not a bad way to do it. The other way you can do this, which isn't mentioned here, but I know several people start using one of the CLI tools to create a connector as well, whether it's PACon or PAC pack. You certainly can create connectors that way as well, and write the entire connector in your code editor of choice. That's another option. It's great if you do that way, if you're happy doing it that way. It is an option. And then, yes, certainly using your connector. So we're primarily talking Power Platform, so using it within a flow, calling it directly from an app, or Logic app as well. So certainly, since PowerAutomate is built off of Logic apps, certainly you can use the same connector in Logic apps. That functionality will be the same. But there, of course, logic apps, there's additional functionality that you can do as well that PowerAutomate doesn't have. The two other optional steps here, certainly sharing your connector. Like I said, I share it, my connectors through open source repo that Microsoft has supported. But certainly you could share your connectors just with people within your environment, within your tenant. Certainly you can share connectors, or you can export your connector as a zip file or the component package and share it with users that way outside of your tenant. Definitely, sharing is caring. So definitely look into that if you can. And then certifying your connector. So like I said, independent publisher connectors are all certified through the same method and process that any third party or other Microsoft service gets certified, goes through the same train, and it's something that I certainly recommend if you have that option available to you, whether it's for a service your company provides or it's a third-party service that you just like. Certainly look into certifying the connector and making it available even more than just that open source contribution, make it available on the platform. Okay, so I've talked a little bit about this, but let's go over some of these points. So why would you use custom connectors? So like I said, there's 1,300 connectors thereabouts available within the platform when you're looking at that large connector list. But using custom connectors allows you to connect to services that aren't currently supported. So certainly, out of the probably hundreds of thousands of popular APIs, certainly someone, maybe you, needs to connect to that service. So certainly you could use a custom connector to connect to those services. Or perhaps, maybe there's the connector that is available, but the publisher, whoever the publisher is, doesn't provide the trigger or action that you need. So certainly you can create your own custom connector to expand what's available from that API. Like I like to say, custom connectors are simple to build and don't require a lot of coding, but they can involve a lot of coding. So we'll talk about that here in a minute. Certainly, if you have that C# expertise or some knowledge, or maybe just following a guide, perhaps you add a lot of code to your connector, and that's great. If you need that, you can certainly try to make it work. It's the error handling for custom code within the PowerAutomate editor is certainly not the best. I won't mince words there. It's certainly not the best, but when it works, it's great. Yeah, and like I said, can be built however you like and can certainly be shared via GitHub or through just sharing the solution files. So why would you want to use custom connectors over the HTTP action that's available within PowerAutomate? So certainly some of the HTTP actions within the Microsoft services, some of them are not premium. So certainly custom connectors are premium, but why would you require that additional license if you can just call it freely, with a basic license? And custom connectors really do help simplify your solutions. If you have 10 PowerAutomates and they're all calling the same endpoint, just using the HTTP action, you're going to have to replicate that action 10 times. Whereas, you create the action once within your connector and you can reuse that action over and over again. It also avoids unnecessary overhead. So you can't call PowerApps, you can't call HTTP directly from PowerApps, so you have to use PowerAutomate. So it reduces that overhead. You certainly call the custom connector directly from PowerApps. And certainly, better logging, better analytics. You can monitor your connectors from within the admin center. You can also build out some additional logging and analytics. You can certainly build that into your connector as well, so that you don't have to rely necessarily on some of those steps from the previous sessions. Certainly, you can do some of that more directly and easier using custom connectors. So I've sort of glanced over this a little bit. Certainly, custom connectors, the API, it can be public or private. When we're talking certified connectors and independent publisher connectors, certainly those are, for the most part, very public APIs. Some certified connectors, some of those publishers do hide some of their actions behind private API endpoints, but for the most part, it's mostly public APIs. And then, typically your audience for custom connectors is typically internal within your tenant, but not necessarily. I'm just saying the typical audience is internal. Certainly with certified connectors and independent publisher connectors, it's pretty much everyone that uses the platforms. Certainly your audience is much larger when you publish it that way. If you are an independent publisher, for the most part, you make it available to all of the public clouds, and that's true with certified connectors as well. But as part of the certification process, if you have any sort of government clouds or private clouds that you want to reach, certainly that's an option as well, or you can restrict your connectors from that as well. Okay. So what APIs can I create a connector to? Certainly any RESTful API, any public RESTful API is certainly a great way to start your connector. So Power Platform connectors, until custom code was available, had to use RESTful, had to use JSON as the primary request and response type. But now that we have custom code, certainly you can connect to XML or SOAP APIs as well. You can even connect to some GraphQL APIs as well using custom code. So don't be afraid. If you're only thinking of RESTful APIs, certainly custom code now has some more flexibility in what APIs we can connect to. So certainly any of those public APIs, services like Spotify, Yelp, NASA. I guess maybe I need to update these examples a little bit, but yes, public APIs, that you find them on Postman. Or if you find them out in the wild from your favorite services, those APIs you certainly can create a connector for. And then your public APIs you also manage. So certainly Azure Functions, Azure Web Apps, Azure API Apps, you certainly can connect to all of those as well. And then private APIs, you certainly have the on-prem data gateway option when you're creating your custom connector, so you certainly can reach those APIs as well. Okay, so custom code and Power Platform connectors has been available, I want to say it's about 18 months now, and it's something that I use, especially when I'm dealing with clients. It's something that I often come up with the need for custom code, whether it's stringing multiple actions together to connect to multiple endpoints to only return one response, That's certainly a good example. If you have weird authentication methods, that aren't strictly OAuth 2.0, you can certainly try to use custom code to access that authentication security needs. But yeah, custom code allows you to transform requests and response payloads based beyond the scope of existing policy templates. I'll go over policy templates in a little bit. Policy templates were introduced about 2 years ago. They have seen no love lately. There haven't really been updates to policy templates, even though there's definitely a need for Microsoft to make those options available. But yes, when code is used, it takes precedence over the codeless definition. So yeah, certainly your code acts in between what you defined and the API service. Currently, you are limited to one script per connector, which is unfortunate, but you just have to handle operations, the operation ID within the custom code. If you're targeting different actions, doing different functionality, you certainly can use that operation ID to have different responses. The code also must execute within 5 seconds, and the script file cannot be more than 1 megabyte. I have certainly reached that 1 megabyte limit quite quickly. I'd like to set up dynamic schemas for requests, so that you have different values and dropdowns, and I have certainly using dynamic responses for those enumerated values. I have definitely hit the 1 megabyte limit, and unfortunately, I believe it's a logic app limitation, so I don't see that being increased anytime soon. But we can always keep our fingers crossed. There's a link here to the Microsoft Learn document. I'll also have it at the end. Okay, so we're going to switch now. We're going to quickly talk about what the steps required to build a custom connector, and then we're going to go over and do a real world example. So this, I'm sure you've all seen it at some point. Is the custom connector editor within PowerAutomate. Like I said, Microsoft doesn't give a lot of love to it. It's not available here as a navigational item. You do have to hit the discover all, and then custom connectors is down here. Unfortunately, they've hidden it, but I've gone ahead and pinned it, and in most of my environments I pin it since I use it so much. You go up here, so as you can see, so right now, this is the list of connectors that I have in this environment. I'll give bonus points to who can tell me how many connectors a user can have outside of a solution in an environment. Bonus points if you know that. Bonus points if you know how to beat that limit, because there are a couple ways to beat that limit if you actually have to, that aren't including solutions. But if you build connectors within solutions, it doesn't have that 50 per user limit. So like I said, certainly you can start your connector from Azure services, which has been in preview for a long time now. It's often easier to create the connector depending on what the service is from the service itself, but that's available here. You can import an OpenAPI, whether a Swagger or 2.0 file. That's certainly an option. It does downgrade 3.0 files for you, so it doesn't stay 3.0 on the back end of your connector. You can import from a URL, you can import from a Postman collection, and you can import from GitHub as well. So like I mentioned, the open source independent publisher connectors aren't unfortunately available here, but the other connectors that are in that repo are available. So here are several Microsoft open source connectors. Microsoft was the original publisher of these connectors. Might not be current. This is just a list from that repo. But certified is all of those third-party services. So there's hundreds here, and you can certainly use their definition and then expand on it if you need to add actions. This is often a very easy way to get started. But yeah, we're going to go ahead. We're going to start from blank. Just give this a name. Okay. So as you can see here along the top, there are 6 different tabs that are part of this editor. We're going to go through all of these tabs, and then we'll look at changing the values to actually reflect a service, an API service. So, as you can see, some of these options are required. The scheme is, or the scheme security scheme is certainly required. The host is certainly required, but you can give. We'll just do any for now so we can get rid of that red error. The next tab is security. This security tab might look different than what you're used to. I'm currently using the public preview of PowerAutomate, and it makes it available connection sets. Parameter sets, so you can certainly now select and make available multiple authentication types to your connector. This was previously only available if you went and used the CLI tool and edited the code on the back end, but they've now made this available and should be out of public preview shortly. I hope I build anyway. But in this case, if I select basic authentication and API key, there's certainly values that you have to update for that API key, whether it's in the header query, and then the label that the user sees versus what the parameter name, whether it's that header value or query parameter, the actual name. Like I said, OAuth is also available. So by default, it's generic OAuth 2.0, client ID, client secret, having to fill in all of the URLs. That's basic OAuth 2.0. But let's say we want to use Azure. This is how frequently they've updated it. It should be Entra ID, of course. Yes, the template name unfortunately hasn't changed, but this allows you to have some of those template values already populated for you. So the authorization URL, the tenant ID, those values, the generic values are already populated for you. Okay, but for now, we're just going to skip and not do any authentication, just so that it will save. Here's the definition tab. So this is where you configure actions and triggers. It also allows you to set up policies. We'll come back to actions and triggers in just a minute. But policies, these are the policies that have been available for the last 2 years or so. They have not seen any updates. So certainly if there's not a policy here, certainly consider writing custom code, because ultimately, this is virtually custom code. You can do any of these using custom code and instead of a policy template, but policy templates you can apply to individual operations. I'll show that when we come back. Okay. Let me delete that. So the next tab is currently called AI plugin. For those of you that have experience with CopilotStudio, AI plugins was what it was called when it was introduced last spring, before agents became everything, and I think actually before actions Copilot agent actions was called actions. They were plugin actions. So there is some additional metadata that you need to add to. In this case, it does get added to the Swagger file itself, but that's how Microsoft is packaging it. So once you get that metadata entered, you certainly can make and enable certain actions within your connector for CopilotStudio, and you can also give additional descriptions to both the title and the description of the action to make it more accessible through Copilot Studio as well. So you might, for your connector action, you might define it with a very simple description, but you certainly could provide more details to make it easier for your agent to interact with the action that way. You do that through the screen. The next tab is your code tab. Like I said, this is C# code. You can select specific actions to only have this code interact with certain operations instead of all of them, or maybe you need it to interact with all operations if it's, let's say, a security method that you can implement through the regular security templates. You certainly could have all operations run this code as well. But yes, here's just a simple response that does hello world. It's not very useful, but yeah, there's certainly a lot you can do with this if you work within the limits, and those are all listed within Microsoft Learn. That'll be one of the links, so I won't go into that. I'm going to create the connector now, just so that gets saved and it makes the test tab available. We're just going to save this quick. Oh, I think I did enable that. I left that enable tab on. That's the reason why it's creating the custom code here on the back end, which is not, if you don't have that enabled, certainly won't take the additional time to create the code, but let's just let it create it. It's fine for now. Like I said, certainly this connector editor certainly handling Azure resources in the backend for you. So right now, it's certainly set it up within API management. Ultimately, certainly set up the host and any actions if we define them. It's also making that code an Azure resource as well. That's the reason why the first time you create the connector, it does take a little bit longer than any update. There we go. Not too long, just a little bit. Yeah, we're going to disable code. Won't save that long again in the future. And then finally here we have the last 6 test tab. This allows you to create connections without having to go out. You can either create it through connections or create the connection in PowerAutomate. You certainly can create connections this way and then test your operations. That's what the bottom of this this tab does. All right. So moving on from here, let's try to look at a real world example and build a connector that there's not currently a connector available for. So I'm sure many of you have looked into what's available through Azure. Certainly Azure OpenAI or OpenAI is certainly a very hot topic. So when you want to add those responses to your flows, or you can add to your apps. Certainly, a lot of people are using OpenAI outside of CopilotStudio. But Azure also makes available this Azure AI Foundry, which allows you to securely connect to instances of a LLM that's not, it can be OpenAI, but it's certainly, it makes available hundreds of additional LLMs as well, whether it's serverless or permanent or not. You can certainly train those models if you want to. I will say the pricing on Azure AI Foundry is certainly not the cheapest, but it may be cheaper in the long run for you than setting up your own instances of the LLM and or running it locally. Perhaps Azure AI Foundry is an option that you might consider for your solution. But there's lots of other non-Microsoft services that make these LLMs available through APIs as well. So I know right now within the repo, I've seen a proposal to add OpenRouter, which I know is a very popular type of this sort of API service where the LLM is hosted for you. Together AI is another one I was looking at, and I'll probably build an independent publisher connector for it, because I can see the need for people to want to use this within their solution. And the pricing actually is not terrible, at least for the serverless versions that I was looking at. So yeah, so this is ultimately it's a service. They provide website, they provide playground for the website. There's certainly many ways you can connect to it, but one of them is just through a REST API. So let's take a look. So when you're building a connector, you're looking at the API documentation. You'll often come up with sites like this. This is pretty standard. That provides textual documentation around, as well as the API reference. And this may be too technical for a lot of people. And the more you look at services like this, you look at APIs, the more experience you get, the more this won't look like a textbook. It won't look too difficult to you, I promise. But let's go ahead. Let's look at the API reference. We're going to look at this specific chat endpoint, which is the most basic that makes it available to you. But you can clearly see here in the API reference, you can see the endpoint you need to call, the REST verb. It needs to be a post in this case. You can see the body parameters here, whether they're required or not. This ultimately, a lot of these AI services use the OpenAI API model as a model. So certainly the parameters here, if you've looked at the OpenAI API, these will look very familiar to you. They are trying to standardize those regardless of what the model is that you're calling. But yeah, so there's lots of optional parameters here. And then it also shows you the parameters that will be part of the response body as well, that response JSON body as well. Ignore the required. There's no required actually in response bodies, but these are all certainly what will be returned to you as well. Going over here to the right, you can see they've given you an example here. This is just a curl request if you're familiar with those. But basically, it matches what the API documentation, API reference has as well. We're accepting application JSON. We can see here that it will be a bearer token. We'll need to keep that in mind when we're setting up the security. But yeah, and then you can see this is a post request. So we're going to see a post body that will be needed to be here. What's weird though is that they haven't added this by default. Let's go ahead and add this, and so that. Is that a question, Wolfgang? Or you just come off mute?
No, it was by mistake, I think. So please go on. Thank you.
If you're looking for a 1080p webcam,
Looks like Troy is muted.
Oh, must have been a mute all. Sorry about that. Let me go back a couple steps. So now that I've gone ahead and added those parameters here in the middle, you can see now that that the request over here on the right has been updated as well. We'll go ahead and copy that when we get to creating the action. And as you can see, I've selected the 200 response example, and we've gotten that response body as well. So certainly we're going to go ahead and copy this as well when we're creating that action. So let's go back. Let's go back to Copilot, or not Copilot. Let's go back to the PowerAutomate editor. Okay. So one thing I will note. So when I created this connector originally, we're not going to reuse this. So there are some parameters, specifically the scheme and the host, that you shouldn't update. Once after the connector's been created, you shouldn't update. So I should not reuse this connector. More than likely, you'll find that you'll run into errors down the line. So let's go back and create another blank connector. Just call this demo 2. Okay, so we're going to go ahead. We're going to grab that host. The host is just that. We don't need any of the endpoint yet. Let's go ahead. If you were creating a custom connector as part of a solution, now would be the time where you would add that environment variable as part of a host. If you were dealing with different hosts based off of development, test, and prod, if you were dealing with different hosts, now would be the time before you create the connector to use that environment variable here. But for this API, it's going to be the same host regardless of which tenant it is. So we're going to go ahead and save that. For security, as I pointed out earlier, it is an API key ultimately. It's a bearer token. It is in the header. Let's take a look here. And but what it is, it's an authorization key, and with bearer. So we will need to add that bearer and the space in addition to the value. But for now, we're going to call this API key, and we're going to give hint text to the form. So if you have other end users creating their own connection, we'll give them that label. They only see label. There's not a description. This is authorization. This is standard key. If you didn't want to use this and you only wanted them to enter the API key, certainly you could use custom code and add bearer to that header parameter. Certainly you could do that for the user if you want to, but for now, let's go ahead. All right, and we're going to create a new action now. Okay, so you need to provide some of these fields, and the operation ID, of course, is required for any action. They must be unique operation IDs. So we're going to get completion. Guess what? Yeah, and query a chat model. let's go ahead and add this as a description, and we're just going to call this. I usually use the standard of what the endpoint is plus what the verb is, so that I can see it. If I have a lot of actions calling the same endpoint, I usually put what the verb is at the end so that I can see quickly in this list here on the left. But that's certainly just a option that you don't need to follow. The visibility here, Microsoft unfortunately has not updated this. It's been this way for years and years. Certainly the none visibility is a lie. None visibility is just the basic visibility. So it will appear alphabetically in PowerAutomate. You'll ultimately get an alphabeticalized list of endpoints here. But advanced certainly is always hidden. It's always hidden. If you do important, it will be at the top of that list before the alphabetized advanced that are hidden from you. You also can do internal only actions as well. So if you have an action that, let's say, returns a list that you're going to use in a different action for a dropdown, maybe you just want to have that as internal visibility so that you can populate that dropdown.
Troy?
That's certainly an option. Yes?
Troy, may I interrupt a second? We are actually out of time, so maybe
Oh,
you
am I
can
out of time? Okay, we can do this. We can do that. We can do this quick. All right. Because ultimately, using this wizard within PowerAutomate, ultimately we're going to copy and paste, and we're going to make these. It's going to make the parameters for us, so that we don't have to. Oh, sorry, not that one. Select the right verb. We're going to select the body. As you can see, if we drop down to the body here, that wizard has certainly created those parameters for us. That's great. We're going to look at the response. Do 200. Copy all of that. Import from sample. It's going to give us that body defined for us now as well. As you can see here, this is the Swagger on the back end. It's gone ahead and created those parameters for us, both the response and the request parameters. I'll go ahead and create this connector quick. While that's working, I'm going to copy my API key. Okay, we're going to go ahead and create that connection. Thank you, Brave, for trying to help me, but you're not being helpful. Let me just make sure I pasted that right. Okay, there's this little refresh button. Unfortunately, this dropdown doesn't get populated quickly. We're going to go ahead and use the example here of this model. So this is a Quen model. Go user and tell me a story. That's usually a good one. Okay, so this is going to call that endpoint in the background, and it should provide a 200 response here in just a moment. I guess I should have asked it to tell me a short story, shouldn't I? There we go. As you can see, this header is provided to you so you can help troubleshoot. Excuse me. And the body now is here. You can see that because we've given that response definition, that sample response, the schema validates successfully. And you can see there that, yes, here's that story for you. We've called that endpoint successfully. All right. I told you it'd be quick. I think I got within those 3 minutes. Thank you very much, Diane.
Perfectly.
And yes, those links from my slide deck will be shared with you. Please fill out the survey so you can win some swag. And I thank you for having me today.
Thank you very much, Troy. I think if there are questions, they can put them in the chat, or they can reach you on your social media.
Stick around for a little while.
And we just made it in time for the next session.
Thank you very much. Thanks again, everyone, for being here late on a Friday afternoon. My name is Gomolemo, or Homo for short. I'm a cloud developer advocate at Microsoft, focusing on the Power Platform and AI. Yeah, I have a background in .NET and Azure development, but I fell in love with the Power Platform, especially because with the Power Platform, anyone can build out apps, automations, agents. And so because of my background, I like to merge those two worlds together, which is what we're going to be doing today in this session. So I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen. And of course, I'm going to ask can you all see it? Perfect. Okay. So let's get going with the session. Right, so the name of the session is Build Your Own Agents with OpenAI, .NET, and CopilotStudio. Today, we will be building a custom agent to show you how easy it is to make use of conversational AI for all types of audiences. But what exactly is an agent? We get this question quite a lot at Microsoft, and a definition that we all agree on is that it is an intelligence AI assistant that uses generative AI and large language models to automate and execute business processes, working alongside or on behalf of a person, team, or organization. The more complex your task is, the greater the value your agents can then bring. As some of you might know, Microsoft has many first-party agent experiences available across its ecosystem, from Microsoft 365 Copilot to Copilot for Sales, and it's changing how employees work. But what if you want to create a custom agent that's specific to your use case? A bespoke AI assistant that does exactly what you want it to do. That is what we're going to take a look at today. And as the title suggests, we will be building a fun custom agent that shows you the steps of building effective conversational AI, our podcast marketing agent, which will be built using these three technologies. We have Azure OpenAI Service, where we'll be laying the foundation by creating large language model deployments, which will power the main functionality of the agent. We will then use .NET to build a web API, which leverages the Azure OpenAI Clients library for .NET to gain access to our model deployments programmatically. And within that same environment, we will then configure a custom connector to expose the API to the Power Platform, because that's where CopilotStudio is. And then speaking of CopilotStudio, that is where we will wrap things up by building out the conversational flow using generative AI and orchestration. So very, very quickly, I'm going to go through each of these three technologies. As you may know, Microsoft has formed a partnership with OpenAI to collaborate on the development of AI technologies. And out of that partnership comes the Azure OpenAI service, which provides REST API access to OpenAI's powerful language models. So any of these models can be adapted to whatever task that you have. Things like content generation, image understanding, semantic search, and natural language, all the way to code translation. The users are then able to access the service through REST APIs, which we will do in our .NET application. We'll also be using .NET, as I've just mentioned, which is a free cross-platform open source developer platform for building many kinds of apps. So it can run programs written in many languages, with C# being the most popular. And that is the language that we will be using to create our API today. And of course, the star of the show is CopilotStudio. And this fits into the picture by giving us an end-to-end low-code conversational AI tool for building our own agents and extending Microsoft 365 Copilot. This means that CopilotStudio provides a complete lifecycle for designing, enhancing, and managing agents from a single pane of glass. So with all the tech explained, I wanted to get through that relatively quickly. Let's see how we're actually going to use it. Again, this agent is a fun project that solves a very niche problem. It uses advanced AI models to create a dynamic application, which is inspired by Kevin Scott's Microsoft Build demo, by making it easy to generate a social media post promoting a new episode of your podcast. Kevin Scott built the agents using Python. So I thought I wanted to try and translate that to .NET, but further that by integrating it with the Power Platform. So let's make sense of what the actual demo is going to be. So since it's a podcast marketing agent, we're going to start with Kevin Scott's podcast, Behind the Tech, where he goes behind the scenes with today's most innovative tech leaders. So let's pretend that we have been tasked with marketing each episode of the podcast on LinkedIn. We have to come up with an engaging social media post, and this post needs to highlight the podcast main talking points. It needs to also highlight that week's guest. And we also have to create an image that perfectly aligns with the podcast topic as well as the guest. So these images must be unique and should capture the essence of each episode. That is quite a lot of work. So it seems like something that we can just pass over to AI. So first, in our agent, the agent needs to start from the podcast URL, right? We're going to provide the agent with just the URL to the podcast episode, and the agent will need to somehow listen to that entire podcast, right? Agents don't have ears, but luckily we can use the whisper model to grab the transcript of the podcast so we know exactly what has been said in that episode. Once we have the transcript, we can then feed it into GPT-4 and extract the guest's name. Of course, we can listen to the podcast episode on our own or read the transcription ourselves, but we really want this to be as autonomous as can be. All we want to do is provide the URL and everything else will then spit out at the end. So once we have the transcript, we have the guest name, we can then use the Bing search API to get the guest bio. So we can search for the guest on the internet, grab a bio from the internet, and then bring it back into our agent. Once we have the transcription and once we have the guest bio, now we have enough context to generate a social media blurb. So this blurb that you're seeing on screen was created by GPT-4. We gave it the transcript as context as well as the guest bio, and it has created some form of blurb that highlights both of those things. And then after that, once we have the blurb, we then need to start creating the image, right? So we need a really good prompt to pass to DALL-E to create the image for us. So why not use the social media blurb that we're going to be posting on LinkedIn and use that as context for our prompt? So then that's how we're going to be creating the prompt. And then once we have the prompt, we can then feed it into DALL-E and create our image. So it's basically a 6-part process that starts with the podcast URL. So again, with the podcast agents explained, let's actually start building it. I'm using these tools. I have an Azure account, Visual Studio installed with .NET development workloads, as well as access to CopilotStudio and PowerAutomate. PowerAutomate is in brackets because you really need PowerAutomate if you're creating topics. But I want to change this up and try and build this entire agent with just actions. So we'll see how that goes for us. So with that, let's immediately start with the building process. So I'm going to go out of my slides. Let's open up my browser here. And we'll start from the very beginning. I want to show you the entire building process here. First things first, I have a resource group inside of Azure because I need a bunch of Azure resources. The first one is a storage account. So in the storage account, I basically have all the podcast episodes, right? They are all stored as on blobs. Again, I'm not a very successful podcaster. It's just one episode, but that's fine. I just need an easy place to store all my podcast episodes. And then with each episode, I can just grab the link by copying there. Cool. The next resource that we have is the Azure OpenAI instance that we have inside of Azure. So all you have to do is just search for OpenAI and then create an instance. So this is essentially your access tool towards the Azure OpenAI models inside of Azure. Once we create that instance, then you'll see a button in your Azure resource that says, go to Azure AI Foundry portal. So if we click on that, that will then take us straight to, let me just do this. That will then take us straight to the Azure AI Foundry portal, but specifically to the instance where we have a bunch of Azure OpenAI service models. As some of you may know, the Foundry has access to a bunch of different models, not just Microsoft, not just OpenAI. However, I specifically want those within Azure OpenAI. Once we're in the portal, we just scroll all the way down to deployments. When we are here, this is where we can create deployments of each of those models. So a deployment is essentially your own copy of that model that you can manage, that you can use, that you can interact with. I've already created 3 deployments, one for DALL-E. This will be used to create the image. GPT-4 is used to create all the text, and Whisper is used to listen to the podcast so that we can get the transcript. So it's as easy as going to deploy model, deploy a base model, if it is a base model, and selecting any one of these Azure OpenAI models. So that's the model side of things. Once we have the models, then we can go into .NET and actually start creating the API project. So what I'll do is I'll open up Visual Studio here. This is a clean project that I created prior to this. It is a .NET API, .NET Web API project, and that is where we're going to get started. Just for context sake, I want to just show you the packages that are involved with this project. So if I go to installed, I have 3 main packages that I installed myself. First one being the OpenAI Clients Library package. This allows me to have access to those models that I've just deployed. I then also have Azure Identity. This is a instance of the Azure SDK Clients Library to authenticate me as a user, as an owner of those models. So usually when you're accessing models, you access models by a endpoint as well as an API key. I don't want to store my API key anywhere, so I can just use Microsoft Entra ID to authenticate myself to those models. And then, of course, we have this JSON package that allows us to create JSON objects for our API. So those are the packages that we need. Let's go ahead immediately and start writing the class that interacts with our models. So for this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just show you every step. Of course, we don't have much time to write every single line of code. So I'll just show you how it all comes about. So in the setup file here, all I have is my instance to the Azure OpenAI resource inside of Azure. So that is just the endpoint saying that this is where all my model deployments are sitting. We also have an instance to Bing because we need Bing later on when we need to search for the bio of the guest. And then I have the Bing search key in an environment variable. That's all I need to initialize. And then after that, once I have all my instances, then I can initialize specifically the Azure OpenAI client. So this allows me to create a brand new instance where I get it by referring to the endpoint. So basically I'm saying this is where all my models are sitting. And then that second line, default Azure credential, this allows me to authenticate using Microsoft Entra ID. So I don't have to store my key anywhere. That just makes this a bit more safer. So now we get into the meat of the actual process. So I'm going to very quickly show you the first part, right? Is the get audio transcription method. This is the first part of the entire process, right? I get my podcast URL. I give it to this method. And what it's going to do through a series of various steps, it's going to decode that podcast URL. It's going to get the entire stream file. It's going to then call the audio client of Azure OpenAI. The audio client is always related to the Whisper model because the Whisper model deals with audio files. Once we've created that instance, then we can use that client to get a transcription of that specific file. So again, I'm not going to go into too much depth of what this code does because you want to get into the CopilotStudio stuff, but essentially this is what this method is doing. It's grabbing the URL, it's downloading the podcast episode, it's getting everything that has been said in that episode. Once we have the transcription, then we can go ahead and extract the guest name. So I'll just go ahead and put this in here. And you'll see it's sort of the same structure, but because we're no longer dealing with Whisper, we're dealing with GPT-4. Once we have the transcription from the previous method, we'll be calling on the chat client, right? Before that was the audio client for Whisper. Now it's the chat client for GPT-4 because we will be generating text. We create our completion from that, and then we provide two things. We first provide a system message, then we provide a user message. The system message is essentially the instruction that we are giving to the model. So in this case, I'm saying extract only the guest name from the podcast from the following transcript. And then I'm saying Beyond the Tech is hosted by Kevin Scott. So Kevin Scott will never be the guest. So I'm putting that extra line to make sure that the model does not get confused if it picks up multiple names. Once I have that system message, I can go ahead and pass in the transcription, and then hopefully I get the guest name back from this method. The second part after that, of course, is to get the bio, because now we have the guest name. We know who was in the podcast episode. So we're going to go straight away to get the guest bio from Bing. Again, I'm not going to go into too much depth, but we're going to pass in the guest name. We're going to programmatically create a Bing search. So this will basically just search the name on Bing. And then what we're going to get back is web pages dot value, the first value, as well as the snippet. Okay, of course, you can make this more sophisticated, but I think for the purpose of this agent, the snippet is good enough. And by snippet, I want to quickly show you what that means. For example, if I were to search for Satya Nadella, right? And if I go back to the code, if I go back to my code here, web page value, the first value, snippet. So I'm essentially saying when you search for this guest name, I want you to grab the first web page that comes in that search. That's always going to be, almost always going to be the Wikipedia page. And then we want to grab the snippet. The snippet is always these first few lines of text that you see on the screen. So that is essentially what we're grabbing every time we run a Bing search using .NET. Again, you can grab other things as well, but the snippet is good enough. So this is a live build. So the unfortunate thing about doing a live build is that the Bing search API is actually down right now. So we cannot use the Bing search API. And I think legally and via my contract, I can't use any other search providers. So because the Bing search API is not working at the moment, I'm going to go ahead and comment this out. And then what I'll do is I will just go ahead and provide a hard-coded guest bio to return back to the user. Okay, so I'm still using Bing. I'm not using the other search provider that starts with the G. Just so, because this is recorded, I want to make sure that my record is clear. Right, so after we get the guest bio, we now move on to the next part, which is the social media blurb. So when it comes to the social media blurb, very similar structure to one we saw earlier on. It's using GPT-4, hence the chat client. This time we are getting the transcription and the bio. There's a system message telling it that you are a model that creates LinkedIn promo blurb for episodes of a podcast. And then we say, please create a short summary of this episode that is appropriate to post on LinkedIn. And then we give it the transcript as well as the bio so that it can do its magic. And then in the same breath, again, after that is the DALL-E prompt. Again, I'm going relatively quickly through these methods, but just to get the show going, again, DALL-E prompt using GPT-4 chat client. We are giving it the social blurb. There's a system message as well as a user message, and then a DALL-E prompt gets spits out at the back of that. And of course, the last method that we have is creating the image once we have that DALL-E prompt. So I'll go ahead and just plug this in right there. There's our image. This time it's a bit different. We are using the DALL-E model, which is a image client. So there's various clients inside of .NET that pertains to each of these models. So this works a bit differently because we need to give it some options. For example, quality, size, style, and response. Like you can also get this, I believe, in byte format as well. So whatever works for you is fine. You can change the quality settings, the size, the style, whatever works for you. Whatever prompt comes out of this, I want to append high quality digital art to the end of it. So I always know that I'm getting very crisp digital art. And of course, when that image is created, it gets spat out to the user. So these are the methods that we are dealing with. Each of them speak individually to all of the models that we have deployed. But then we also need to create the API itself. So I'm going to go into the program.cs file. This is where we can implement APIs and do a whole bunch of other things that's outside the scope of the session. However, I'm going to be creating or implementing my APIs in that section. So what I'll do very quickly is I'll go ahead and run this, well, paste this in rather. And these are all my minimal APIs. So you'll see that each of these endpoints will translate to a different action. And I'll explain what that is momentarily. Let me just fix that. So essentially, for every method that I just explained, the get transcription, we also have an endpoint, and each endpoint comes with the name, comes with the summary, and comes with a short description of what that endpoint does. These are essential for CopilotStudio because when we are creating actions, the AI needs to know what each of these actions are for before we can actually use them. So let me go ahead and just replace all of these with the correct instance. So you'll see that there are 6 endpoints here for each of the 6 methods, and this will translate to 6 actions inside of CopilotStudio. So let's go ahead and run that just to show you how that will look like in running in a web browser. It is brand new, so that will take a couple of seconds, but essentially what we've done is we've created our deployment inside of Azure. We have created a .NET project that speaks to every one of those deployments so we can manipulate them and use them inside of Visual Studio. So again, just waiting for this to pop up. There you go. Once that has loaded, we should then see each of those endpoints for us here. So the transcription, the guest name, the guest bio, social media blurb, the dolly prompt, as well as the get image. So that's everything that we need for now. Just note that as I'm testing this, we are using the local host. So local host doesn't really mean anything outside of this browser. We need to make this visible to the Power Platform. So let's go out and let's go ahead and create a custom connector so that this API is visible. So in my Solution Explorer here, I'm going to go and, under Connected Services, I'll just go ahead and right-click, click Add, and I'll go to Microsoft Power Platform. These are all Microsoft products, so everything is connected. While we are here, I'm logged into my Power Platform environment, and I can go ahead and select the correct environment. I can then go ahead and create or select rather a solution. So just waiting for that to pop up. These are the normal Power Platform solutions that you are used to. So let's go ahead. I'm going to select Podcast Marketing Live. Then here I can create a new custom connector. So let's create a new one. So I'm just going to call this Podcast Marketing API con for connector. I'll go ahead and create that. And then over here, I'm going to select a public dev tunnel. And I will explain what a dev tunnel is just now. I won't create a new one. I'll use the one that is already there. That's fine. I'll click next and then click on finish. So this process will do two things. The first thing is it's going to create a custom connector inside of the Power Platform environment using the code I've just written, using the endpoints I've just written, and those endpoints will translate to actions. And then it'll also configure that dev tunnel. That dev tunnel allows our local API that we've just built to be exposed to the internet. This is important because the Power Platform sits in the internet. We use the internet to interact with it. So the only way for the Power Platform to see my local API is by creating that dev tunnel. So when that is closed, immediately I can go ahead and press on the preview button or the play button, launch button. And I want to show you the difference between the last test and this test. Now it's asking us to connect to a developer tunnel. I'll click on continue. Once we have connected to the dev tunnel, then we will see the same page we saw as before. It's the same page with all the endpoints. But what's nice about this is that you see the link now is no longer localhost. It is now a specific dev tunnel that I can use inside of the Power Platform, which is fine. We need that. So I don't want to test all of these now because I am looking at time. So I am going to go take a bit of a gamble and go directly into CopilotStudio. But I'm assuming that all of these are working quite well. Maybe I'll test the first one just to make sure that at least the connection is working. So for the first one, to get the transcription, I need to go ahead and provide the podcast URL, click execute. Hopefully that will then use my endpoint to communicate with the Whisper model. It will listen to that snippet, and hopefully what we get back is the full transcript of that audio file. It shouldn't take any longer than 30 seconds. If we scroll down, we'll see that it indeed has provided a transcription of that podcast. And hopefully then from the transcription, we can feed that into the guest name, guest bio, all of this until we get everything that we want. That's fine. That is cool. So let me actually leave this running, and I'm going to go back to my browser, straight into CopilotStudio. And this is where I'll be creating an agent that interacts with those actions. So let's go straight into creating an agent. And then once the studio loads up, I will just go straight into skip to configure. Let's call this podcast podcast marketing live agent. And then what I'll do is I won't configure anything else. Let's make sure that we are selecting the correct solution, podcast marketing live. That's the same solution where my custom connector is. Save and create. Very simple create process. Once it's created, we can go ahead and add topics, add PowerAutomate flows, however you want to interact with those actions. But I really want to show you just using pure actions, pure generative AI, and pure orchestration to carry out all these workflows. So what I'm going to do, I'll just wait for these things to load out just to make sure it's fully configured. But once that has loaded out, I'll just go ahead and enable orchestration because we don't want to use topics, we want to use actions. So let's wait for that to activate. As you can see, orchestration is described as using generative AI to determine how best to respond to users, which is exactly what we want. And then from there, we'll go straight into actions, add an action, And then this is where we start doing the low code part of the demo. So first things first, we need to get the retrieve podcast transcription action, retrieve podcast transcription action, which is there. This is the action which I just wrote and in front of you. So let's bring that action in. Once that action is in, it's going to connect to the connector. And then podcast marketing API. Let's go ahead and click next. So in this action, you see that it has the name and the summary from when I wrote it inside of Visual Studio. We can leave authentication as is. We want to really configure the inputs of this action. So of course, we need the podcast URL for it to work. And this is where we just use natural language as our strong suit, right? We need to explain to CopilotStudio that this podcast URL is the URL of the podcast episode, and we're going to trust that AI will automatically fill it in for us. So I'm just explaining that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to transcription as well. I'm going to provide a description for the transcription. Retrieve transcription of the podcast. There you go. Again, natural language. Let's go back to podcast URL. I want to expand the additional settings. I want to customize how it's going to ask the user for the URL. So basically what I can do is I can just pass in a question and say, every time you want to get the URL for this action, ask the user, what is the URL of the podcast episode you would like to create the post for? So again, I'm just using natural language. I'm explaining the message, explaining what all of the actions are, explaining what the output is. And then once that's done, I can also configure the response, right? So I want this action to respond to a user when it's done. And I want the action to just tell the user that the podcast transcription has been retrieved. I'm now trying to get the guest name and their bio. That's all it is to add our action. So for the next few, I'm going to go relatively quickly. But again, I'm not doing anything tricky. I'm not doing anything that requires, too much skill. It's just using the natural abilities of CopilotStudio. So guest name, let's extract the guest name. I think I've noticed that I'm using the wrong connector name, but that's fine. I'll just run the one that I have. Extract guest name, extracts the guest name of the podcast transcript. We're going to leave everything as is. Let's go to input. Let's explain what the transcription is. So the transcription comes from the transcription output from the retrieve transcription action. So I'm telling it where to get the input from. I'm not saying ask the user. I'm saying look at the previous action and get the transcription output from that action, which is nice. And then, of course, I can also describe the guest name as well. So over here, I'll just say this is the extracted guest name. Right? Click on done. That's all there is to it. Click on add action. And I'll keep on adding these actions and using natural language to really just basically explain what those actions are. And again, just looking at time, I'll do the same thing for guest bio. I'll do the same action for for generate DALL-E prompt. I'll use all of those actions until it looks like this. So let's go to my podcast agent. I just want to make sure that I don't go overtime. But basically, I have all the actions like so. They've all been added in. For example, if we go to generate social media blurb, I'll just open that and show you what that looks like. Waiting for that to come up. You'll see that I have all the details as normal. For inputs, I have the transcription output from the retrieved transcription action. For guest bio, I have the guest bio from the retrieved guest bio action. Again, all just using natural language to explain what these things are. Again, for social media blurb, the generated social media blurb. No coding, no topics, no PowerAutomate flows, just pure actions. But the one I want to really show you is the one that is at the end, which is the generate image. Whenever I have a generate image action, that will get the DALL-E prompt. So again, the generated DALL-E prompt from the generate DALL-E prompt action. And the output in this case is an adaptive card. Because it's an image, I just want to showcase that image in a nice way. It's boring to just provide looks. It's better if it is in a nice adaptive card. In the adaptive card, I have just a small piece of PowerFX code, topic.output.image URL. That's it. So with all our actions configured, let me go back to overview. And again, using natural language, I can go ahead and update the instructions of the agents as well. So in this case, I'm going to say you are a helpful AI assistant that generates a social media post and image for a podcast when the podcast URL is provided to you, right? And then I tell the agent exactly what it needs to do. When someone asks you to generate the social media image and post, start with the transcription, then call the extract guest name, then call the guest bio action, then call the blurb action, then call the prompt action, then call the image action. And that's all you have to do. I don't have any topics. These are all system generated topics. All I have are actions, which are defined by natural language, and I have a system message that's also defined by natural language, and I can go ahead and test this immediately. Because I was using the incorrect API here, what I want to do is I want to just create, I'm going to activate this tunnel. Nope, wrong one. Sorry about that. Let's go ahead and stop that. This is the one that I'm going to be using, the one I created before, the exact same code. Let me just run this for you quickly. So the reason why I need to run the Visual Studio instance before I actually run the action is because for that connection to work, it needs to be running, right? We need to have that dev tunnel running. Of course, if you want to put this into a production, you can launch or publish your API to Azure API Management and always have that API live, which I think is the better option. But let's go ahead and run this very quickly. I know I'm at time. I will be done momentarily. So again, there you go. Let's just make sure that this is working as needed. Let's go ahead and provide a podcast URL to just make sure that it's running. And then once we know that it's working as normal, few seconds. There you go. All good. Now let's go back to our agent, refresh to test it out. I'm going to say, please generate a social media post for my podcast. And let's see what happens with pure actions. So it's trying to look for the correct action. Okay, it seems like it's not working. Let me try that again. I guess I did not pray to the demo gods. Generate a social media post and an image for podcast. Let's try that again. Okay, and there you go. It has triggered the first action. So as you can see, it needs the podcast URL. This is the custom message that I created. Adding in the podcast URL, it should dynamically fill it. Then we should dynamically get the transcription in the output section here. And then there you go. Then we get the confirmation that the transcript is done. Then it'll automatically call the next one. There's the transcription. We got the guest name. Now it's searching the guest name. Oops. What's happening? Okay. That is my fault. So sorry, guys. I really want to show you this. Bing is working. Bing is not working. I'm getting sabotaged by an outage. So that's fine. And I should be no longer than 2 minutes after this. Then we should
No
go.
problem. We'll let you finish the demo part because it's very interesting.
Thank you. So it's not working. That should be good. Let's run that one more time. I guess that's the thing about live demos. You see the whole experience in front of you. But once that is up and running, of course, we will have to then redo the agent, but that's fine. It won't take too long. Let's go. Swagger is up. And I think the resources have already been shared in the chat as well. But let's run this again very, very quickly. Just generate a social media post and image for a podcast. Okay. There's the correct trigger. Let's see. Gets the right one. Let's add in the podcast URL and enter. There you go. Dynamically fills it in. We get the transcription using the Whisper model. Then once the transcription is in momentarily, once it's in, then we should get the confirmation message. Then it calls the next action. It'll then use GPT-4 to get the guest name. That's very quick. It uses the guest name, such as bio. The internet rather, we get the guest bio. Then we provide the guest bio and transcription into the next action that then calls the social media blurb. And the process is in the chat as well. It's telling you every single step. There's the social media blurb. That's pretty cool. Then it puts in the social media blurb. We get a DALL-E prompt. That DALL-E prompt is then put into the image creator. And then we get the image URL. Once we get the image URL, then we should see the adaptive card with the image. So once that pops up momentarily, because it is creating an image from scratch, there's the URL, there's our image. you'll see it's talking about science. It's Neil. Everyone knows I'm Neil, science and tech. And of course, this image reflects that theme as well. So as you saw in the agent itself, all I did was provide the podcast URL, and it orchestrated this entire flow for me until I got my post as well as my image. Very, very quickly, the resources are available in the chat, but this is what I used to build out this exact demo. Please also check out the CopilotStudio Resources Hub. That's also in chat. It has everything that has to do with CopilotStudio. And with that, thank you very much for attending my session. I hope it was beneficial.
Great, Gomolemo. It was nice to see agents in action, because we have heard a lot about them lately. So it's very nice to see how it really looks like, especially if you work with the tools that a lot of people in the meeting already know and work on a daily basis.
Sure.
Thanks a lot for joining us, because I know you are joining us from another continent, right?
Yes, I am from South Africa, but it's not that far. It's only 6:30, so I think an hour after you guys. Yeah. So, but thank you very much for having me.
It was very nice having you. Let's keep in touch, and I think Jonas made sure that we will keep in touch, and he posted all your socials in the chat for everybody attending.
Thank you so much.
So I don't want to keep you long, because it was a very long, contentful day. I just want to say some closing words. I would like to take a minute to thank all our speakers for sharing their insights with us, deciding to tune in our event today. And if we sort of summarize it, we had speakers from 3 continents. We had 7 MVPs. We had 1 Microsoftie, Gomolemo. We had 4 C-level decision makers. So it is an outstanding lineup. We are very proud that these people decided to be with us today and share their knowledge with our community that joined us today. And to close it, we really hope that you've gained some valuable takeaways and food for thought today. Thank you for joining us and staying with us for the full 8 hours. Have a fantastic Friday and weekend, and we look forward to continuing the conversation online. Thanks a lot. Have a great day.